Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good afternoon and welcome to a special meeting of the Burbank City Council on Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this afternoon. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing today. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. If you like, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. All right, Miss Assistant City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Present.
Councilmember Perez. Absent. Councilmember Rosati.
Here again.
Vice Mayor Mullins.
Here.
And Mayor Takahashi.
Here.
Thank you.
Here. There will be one period of public comment this afternoon. Members of the public may comment in person or by phone during this special meeting public comment period that will follow the one report we have to council today. Speakers must submit cards or call before the comment period begins. The special meeting public comment period is for comment on the report to council only. If you are here in person and wish to speak, please submit a yellow public comment card to address the council. If you would like to participate in the special meeting public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional public cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following the staff's presentation. Interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have Spanish and Armenian interpreters here with us this evening, sitting in the front row. And please connect with them if you are in need of services. Feel free to walk over and go ahead and chat with them directly. You can walk on over. With that being said, I want to mention, just in general, that to be conscious tonight with your public comment. If we are facing disruptions that making the meeting difficult, I do have the right as the chair to pause the meeting. I hope we don't get there. I'm hopeful that we will be very considerate of one another, and we won't get there tonight, but wanted to let you know that. So please refrain from booing, heckling, or going beyond the time limits during the public comment. This council chamber should be a positive atmosphere where everyone's rights are respected. All right, we have one report this afternoon regarding the update on the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority North Hollywood to Pasadena Corridor Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, and Senate Bill, or SB 79. I invite Assistant Community Development Director of Transportation and Planning, David Kriske, to please present the report. Oh, we actually, before you start, Vice Mayor Mullins has a comment. Yes.
I just have a quick announcement to make, and this is regarding an email. It was sent to all the council and also to city attorney, implying I may have a conflict of interest representing the community on this agenda item. So I did write something, and I'd like to read it for the record. I'm committed to representing the entire Burbank community fairly and impartially regarding the BRT agenda item. Throughout my public service career, I have constantly been mindful of avoiding situations that could create a conflict of interest in representing the public. I previously served for a brief period on Vision Burbank Committee while I was the city clerk. That was about 5 years ago. And I understand that it's also my right as an individual to participate in community committees and civic engagement. Therefore, I do not have any conflict of interest sitting here and representing the public. Thank you.
Okay. Noting the arrival of Councilmember Perez. All right. Mr. Kriske, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. And tonight, or this afternoon, I am here to give an update on the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro, North Hollywood to Pasadena Corridor Bus Rapid Transit Project, and Senate Bill 79 update. I am joined tonight with several colleagues that will support me in this effort, including my colleague in transportation, Mr. Marcos Fuentes, who's been helping me behind the scenes with this item, and as well as Mr. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Community Development Director, and his team of planners who have been analyzing Senate Bill 79 and provided you an update earlier this year on that item. And for tonight's presentation, I have a slide deck to go through to help me provide you this information tonight. And let's get started. So tonight's presentation is on the Metro Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, project. It will involve an overview of the project and where we're at today, as well as an overview of Senate Bill 79, an overview of that bill, and how it relates to and is relevant to the BRT project. And then I will go over some potential measures the City Council could take to modify the BRT to lessen exposure to SB 79. The purpose and scope of this update is to give an update to the City Council and the community on these two issues and how they relate together. This is for information only. However, the City Council can provide policy direction or request additional analysis if you so desire. And really quickly, for those that are newer to this issue, to give a brief overview of what BRT is. BRT is a transportation mode and a project type that provides premium rail-like services but using buses. Sometimes it's called light rail on rubber tires. Some of the elements that make up a BRT and make it run faster and more efficient is the project has dedicated lanes. Folks pay fare prior to boarding at stations. The service frequency is very quick, every 5 to 10 minutes, so that people can rely on the service and not have to rely on a schedule. There are usually street improvements done to increase speeds along the corridor, so it's not just a bus, but there are actual physical capital improvements done to help that. Those can be dedicated lanes, queue jumps where a traffic signal or intersection improvement will let the bus proceed ahead of cars, signal priority where signals will be timed in real time to help buses travel through a corridor, and this project will also feature the use of electric vehicles. So the NoHo to Pasadena Corridor BRT project is a regional project. It touches 4 jurisdictions. It starts in the west at the North Hollywood B-Line, G-Line station, travels through North Hollywood and Toluca Lake via the State Route 134 freeway, comes into Burbank in the Media District, serves the Media District businesses in that area, then gets on Olive Avenue, travels northeast through the city to downtown Burbank, and then turns right and heads down Glen Oaks Boulevard into Glendale, then serves the city of Glendale, the LA community of Eagle Rock, and Pasadena. In Burbank, the project is configured in several different ways along the various streets that it travels. This diagram gives an overview of the type of configuration the project takes when traveling through the city. It includes use of mixed flow, where buses and cars operate together in traffic with no separation, or uses bus lanes, where the bus travels in a dedicated lane either at the curb or in the roadway or potentially in the median. And there are different types of bus lanes. There are curb-running bus lanes where a bus lane operates along the curb where parking is usually located. There is also side running where a bus lane will operate between a travel lane and a parking lane. And then median running, which is a bus almost like a light rail where it's in the middle of a street in a median. Glen Oaks Boulevard is that configuration. And I'll note that the segment here in the middle in orange is where the city and Metro currently disagree on the configuration. The Burbank City Council supports mixed flow, where buses operate in traffic mixed with cars, whereas the Metro prefers a side-running bus lane where a travel lane on Olive would be converted to a bus lane. So this project has been in the making for quite a while, at least 10 years from conceptual development all the way through to where we are today. And throughout that process, I want to be clear that the city has supported the BRT project in all stages, including the planning stage, environmental review, and the design stage. The city supports, as I said, mixed flow on Olive Avenue between Buena Vista and Lake Street. That doesn't mean there are bus lanes in other areas in Burbank, but this segment, we, as a city council has stated several times, supports mixed flow on that stretch. And we've made that clear to Metro and to the community for quite a while. We originally raised concerns about Metro's plans for Olive all the way back in 2020 with the draft environmental impact report. In 2022, when the final environmental impact report was produced and the Metro Board of Directors made a decision on the project, we again stated our position for mixed flow through a comment letter. Metro disregarded that comment letter when they approved the project and directed their staff to implement the project as dedicated bus lanes. In 2024, the City Council approved a cooperative agreement with Metro, which is an agreement that stipulated how the two agencies would cooperate to deliver the project. And again, we reiterated our position for mixed flow. We actually did not put a detailed project description in that cooperative agreement, acknowledging that the two agencies were still in disagreement. Metro's position at the time is that that allowed us to work together to finalize the project and resolve this issue. And throughout 2025 and 2026, we've been working with Metro to comment on and participate in the development of the design plans. And at every stage of that design iteration, we have reminded them that we are requesting mixed flow on Olive between Buena Vista and Lake. To date, that issue remains unresolved. And at this point, the city is not able to issue permits for construction because that project description and project plans are in conflict with the City Council's position. So that's been the historical situation for this project, but more recently, Senate Bill 79, which I'll get into in a minute, has come into play, and this configuration issue and this concern over mixed flow versus dedicated lanes takes on new urgency and is important to look at. So Senate Bill 79, SB 79, is a law that was passed by the governor in October of last year. It takes effect this July. Its purpose is to facilitate transit-oriented development by allowing housing to be built on qualifying sites that allow those housing developers to supersede a lot of the city's zoning regulations and densities because those sites are around transit. Qualifying sites in Burbank are located within a half-mile radius of some existing and future transit facilities. It is applicable to a half-mile radius around the downtown Burbank Metrolink station, and it is applicable to proposed Metro BRT bus stops. The law prescribes minimum densities and heights that may exceed local regulations, and in many places will exceed local regulations. And this is the most important part, SB 79 has created a new BRT project land use environmental impact. And that's important because this is a new situation that has come subsequent to Metro's approval of the project and has come before we have issued final permits for the project. When SB 79 came out, we had a council update or council study session early in 2026. At that time, you asked staff to pursue some legislative advocacy on the city's behalf to attempt to steer the implementation of that law or potentially modify it. So we had a staff level effort to do that, to potentially clarify and maybe even make changes to the law. We have identified SB 79 concerns around how that law will impact infrastructure in Burbank. We have identified some example legislative language that could lessen the applicability and lessen those impacts to Burbank. We have asked for changes and clarifications regarding how the law applies specifically to BRT projects, particularly unbuilt BRT projects like ours. And throughout February of 2026, we had meetings with legislative representatives to kind of pitch our case for our concerns, and those efforts were quite frankly unsuccessful. We did not get a lot of traction or sympathy for our issues. Quite frankly, I think some of the issues we identified were put into potential subsequent bills that actually hurt us even more, so I would say we did not succeed in that effort. In particular, there is a cleanup bill which we thought would be helpful, Senate Bill 1361, but it is not helpful. It actually goes against some of the city's interests and concerns over the language. So BRT and SB 79 now are related. They intersect, and the three things to think about how they affect Burbank are these three elements: the stations, the configuration of the facility on the roadway, and the frequency of the service. So the BRT project creates 6 stations that would be potentially subject to SB 79, but those stations are only applicable, are only kind of identified as SB 79 transit-oriented development stations if they are served by dedicated lanes, full-time dedicated bus lanes, and if the frequency of the service is 15 minutes or better. I would say the third item is going to be the case of BRT no matter what. That's kind of a main point of BRT. The second one, of course, kind of depends on how the facility is built in Burbank, and which brings our Olive Avenue thing right up front and center of concern. So in January, we talked about how SB 79 might affect the city, and we had a lot of qualifiers and a lot of uncertainty and kind of best guess as to our exposure to this law because the law had just come out. We now know for subsequent review of the law, as well as some guidance that has come out by the state, that we actually are pretty badly exposed to SB 79. Of the 6 stations, we think 5 of them will be SB 79 stations. And that is because of the way the bus lanes and the stations interact together, how the state has told the Metro and other transportation agencies to interpret the law. And so we believe that all of the areas in red are the areas that would be affected by SB 79 as of today or as of July 1st. And this is, again, very important because this particular situation with SB 79 has changed the circumstances around which the BRT was analyzed with their final environmental impact report. And the city as a responsible agency, so we're not the lead with this project, but we are a government agency that participates in developing and approving the project. We cannot issue permits without further study. And this is because the Metro FEIR very specifically said that there would be no land use impacts caused by the project back in 2022. And that is clearly not the case today. And so that is a changed circumstance that requires further environmental review. Now, there are some ways that we could lessen the impacts of SB 79 and still build the BRT project. And at the staff level, we've looked at this pretty closely. So there are kind of three things we could do. One or two things we could do and one thing that we can just reiterate with Metro. One is that we implement Olive as mixed flow, which is our position since the very beginning. That would, of the 5 stations, take 2 of them out and make them ineligible for SB 79 because they would be served by mixed flow lanes and not dedicated lanes. So that's one thing we could do. And I would note that we can do that with striping and signage. The infrastructure being designed and constructed can be served by either bus lanes or mixed flow. So it's physically a small change. The second thing we can do is we can make some minor striping modifications to the bus lanes around some other stations, particularly at stations where the BRT transitions from mixed flow to dedicated bus lanes. By pulling the bus lanes back away from the stations between 100 and 200 feet, we would make 2 more stations ineligible for SB 79. And then the third thing that we don't have to do, but we just have to make sure everybody understands, is that the current design for the BRT as of today, 100% plans, is that the Buena Vista Alameda station is served by mixed flow and would not be eligible for SB 79, even if this was not an issue. It's already not. It's already ineligible because bus lanes are not serving it within a specified distance. So with those 3 things done, we would dramatically lessen our exposure to SB 79. For BRT, only 1 of 6 stations would be eligible for SB 79. Of course, the downtown Metrolink station would also be still eligible because it's a rail station, but that's in downtown Burbank, and while it does extend into some lower density areas, is mostly compatible with the long-range plans we have for downtown. And then 1 other station at Glen Oaks and Alameda would still be subject to SB 79. And you may ask, well, why are we giving up, or why are we acknowledging that one still in play? And that's because of a few things. One, it is shared with Glendale, so half of the circle doesn't even touch the city, it touches Glendale. And so even if we were to make some adjustments on our side, if Glendale doesn't do anything, it still applies and it still has SB 79 densities in Burbank. So that's number 1. Number 2 is the Glendale station, unlike the rest of the Burbank stations, is part of a very extensive, capital-intensive, separated part of the project, which is the median section through Burbank and Glendale on Glen Oaks for like 2 miles. It's a median running station. It's very much like a light rail. It's going to have very quick flow through the area, and the stations are built in the middle of the street like light rail stations. And so it's part of a bigger kind of standalone segment that's very important for the overall project, unlike some of the other kind of start again, stop again bus lane sections in other parts of Burbank. And the densities around the station, while they are lower generally than SB 79 densities, they are higher than other parts of the city. And the land use and transportation infrastructure in that area is, in staff's opinion, more complementary to a more higher quality situation or transportation situation in that neighborhood. Definitely, yes, there are some parcels that would still be given higher densities than they have today, but we think it's much more complementary to what's already happening in that part of Burbank than some of the other areas. And so we think that with the 3 items I mentioned on the previous slide, resulting in this situation on this slide, that SB 79 impacts are significantly lessened. In the spirit of also trying to just figure out any way that we can kind of resolve and lessen its SB 79 impacts and kind of also allow the project to proceed, staff kind of looked at all angles of this, and there is an alternative approach that could be taken, and that would be to implement bus lanes as part-time bus lanes and not full-time bus lanes, because that full-time dedicated bus lanes is the metric that lets SB 79 come into play. And so if it's only peak hour part-time bus lanes, that element wouldn't be met. There are peak hour bus lanes all over LA, so this isn't something that's radically different. It would reduce the SB 79 impacts just in the same way as I demonstrated in the previous slide. It would still increase congestion, no doubt about it. And in fact, the lane would go out of car use and into bus use at the peak hour when we have the most traffic on the street. So we would still have weekday peak hour congestion, just like the dedicated bus lane proposal. And you could combine peak hour bus lanes in certain areas with other elements that I talked about. So it could be a mix and match to get the overall result. So it's an idea. It's not currently proposed at any time at this time. There's no plans for peak hour, but it is something that potentially could thread the needle if the council wished to look at that. Another element of SB 79 that makes this even less clear and less straightforward is that at the end of the day, while we are looking at how SB 79 and the BRT relate to impact our city with SB 79 TOD sites, neither the city nor Metro identify the sites at the end of the day. And so by July 1st, it's actually the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, that has the responsibility in the state law to draw the circles on the map. And that is happening very soon. We expect to get draft maps at the end of this week, and the SCAG Regional Council is expected to review and potentially approve them on July 2nd. And so this is important because no matter what we do on a physical level about resolving these issues, SCAG could come out and draw the maps and either have incomplete information or draw them based on different parameters that could allow SB 79 to come into play despite our best efforts. And this is because the BRT is unbuilt, and the law treats unbuilt BRTs in a kind of a special category where SCAG basically is tasked with, for lack of a better word, guessing what the future project will look like, and they can either use the regional transportation plan, they can use the project description that the transit agency or Metro last approved, so the 2022 project description, or hopefully they would call us, call Metro, see what the latest is, see how the configuration is actually going to work, and update the map to be what's actually happening. But there could be a situation where we resolve some of this with Metro, we change a project, and SCAG looks at the 2022 project description and the circles come up. So that means that anything we do, there's still uncertainty, and we still have to really be paying attention with what's going on to make sure that we don't get kind of our legs cut out from under us by SCAG, who draws the map with another set of parameters. Again, because the BRT is unbuilt, that's why we're in a circumstance with that. And then I also mentioned the state California Housing and Community Development Department, they, HCD, that interprets housing law. We've dealt with them on many other issues. They came out with guidance about how to implement SB 79. Of course, it's favorable to housing. And it talks about a little bit about the bus lanes and the interface with the stations. And so we know that they define proximity of bus lanes to stations with a distance. It's 200 feet. And that's why, honestly, that's probably why we went from 2 or 3 stations being affected when we tried to give you information in January, and now we've come back today and said 5 of 6. It's because of that clarification where we have bus lanes not serving stations, but they're close within that 200 feet that they would apply under this HCD guidance. So, project next steps. So in this month, at the end of this month, Metro has indicated that their board is going to potentially approve construction funds for the project and release all of the funding. Project's about $400 million. They've released about 100 and something to get the project to this point, and they would be releasing the rest of the funds. Later this month, there's a groundbreaking. In July of 2026, they have told us, their construction team has told us they would like to start construction in Burbank. Again, we have not issued them permits, so they can't technically do that now. And they expect to have construction complete in late 2027, or the latest I've actually seen is very early 2028. This is a 28 by 28 project for them. They want to get this built and open in time for the Olympics in 2028. And as I said at the beginning, the city and Metro have continued disagreement, and it's now two issues, right? It's the older bus lane configuration issue on Olive, and it's been added to that is the newer issue is that SB 79 has created new environmental land use impacts that were not previously studied. That means that we cannot issue permits without somebody conducting subsequent environmental review. Metro would be the one to do it. But we can't issue permits while those impacts have not been identified or analyzed and identified. So in conclusion, SB 79 concerns and unresolved Olive Avenue Lane configuration concerns have become intertwined. Where we maybe had a kind of a clear policy direction and kind of a significant but very clearly defined disagreement has now been muddied even further. As of today, in our best estimate of SB 79's interpretation and implementation, 5 of 6 of the BRT stations could be designated as TOD stops under SB 79. We do believe there are modifications available to lessen impacts, and quite frankly, those modifications, in my opinion, would still create a very good project for both Metro and the city. I think it's something that we would definitely benefit from while also lessening our impacts. The city and Metro continue to disagree, and while this is an informational item this afternoon for the council and also for the community to be brought up to speed on where we're at, the city council certainly can provide us any policy direction if so desired. And that concludes my report, and I am available later for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now is the time for the special meeting public comment period. I will be calling out speakers' names as well as the person who is next in line to speak. And in order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have a designated seat in the front row for the speakers who are next. And a timer is available at the podium. And this is also an opportunity for anyone who needs an interpreter to go ahead and chat with our interpreters. We will keep our interpreters for a little while as people are kind of flowing in case somebody does need your assistance, okay?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Would it be possible on a completely voluntary ask if we could find out if the speaker is a Burbank resident or not a Burbank resident on a voluntary basis?
That is always something that the speaker can reveal if they would like to. We can.
Thank you.
You've shared your interest in that knowledge. Good. Yes, Vice Mayor.
It's a different topic,
Okay.
and this is just for the speakers because the limited amount of times. I don't mind that you don't greet us and say good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, or council members. Just get to it, get to your point, because it's 60 seconds, so the clock starts. So I know a lot of people said, but it takes me that long to say hello. Don't say hello. Just come and say, here's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's just my point to you. Thank you.
I had that on my list. I did, so it's good. We're on the same mind, yeah. Or good? Okay. And then, yes, so remember that all the public comment period today is just on this item. And due to the fact that we have a lot of public comment today and there are a lot of potentially intense feelings about it, we ask that you please use jazz hands instead of clapping, which would delay if we clap. Yeah, jazz hands. Or if you're feeling like you want to have a negative feeling towards it, you can do that or shake your head. But something quiet so that we can move through the speakers. Because every time someone does clapping or makes a vocalization, then that can reduce the time that the speaker has to speak. And then also because we have so many speakers, every every clapping between speakers adds time, and it overarchingly, it creates a lot of extra time. So that would be great. I also wanted to mention that because we have a very long public speaking tonight, it may happen that one of the five of us needs to step out to use the restroom. Or in Councilmember Perez's case, she will need to step out once or twice to pump for her baby. So just know that it's nothing personal, that we got to figure out some time to go, and so we do the best we can to time it and take turns, okay? All right. Oh my goodness, okay. So the special meeting public comment period is now beginning for this report to council, and no additional cards will be accepted, and no additional calls will be accepted, so this is now the cutoff. Ms. Assistant City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have for this report to council? 97?
Mayor, we actually have 2 more coming right now. I just wanted to make sure to get you the cards. Of the 98,
Okay.
there's 98 2-drop, so 96 speakers in person, 28 callers, and then I think 59, 60, 62 position cards for you. So these people will not be speaking, but they did mark their opinion or their stance on the matter.
Did we get a tally of the position cards and maybe pull out any ones that have additional comments versus going through each of them one at a time?
Unfortunately not. A lot of them are kind of nuanced where they're opposed to one thing but not necessarily the other.
Okay.
If you'd like, I could try to do a real quick tally while we're doing comments.
Yeah, that'd be great. If we could get a quick tally during public comment and then pull out any of them that say something that maybe we could do as a quick read of what they say. That'd be great. Thank you. There's more? Okay. Okay. Huh? Okay. 86. I got to put them in order here. As a reminder, you probably were already told, but after you're speaking, you are welcome to stay, but you don't have to. And then as you leave, though, someone else is going to take your place. So if you do need to use the restroom, just let them know, and yet you'll be back and they'll hold your spot. Okay? Yeah, good reminder. Okay. And as a reminder, there's maybe several of you who have never spoken at council before. Welcome. Welcome you tonight. Just remember that when you do public speaking, we can't go back and forth. But if you have a question or comment that you're looking for a response to, the staff and ourselves, we're taking note of everything you're saying. And at the end, when we do our discussion, staff will have replies and we'll also reply back in all together. Okay? All right, let's get started. Let's test it. Are you guys excited about getting started? There we go. Are you ready? All right, good. Great, I like that. Okay. So first up, we'll have former Mayor Gary Brick, that's what it says, followed by Liz Bax. And because we have so many, forgot to mention, because we have so many commenters, you have 1 minute each, and the timer's on there. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to backtrack for 1 second. I was on council when we implemented the bike lanes on Verdugo. And I wasn't going to vote for it originally, but I decided to because I thought it would be a calming effect and all that stuff. So I did support it, although I'm not really impressed with the bikes we get down there right now. But the reason that I did it, it would be a calming effect. It would go by John Burroughs High School, Verdugo Park, and they were going to implement different things on the, my time's not running on her.
Oh, thank you for letting us know. He knows how it works. He's a former mayor.
Okay?
All right. Is it going now?
Yes.
Yeah, 50 seconds now. Okay, thank you. So anyway, they implemented some good things on there, like left-hand turn lanes. If there was 4 people in the queue, it would let them through. There was a lot of positive things in there. But the biggest reason I didn't want to vote for it was because of 2 major arterials in Burbank, Olive and Magnolia, that run east-west. They handle the bulk of our traffic. And what are we doing today? We're eliminating 50% of those lanes. And if you go by, if you look at the traffic going by and all that stuff, you'll see cars lined up on both lanes. It's just going to be it's going to be a mess out there if we limit it to one lane. So I'm voting, I'm not in favor of the BTR.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, if the timer beeps, to stop your comment and say thank you or wrap up like one word. Okay, so next up is Liz Bax, followed by Jackie Waltman. Welcome. Yes.
Okay, I stand before you representing many residents who can't be here because the time of this meeting, they are all working. I talked to about 500 residents this week, door to door. I talked with businesses and schools on Clark and Oak. Not one wants the BRT to run in dedicated lanes, not even just at peak hours. The neighborhood residents feel their single-family home neighborhoods should remain as is. This is how they have felt the entire time the project has been around. Please support leaving olive as mixed flow. Staff, thank you very much for your presentation. Stay with what was decided. Mixed flow is what we need. Burbank council members, you were elected to represent Burbank and what's best for Burbank. The BRT and with SB 79 is forcing all these residents to live in a huge uncertainty. It's forcing Burbank residents. Why are you forcing? I'm sorry, I'm really exhausted. Please, for the sake of Burbank, mixed flow.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jackie Waltman, followed by Mary Parcels. Welcome.
Hi. In the 40s and 50s, there was an excellent transportation system called the red car. It worked great. Then some politicians decided they would eliminate that system and put more single cars on the road. That was a bad decision, and this current proposal of the single dedicated lane for the BRT and SB 79 is equally misguided. The council needs to stand up against Metro and the political hacks in Sacramento. The government needs to stop trying to manipulate citizens for their own purposes. These politicians are the same ones that thought the high-speed rail was a good idea, and look what is happening. Bus ridership is down, and you can twist yourselves into pretzels trying to tell us about the reality. I'm calling on this council to stand up for the citizens, as Burbank really does not want this. Well, majority of Burbank doesn't want this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mary Parcels, followed by Melanie Kusch. Welcome.
Mary Parcells. I am a Burbank resident, and right now, without a bus lane, I go 4 blocks from Lamer to Brighton, down Olive. It takes me sometimes 7 minutes to go 4 blocks. Please, I'm glad that you want to keep mixed flow. It's just, they said they would knock 7 minutes off the whole trip when they told us about this. Well, if it already takes me 7 minutes to go 4 blocks, how are they going to take 7 minutes off of the whole trip? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Melanie Kusch, followed by Mike Van Gorder.
I'll make it real quick. I live in Burbank 68, 69 years. I don't drive anymore because I can't see. I love the bus. I'm not happy with the way it works. It doesn't work real well, but it does work. The problem when you take away the ability to get to and from places is that we get all these people coming in, can't find parking, can't get anywhere, can't get to the medical appointments. I live adjacent to St. Joe's Medical Center. I am constantly allowing people to park in my driveway because there's not enough parking for everybody to go anywhere. So that's my comment. I don't think that this BRT thing is going to solve this. I think another parking structure may, or 2 or 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mike Van Gorder, followed by Christopher Grantham. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Mike Van Gorder. I got 2 documents here. There's my master's in urban planning and my award from HCD for highest impact. I share these to note my expertise in planning. The orange line's the closest analog to our topic today. It was expected to have 5,000 to 7,000 daily riders and ended up being 22,000. A quarter of those riders previously used no buses at all. People chose the bus, left their cars at home. Providing a high-quality dedicated lane with signal prioritization will be a regional economic boon that will encourage pedestrianism, boost small business, and give people housing options that are car independent. Downtown Burbank on San Fernando is healthier, safer, and more energetic because when roads change, people adjust how they use them, and traffic evens out. Mixed flow carries 2,000 passengers per hour. Dedicated bus lanes carry 9,000. The alternative is a higher likelihood of another failed housing element, the loss of local control over our city planning decisions, and more 910 South Mariposa disasters in highly sensitive single-family neighborhoods. Trust the analysis, dedicated lane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Christopher Grantham, followed by Walter Kennedy. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Christopher. My husband and I are proud owners of one of the Storybook homes on Hollywood Way. We moved from West Hollywood last year, where we had lived since the 90s, to escape unchecked overdevelopment. We watched out-of-scale luxury mixed-use infill buildings devastate that community, driving up local rents while leaving behind empty first-floor retail spaces. As a professional interior architectural designer, I know that dropping 6-story zero-lot line buildings into our neighborhoods destroys the city's visual harmony. To stop SB 79 density mandates, we must fight Metro's dedicated bus lines. Finally, looking at the TOD map, the parcels immediately next door to us are slated for upzoning, 2 duplexes and an apartment building. Handing the developers a pre-assembled superior super lot to build a 6-story wall inches from our historic home is not protecting neighborhoods. You must amend the boundaries to push density strictly to commercial.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Walter Kennedy, followed by Eric Larson. Welcome.
Hello. I am strongly in favor of bus-only lanes on Olive as part of the NoHo-Pasadena BRT project. I am entirely dependent on transit in this city, and I rely upon this corridor to provide fast and good service. I took the 94 bus here, which was an utter slog through downtown Burbank. Mixed flow provides abysmal service. Bus lanes are essential for a modern rapid transit project. My generation is also facing unaffordable housing costs at this time. Dense and walkable development enabling car-free life is one of the only tools we have to counter this future of eternal rent for us. Please think of your children, think of your grandchildren, and think of what they will think about you in the future and the world that they will live in that is your responsibility at this time as the decision makers. Please do not cripple this vital transit project. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Eric Larson, followed by William Elder. Welcome.
Hi. The Larsons have been in Burbank for over 80 years. My dad likes to wax nostalgic about riding the streetcar to dentist appointments as a child. If you do not give dedicated lanes to a BRT, you don't have a BRT, despite what the presentation said. What you have is a fancy bus stuck in traffic. If you give it ridership goals before you give it a dedicated lane, of course it's not going to hit those. It's a poison pill. Who's going to want to ride a bus stuck in traffic? The population of Burbank is not getting any smaller. When I was born, it was about 25,000 less people than it is today. It's just going to continue to grow. We cannot make the roads any wider. They're as wide as they can be. So we have to decide, what do we care more about? Do we care more about moving the residents of this great city? Or do we care about moving cars? We need to not cut off our nose to spite our face. And as the previous speaker said, think about people like my daughter. Are they going to be able to get around here? They're not driving anymore.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is William Elder, followed by Greg Gilmetti. Welcome.
Hello, City Council. My name is William Elder. I live in Burbank with my wife and 2 children across from the Buena Vista Branch Library. I'm within a 10-minute walk of the planned stop on Olive and Verdugo. I strongly support dedicated lanes on Olive with all that entails. These dedicated lanes will provide a rapid and frequent path for me to downtown, to the shops I like to visit, and the friends I like to see, like a fast and safe connection to the Spark Lab at the downtown library with my daughter to use their 3D printer to print more My Little Ponies. Much has been said and will be said about SB 79. I like my neighbors, and I want to believe that Burbank can be a welcoming city. Bring me more neighbors. Bring me the chance to walk with my son down a street with less car pollution. Bring me the transit that a robust corridor like Olive richly deserves. Please, from a resident of Burbank near the planned BRT stops, deliver these dedicated lanes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Greg Gilmetti, followed by Hunter. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Greg. I've been a Burbank resident for over a decade. I use Metrolink and Metro weekly to get to work. To travel from downtown Burbank to Santa Monica cost me $5.50. After work, I have an appointment in Pasadena, and it costs me $1.75 to get there from Santa Monica. To get home from Pasadena, do you know how much it costs? $34. That's for an Uber ride. There is currently no logical way to use transit to go from Pasadena to Burbank because the drive is 20 minutes and transit takes over an hour. We need a BRT to connect our communities. We need those dedicated lanes so that it's efficient. We need it to be efficient so that it's a viable option for people to take who can't or don't want to pay the $34 to take a car. One of the main drawbacks of mixed flow is that it's not rapid anymore. Efficiency and timelines are essential to making the BRT a viable alternative to driving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Hunter, followed by Michael Bemford. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Hunter, and I'm excited to take the BRT to my office in Burbank. I took Metro's 155 bus to get here tonight. You're going to hear from a lot of privileged individuals tonight, including those that can take off work to be here at 3 p.m. on a weekday like myself. But the BRT and resulting effects of SB 79 are going to benefit so many more individuals than the folks that are here, so please keep them in mind as discussions continue. If you need funding for new infrastructure from a state bill, you should advocate to the state to provide that new funding. Please don't punish this project and the thousands it will benefit because of poor planning. It shouldn't cost over $1 million to buy a home and raise a family in Burbank, but it will remain that way if you only build new housing in between the freeway and our sewage facility. Metro has been super receptive to feedback, including retaining parking along this stretch of Olive, and they have done outreach for this project for years. So please consider partnering with them to deliver the best BRT possible and dedicated lanes. I got to go back to work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Michael Bemford, followed by Des Ruggles. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Michael Bamford. I'm a resident of Burbank and came to support the bus-only option and work with Metro. Gas is super expensive and can't really get more lanes in. So I just support the bus-only option. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your comment. Next up is Des Ruggles, followed by Frank Gieb. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Des Ruggles, and I'm a resident of Burbank. The NoHo Pasadena BRT will improve the lives of countless Burbankers, including mine, as I am dependent on transit to get to downtown Burbank and other locations in the region. But blocking blocking construction, for which funding has already been allocated, will hamper the line's ability to do so. These lanes already have some $450 million in funding allocated, yet to be approved, for the construction and additional repair of Olive. However, if the city were to even temporarily prevent these lanes' construction, this costly delay will increase the cost of the project and waste the time of countless riders who would depend on this bus to get to wherever they need to go. Please do not block the construction of bus lanes that would connect Olive Avenue to the region. Mixed flow is a no-go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Frank Gieb, followed by Kathy Hoxie. Is Frank here? Okay. Then next up is Kathy Hoxie, followed by Eddie Pollan. Is Kathy here?
Yeah.
She's coming? Oh, sorry. Yes, we will take our time.
Thank you.
Oh, is
Hello.
it? Okay.
Hello, I am a longtime Burbank resident and product of Burbank schools. Go Bulldogs! I support mixed use for Olive Avenue. Please vote against having dedicated bus-only lanes on Olive Avenue. Olive Avenue is the heart of Burbank's street system. It runs from the hills, through downtown and past City Hall, to the Media District. Reducing traffic lanes on Olive Avenue to one lane would constrict the flow of traffic through our city at the same time that we are expanding our population. In addition, a dedicated lane is unnecessary. I lived in Sacramento for several years. There is a light rail system that uses a mixed flow lane, and when the trolley approached, the traffic would simply move over to let it pass. This is similar to when an ambulance needs to get through in Burbank today. Please stand up for the rights of Burbank residents to decide what is best for Burbank. Please approve mixed flow for Olive Avenue. Thank you. Hello. I am a longtime Burbank resident and product of Burbank schools. Go Bulldogs! I support mixed use for Olive Avenue. Please vote against having dedicated bus-only lanes on Olive Avenue. Olive Avenue is the heart of Burbank.
All right, I'll allow those claps. Give her a chance to. Give her a chance to. There we go.
My name is Eddie Poland. I'm a resident and I'm a leader of Strong Towns Burbank. We urge you to say yes to the BRT and yes to dedicated lanes. Yes to a future where driving is not the only option. Yes to less traffic and better mobility. Yes to more customers supporting local businesses. Yes to a Burbank that stays connected and economically competitive, especially with the Olympics coming up. We should get our share of those tourist dollars. Successful cities invest in quality transportation. Burbank should too. And regarding SB 79, Burbank can protect neighborhood character while still planning for reasonable growth near transit. We do not need large apartment buildings next to single-family homes, but duplexes, triplexes, and bungalow courts are neighborhood-compatible solutions that fit within the SB 79 framework. Please support dedicated BRT lanes and a thoughtful local strategy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Karen Ross, followed by 12 Muldood, I think it says. Pardon me for misreading the handwriting.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I'm the owner of Talleyrand Restaurant on Olive. I'm asking you to use common sense and stand by the decisions this council has already made twice before. Mixed-flow bus service is the only solution for Burbank, not a dedicated bus lane. Olive is one of Burbank's busiest east-west thoroughfares. Thousands of residents rely on it every day to get to work, school, medical appointments, etc. Reducing it to one lane in each direction would create congestion, delays, and frustration for the very people this project is supposed to serve. As a 67-year-old business in Burbank, we are gravely concerned about elimination of 2 traffic lanes. Small businesses like mine depend upon accessibility and traffic flow. This is not just about traffic, it's about protecting the economic health and daily quality of life in our community. Metro's proposal is a solution in search of a problem. Take the pulse from residents and business owners alike. You represent us, and we do not want this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up looks like 12 Muldoon,
Okay,
followed
Muldoon.
by
Kevin. Hey.
Kevin Muldoon, followed by Laverne Thomas.
First, I'm against the BRT altogether. It's an unnecessary line. All the destinations are already provided by the Burbank bus or in Metro. I'm going to skip all the other things. Let's talk about Glen Oaks, the most inane idea I've ever heard of in my life. Once you tear that out, it's gone forever. The rest of this project is paint. Paint can be redone, realigned and all that. But tearing out Glen Oaks from Glendale to Burbank, we got to get on board with Glendale and say that's a stopper. Do the mixed flow along Glen Oaks until we prove there's ridership. Instead of tearing up the construction time, it's already hard to get across Glen Oaks. You have to come down, make a right, and then a left at a light to get across that street. So that's the boondoggle of this whole project, is what you're going to do to Glen Oaks. And as far as all this housing, none of it says affordable. You guys still aren't going to be able to live in Burbank when they build all this housing. So quit pretending this is going to be a panacea and make us a first-class city. This is going to really tear things apart. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Laverne Thomas, followed by Susan O'Carroll. Welcome.
Whoa. Now at 85 years of age, this project has brought me out of the activism mothballs. How many times does the city staff, management, this council have to turn the other cheek, try to negotiate while presenting numerous alternatives on deaf ears? Alternatives that would lessen impacts to our community only we know to expect. Yes, we, the people who live here, the people who have businesses here. Are we so wrong with our concerns? 10 years on deaf ears? Council, city management, now is the time to bite the bullet. And yes, move forward in the appropriate venue for reasonableness, the courts. By the way, I support our staff and management 100% in their proposals.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Susan O'Carroll, followed by Richard Kahn. Welcome.
Thank you for holding firm on mixed-flow lanes on Olive Avenue and refusing to issue the BRT construction permits until dedicated lanes are removed from the project. As the city has explained in letters to Metro and SCAG, the passage of SB 79 completely changes the project's circumstances. SB 79 turns dedicated bus lanes into a trigger for massive upzoning, forcing 100 units per acre directly into our single-family neighborhoods. As Burbank correctly pointed out, this BRT-triggered forced density will result in significant impacts, including but not limited to land use, transportation, infrastructure capacity, and public services and utilities not identified in Metro's FEIR, necessitating a subsequent EIR. Please remain firm in your position. Do not yield to Metro's pressure. Withhold all permits until dedicated lanes are removed from the project or a new EIR fully analyzes city-identified BRT impacts. Also, please update the inclusionary zoning ordinance as quickly as humanly possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Richard Kahn, followed by Robert Olson. Welcome.
Thank you. That is an incredibly tough act to follow. I wholeheartedly concur with all of her statements, and I'm very grateful to staff. I think removing the dedicated lane and focusing on mixed use on Olive is an excellent compromise that preserves the benefits of BRT without triggering SB 79 and some of the most horrendous side effects of this project. So I would encourage the City Council to keep mixed flow on Olive and to continue holding firm on their position vis-a-vis Metro. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Robert Olson, followed by Kenneth Lee. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Robert Olson, Warner Boulevard, Burbank. I haven't heard anything from anyone as to how you're going to protect bicyclists on Olive and the other streets. We have a right to be there. If you're in a fast-moving bus lane, you're going to get killed. Metro has done nothing to address that. It's part of the overall problem. They're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. They're trying to stuff their idea of what a rapid transit should be into roadways that are not designed for them. This is vastly different than the Orange Line. They're not bicycles. They're not regular cars in the Orange Line corridor. This is putting something inappropriate where it shouldn't be. As far as SB 79, it's a one-size-fits-all solution that allows developers, not the city, to decide where development is.
Next up
Thank you.
is Kenneth Lee, followed by Ralph Setta. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Lee. I've been a Burbank resident for the last 13 years. I'm speaking in support of both the BRT and the dedicated bus lanes on Olive. I know for me personally, it would reduce my number of car trips on Olive. Already, I think that the traffic on Olive is not great, so if I could use a dedicated bus lane and be in a bus and get where I need faster, that would be great. I also think that I've wanted to use the North Hollywood Metro for a long time, and this BRT would give me the ability to actually make it all the way in a reasonable amount of time. That would be actually faster than walking. So, I just wanted to say that I would support the BRT and the dedicated bus lanes on Olive. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ralph Setta, followed by Julian Aubrey Haynes. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ralph Seda. I've been a resident of Burbank all my life. I strongly oppose the Metro's proposed dedicated BRT bus lanes on Olive Avenue. This proposal will add a dangerous element to travel flow on Olive Avenue. Olive Avenue is a major access for emergency vehicles from the Hill to St. Joseph's Hospital. I counted at least 2 paramedic vehicles every hour after noon for the last 7 days that traversed Olive Avenue from Victory west to Buena Vista on their way to St. Joe's. The emergency vehicles contended with a lot of traffic from 6 Points intersection at Sparks, then past Talleyrand, then past Raising Cane's, past St. Finbar Church, and beyond on their way to St. Joseph's Hospital. Frequently, emergency vehicles contend with drivers that ignore the no left turn barricades in front of Raising Cane's and other safety measures along the way. Reducing lanes in this corridor will only make a dangerous situation even worse.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Julian Aubrey Haynes, followed by Jen Boyce. Welcome.
Hi, I support the dedicated bus-only lanes on Olive Avenue. This afternoon, I took the 155 bus on Olive Avenue to reach this meeting, and on Olive Avenue alone, I counted a combined 19 boardings and unboardings. And if the bus-only lanes are implemented, you would see a lot more boardings, thanks to the principle of induced demand. If you have a higher quality transit project that serves more places, you're going to see people who never considered using the bus before thinking about using this project, and that would take cars off the road. The lanes also could be used by emergency vehicles, making it safer for people needing to use that. So I definitely support the bus-only lanes. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jen Boyce, followed by David Joaquin. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jen Boyce, and I'm a Burbank homeowner and resident. My family moved from Hollywood to Burbank very intentionally. We looked all over before buying our home, and we chose Burbank because it felt different. There really is no other city quite like Burbank unless you move far, far, far outside of LA. It feels like a real community. I know almost all of my neighbors on my block, and I think many people in Burbank could say the same thing. We have block parties, we do chili cook-offs, people wave to each other and check on each other and genuinely care about one another. I have lived in other places and I've never experienced a sense of community like this before. It's something incredibly special to me and my family to not feel alone and feel like we belong somewhere, to know our neighbors and community care about us. This is why we chose to live in Burbank. If we wanted to live in high-rises, overcrowding, and endless congestion and parking problems, they would have chose Hollywood, Glendale, North Hollywood, or other places. People chose to live in Burbank because it feels special.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is David Joaquin, followed by Neely Lawson. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Jacquin. I am here in support of dedicated bus lanes on Olive because I want a sensible alternative to driving in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Neely Lawson, followed by Melissa Fogel. Welcome.
Howdy, how you doing? This map is serendipitous because it looks like detonation zones and blast radiuses from Metro into Burbank. And I don't quite understand how this is going to help us as citizens. We talk about high quality buses, but does Metro really take care of their buses already? They're like mobile homeless encampments. But thoughtful development is not what BR 79 is. It's not thoughtful at all. When you give and you secede your all's power to developers, you're going to see all these people. Where are all the old people or older people, the residents that take advantage of Prop 13 that will be displaced with these buildings? What are you going to do? How are we going to be moved? Eminent domain, and I've lived here 26 years.
Thanks for your comment. Next up is Melissa Fogel, followed by Kevin Harrop. Welcome.
My name is Melissa Fogel, and I've lived in the proposed orange zone for 20 years. Olive needs to remain mixed flow. Reducing Olive from 2 lanes to 1 will push traffic into our neighborhoods. Drivers will divert to Alameda and Verdugo, streets where we already have multiple traffic fatality memorials, at least 5 by my casual morning walk count. 1 lane on Olive is a safety issue because it shifts congestion and risk onto residential streets. And this doesn't even account for students walking near Huerta and Burroughs every day. Keep Olive mixed flow and protect the surrounding neighborhoods from the unintended consequences of diverted traffic.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kevin Harrop, followed by Linda DeAndrea. Welcome.
Hello. I just want to say that the dedicated bus lines are a bad idea. I understand that the buses will be transiting the city in 90 seconds less compared to how much congestion for cars. The total loss will be substantial. I don't think many people in this city know about this, but I do think that they'll be furious if the bus lanes dedicated bus lanes go in. Regarding SB 79, you have to move heaven and earth to see to it that that does not take effect here in Burbank. My home will become valueless, absolutely valueless, and it's the main asset I have to give to my daughter when I die. I want that work I put in over the last 25 years to mean something and to be something.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Linda DeAndrea. Oh, you guys are doing so good. So good. Let's reset. Jazz hands. All right, next up is Linda DeAndrea, followed by Randy West. Is Linda here? No? Okay, so next up is Randy West, followed by Ava Moore. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for hearing me out on this thing. Who runs this town? Hello? You do. Not MTA. Nobody else has the interest of this town. Yes, I live here and I own here, and I want to continue to live this small town feel that you guys put at the bottom of all your press releases. And that's 79 and all that. You've already been misled and lied to. These are all very flexible, floating, changes come out of Sacramento. Once you give into anything, no telling what will happen to this city. I don't say mixed flow, I say no flow. Where's the ridership for this thing? Okay, cities that have very advanced public transit, 1880s for San Francisco, 1905 for New York City, too late. We're a car town, and I don't know how you're going to change that with a limited amount of ridership you're going to get. Mixed flow or no flow? Thank you very much. That should be about, there you go.
All right, next up is Ava Moore, followed by Nellie Rumi. Welcome.
The second best time to plant a tree is today. My name is Ava Moore. I've lived in Burbank my entire life. I'm a Burbank driver, busser, biker, and voter, and I am here to voice support for a dedicated BRT bus lane. As a 20-year-old and as a California resident, climate change is an incredibly alarming issue to me and my family. A dedicated bus lane will be the single most efficient way to get people down Olive Avenue, therefore being the most sustainable, climate-friendly option. City Council members, dare to build the town of the future. Think of the children. Build sustainable transit. And also, if the City Council is so wise as to go through with this motion, consider adding some shade trees along Olive Avenue and encouraging walkability. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Nellie Rumi, followed by Amanda Faisal. Amanda Faisal. Huh. Nice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
SB 79. As it is, public buses in Burbank run with very few passengers. We do not want to take buses away. That wouldn't be very good for those that rely on the system. So please do not take away 2 lanes on major streets for the rest of us, because we know what it will cause. A lot of congestion. We already have problems with e-bikes, scooters that are sometimes reckless and very scary. So SB 79 will bring in new affordable, very large housing complexes in Burbank, which would be high-rise buildings. We do not have a shortage of housing in Burbank. We have a surplus of housing, as there are many available units. A good example would be the large complex that overlook the 5 freeway and the railroad tracks. They have very low occupancy, unfortunately.
Thank you for your comment. That's your 1 minute. Thank you. Next up is Amanda Faisal, followed by Maxine Hillman.
Hello, I'm here with a letter from Assemblymember Schultz and Senator Menjivar. We submit this joint letter to express our support for the City of Burbank to continue working collaboratively with Metro to implement a high-quality transit project, the North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT. Our understanding is that tonight's discussion centers around the following topics. 1, Metro's current BRT project timing. 2, confirmation of the BRT project's potential SB 79 stop designations at 5 of 6 Burbank stations. And 3, city proposals made to Metro to ensure SB 79 densifies do not impact the city's infrastructure without proper environmental analysis. As the City of Burbank contemplates its next steps, we want to reassure the City Council and staff that our offices remain available for clarification and assistance as you continue conversations with Metro. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely signed, Assemblymember Nick Schultz and Senator Menjivar. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Maxine Hillman, followed by Ben Hillman. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maxine Hillman, and I am a Burbank resident. Not only am I a Burbank resident, but I live just off Glen Oaks on a street that already gets a ton of overflow traffic when folks are trying to find a faster way to get around town. In a neighborhood that already has high-density housing. I can only imagine that the traffic will initially get worse with the addition of the BRT. And yet I support the BRT. We need additional methods of transportation in this city, and the people who work here, who spend their money here, should be able to live here. I can't support representatives that approach the world with an isolationist approach. Hearing every iteration of, and that gets rid of SB 79 could more easily be translated to, and that gets rid of people. The people are going to move into town regardless, and if they don't move here, they'll move into neighboring communities and still come to Burbank for dining, entertainment, and recreation. If we are not prepared with ways for people to better move, not just within Burbank, but through it, traffic near me will still be a nightmare. So I urge you to support the BRT and SB 79. Be forward-thinking and proactive, not reactive when it's a problem you can't fix. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ben Hillman, followed by Brett Ingram.
Hello. I support SB 79 and the full dedicated bus lanes. I'm a Burbank resident. That shouldn't really matter, though. We're the home to the largest AMC theater in America, largest IKEA in America. We've got Disney, we've got Warner Brothers, 3 heavy rail stations, 2 major freeways, and the best-kept secret airport in the entire country. Plus, there's numerous small businesses that everyone here either supports or works at. We move about this city of 100,000 people to work and play, and we are a member of the greater Los Angeles metropolis. We intermingle with neighboring cities with a greater populations than our own. This is not a sleepy bedroom community. Doing nothing to cater to the influx of people we need to keep the city running is not a neutral choice if we don't plan for the growth around us. Traffic on Olive and all streets in Burbank will get worse. Dedicated bus lanes and SB 79, let's go. I think that's basically my time. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to do a quick pause real quick. We did not receive any requests for interpreters, so you are welcome to head out and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being here and offering your services for us. Appreciate it. Or you can stay if you want to be, if you're curious. All right, next up is Brett Ingram, followed by Andrew Vasquez.
Hello, my name is Brett Ingram. I am a resident and homeowner and taxpayer in Burbank. And I absolutely oppose the BRT project for 3 reasons. Number 1, added congestion in already heavy trafficked areas. Number 2, the zoning, which quite frankly, I live on Fairview Street right next to the hot zone, and that could seriously impact the value of our home. And then number 3, the safety of our children. Stevenson Elementary is so close. What's going to happen when we need to have parents, I'm a parent, and they need to pick up their kids, and that added congestion is going to be terrible. And then lastly, at the opening remarks, we talked about how wonderful it is living in Burbank. I asked the citizens of Burbank, is this project really wonderful? Is this wonderful for us? I rest my time.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Just a breath.
The statements that have been made prior to me are probably better than what I could come up with by myself. However, I'm a Burbank resident, have been for the last 25 years. Mixed flow on Olive is what's necessary because otherwise we're going to have a lot of mess. But also, what about the people that are going to be affected by those buildings that are going to be built? What's going to happen with everyone that's already there? They're going to have to go somewhere, and that's not fair to them. Now, just because we have new buildings built doesn't mean they're going to be better. So we have to make sure that everything that we do affects the people of Burbank in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm not sure if there's chatter outside. I can hear chatter. I don't know where it's coming from. Just checking in. Okay, make sure we don't chat while people are talking. Thank you. All right, next up is Cheryl Weaver, followed by Beth Klinger. Welcome.
Welcome. Cheryl Weaver, local resident. First of all, I want to say big thank you to this council for the years and years of standing strong with your decision to do mixed flow until there's proof that there's 17,500 ridership on the BRT. That's important. It's a compromise. I know everybody hates compromise, but I think that is the best for both sides. This bus rapid transit can be implemented, many parts of it, as I was told earlier by David Kriske, that will still make it a BRT. I will say that one of the big things about the environmental impact reports that were done and all the reports that were done, they were done before the pandemic. So now, 30% of those people who used to commute do not commute anymore. They take the most green environmental way possible and stay home and work from home. That makes a huge difference in commuting. The other thing is with SB 79, all the other cities around us have slowed their roll.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Beth Klinger, followed by Fabiola Garcia. Welcome.
Hello, I am a Burbank resident, and I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed dedicated bus lane on Olive Avenue. While I understand and support the goal of improving public transportation, this proposal does not seem balanced with the impact it will have on the surrounding community. Based on the information I received at the meeting with Metro earlier this year, the dedicated lane is expected to save bus riders less than 5 minutes and have major impacts. In exchange for that small time savings, residents and local drivers will face increased traffic congestion, reduced parking availability, and longer travel times throughout nearby neighborhoods. I'm also deeply concerned about the unintended consequences on surrounding streets like Oak and Verdugo. Many drivers will likely use these roads as alternative routes to avoid congestion on Olive. That means more speeding and cut-through traffic in residential areas where children walk to and from school every day. The safety of our students and families should be a top priority. I respectfully ask the City Council to keep Olive mixed use.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Fabiola Garcia, followed by Patricia Moschetta.
Mayor, these two speakers have actually left the meeting, so the next speaker will be number 45.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Lyndon De La Torre, followed by Josh Friedman. Lyndon? Okay.
Can I begin?
Yep.
Cool. I'll keep this short. I'm speaking in support of the bus lanes on Olive Avenue. Now, I'll admit, I am not a Burbank resident. I actually live in Eagle Rock. But I do frequent Burbank a good amount. It currently takes 3 buses at around an hour to get from my place to Burbank. That is just a big headache for me. So this BRT project is very helpful for me. Let's see. And it's important to limit the amount of potential bottlenecks for this line. That includes Olive Avenue. It's bad to only have a mixed flow lane for this BRT. This just bunches the buses unnecessarily, and it makes me wait longer for any buses for this BRT line. And omitting bus lanes is just a bad faith decision for the Metro line itself. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Josh Friedman, followed by Paul Gerard. Welcome.
Hi. So I'm a longtime resident right here in the blast radius, right there, Olive and Verdugo. And I think it's a terrible idea because, number one, the congestion impact is being grossly underestimated. And number two, the neighborhood character is going to be destroyed by the zoning changes that are triggered here. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Paul Gerard, followed by Kenneth, I think it says Patak. Welcome.
I'm a Burbank resident. I support mass transit and I support quick ways to get to and from places. I don't like the idea that it immediately triggers a rezoning of all of the residents around here. I think a lot of people think that this will actually, by building more apartment buildings, will make things better. But when they actually look into, the Avalon Bay group and the different companies that are actually behind this move to what they call YIMBY, move more concentrated housing into places, you'll find out that as the Attorney General of California has been suing them, that they rig rent prices so young, struggling kids get screwed over. So they think they're rooting for something that's going to help them, when in fact they're rooting for something that's ultimately going to hurt them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kenneth Patak, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Hi, Council. I'm a Burbank resident for 50 years, born and raised. This is unbelievable. You guys already approved Raising Cane's. You made a mess out of my street. I live in right there on Orchard. I lived there for 50 years. You blocked my road. I can't get through. Now you want to turn it into a one-lane thoroughfare? Mixed. We want mixed. It is unbelievable what the council has done to the city of Burbank. I've been here for 50 years. I've seen the city change dramatically, and it is bad. I don't want to see any more of this fiasco. You took down our bowling alley. You're building apartments over here on Magnolia. You know what it's going to do to the city? It's already crowded as is. It takes me 22 minutes to get from my house to the freeway off of Alameda because of traffic. Just to get out, I need a light. It is bad because people are going up and down there, speeding up and down.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Joe Pimienta and Baby. And after that is Lee Keeler. Welcome.
Hi, we'd apologize for the disruptance, but we're here. Anyways, throughout some time now, I've been coming to this podium speaking about why I support the BRT, and I stand by everything that I'm saying. I'm not going to repeat a lot because I'm short for time. But I am just going to say directly, like for instance, it took me 35 minutes to get here today because I had to take a bus that was stuck on traffic. It would have been a lot faster if I would have walked here. Now, the other thing that I wanted to point out is that mixed flow is myopic. It really is. It doesn't present a possible solution. It doesn't look towards the future where, yes, you will be losing driving lanes, but that also gives the opportunity for more people to be using public transit as an alternative. That is why we're keeping it in focus, and that is why dedicated bus lanes are a good use for the future. And just flat out, it's environmentally irresponsible to not support more public transit. The data backs that. The information is all back there, and I'll just keep that in mind. Once again, thank you for your work, and I'll see you on the next one.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Lee Keeler, followed by David Emma.
Oh man, great voices and minds here today. Win, lose, or draw. I'm an educator. I'm a Burbank resident speaking on behalf of working class renters under the age of 50 who make under $40,000 a year and work in service of their community. I support the dedicated bus lane. Gas and vehicle expenses are mounting. The need for metro transport is growing. As an educator who took the bus for my teaching job from Los Feliz to Pasadena, the bus kept me alive. The voices we are not hearing today are the people of Glendale, the people of North Hollywood, and people of any lower income or disabilities who need the bus lines to work and simply exist. The city is part of a larger community. To deny that progress is an affront to our role as citizens of Los Angeles County.
All of us. Yeah, stay this way. Yeah.
Olive can adapt and the rush hours can extend. We know the side streets, we can use them. I understand the anxiety of the growth. If you're worried about riffraff, we have cops to spare.
Thank you for your comment.
People watch every move we make.
Please do not go past your minute. Thank you. Just a reminder that when you speak, you're speaking to us. Do not turn to the audience. This is, no, I didn't give that instruction earlier. My apologies. But so stay facing us and breathe. Okay. Yes. All right. Next up is David Emma, followed by Max Sinovois. I think it's. Welcome.
Olive is obviously
already congested. I can almost guarantee that this proposed dedicated bus lane will not sufficiently encourage enough people to start taking the bus in lieu of driving their own cars. I live near the intersection of Olive, Verdugo, and Sparks, which is already busy with several high-traffic businesses and traffic light delays. The quality of life and the unique character of Burbank is slowly being compromised with money-grabbing developments that are replacing landmarks and creating more and more congestion. Creating this bus lane will only add to Burbank's demise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Max Sinovois, followed by Taylor Sinovois. Welcome.
Hi, I'm passionately against this craziness. I've been in finance for 40 years, used to work on Wall Street, and I tell you that because this is the worst thing ever for affordability. There are some in the crowd that believe that it's good, but we can actually look at facts. We can look at new buildings that have already been built, right? We can look across the street from Flappers, right? And I think everyone here should call there after this meeting and find out that the rents for an apartment are $6,000 to $8,000. So when we talk about building more buildings, these aren't going to be low-income buildings. These are going to be luxury buildings. So I know a lot of people say, wow, this is good, but this is horrific. It's horrific for affordability. It's only going to make our city more expensive, take up lanes, more traffic, and put small businesses out of business where people can go and park near big businesses. And that's not fair. This is the Burbank City Council, and you're here to protect Burbank residents, taxpayers. And none of us want this.
Okay. Please. Next up is Taylor Sinovois, followed by Axel Lopez.
Hi, my name is Taylor Sinovoy, and I was born and raised here in Burbank. I'm speaking today because I'm strongly against SB 79 and BRT. Burbank is not Los Angeles, and most Burbank citizens do not want it to turn into Los Angeles. People love the city because it's safe, community-centered, and has that small town feel, and that's what makes Burbank special. I intend to raise my future children in Burbank, my Burbank, the Burbank so many of us grew up loving, not a crowded metropolis filled with high-rises like Manhattan. If that was the lifestyle that I wanted for me and my family, I would move somewhere else, because this is not designed for that. But that is not what Burbank is, and it's not what residents want it to become. So please protect our Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, okay. I have a little lecture set up that I will pause the meeting and read it, or we cannot clap and I won't read it, so your choice. All right, next up is Axel Lopez, followed by Alan Dermadorsian. Welcome.
Okay. I urge the Burbank City Council to support the BRT project as originally designed, including the dedicated bus lane on Olive Avenue. Dedicated lanes are essential to providing fast, reliable transit and connecting major job centers, schools, and neighborhood across the corridor. Delaying or weakening the project will only reduce its effectiveness and hurt riders who depend on better transit options.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Alan Dermadarsian, followed by Samantha Wick. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a resident of Burbank. Let me state from the outset, I'm opposed to the dedicated bus lanes and proposed changes from SB 79. Having read the report on the council's negotiations with the Metro, I am encouraged by their efforts to assert the needs of Burbank residents. I encourage the council to partner with other cities like Pasadena to use every legal avenue possible, including lawsuits against the Metro, to stop them from implementing what is nothing more than a criminal land grab of our city streets. It is the families of Burbank who live, work, and drive their children to school every day that will suffer this undue burden and nuisance upon their lives. In closing, stop the illegal Metro land grab of our streets and their ill-advised attempts to change people's driving habits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Samantha Wick, followed by Douglas Leader. Welcome.
Hi, Samantha Wick. I'm here today as a resident, not as anybody on the Planning Commission, just wanted to get that out there. It's pretty well documented that I'm a pretty big fan of public transportation, but I have serious concerns about the BRT. If we are going to invest millions into major transit infrastructure, we should think bigger and think long-term. Subways, for instance, create high-capacity transit without permanently changing streets. I know that is not what is in front of you tonight, but it is what should be. We should be asking Metro to be a better partner to Burbank, not asking Burbank to settle for an inferior product. Then there's the SB 79 factor. It will trigger increases in density near transit stops while reducing local control even more. That will change how our city looks and operates forever and our neighborhoods forever. This is not an argument against transit and growth. If anything, the opening of the D-Line subway extension recently shows there is a desire and need for transit. It is an argument for Burbank as a city to do better and push back. I know there will be rhetoric saying we should take what we should get and that this is a gift, but not every gift is a good one.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Douglas, I think, Leader, followed by David Taylor. Is Douglas? That's you? All right. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Doug Leader. I am a town resident. I usually don't come out for these sort of things. I usually trust experts are here and there's passionate debate, and that's been great. But it still made me come out this time because I worry. There's a lot of conversation already about the children and the future and this and that. My son and I started riding our bikes to school. Pretty cool. I do love the bike lanes. But, I worry about what this turns into. Not just biking to school, to Stevenson from our opposite corner, caddy corner of Olive and Buena Vista. Having to cross that street, but also just riding around town. We've heard comments about people taking those shortcuts through there, and it's difficult enough to trust the other cars that we see cruising through our neighborhoods. Multiplying that, I'm worried will make it all the more difficult to really be able to branch out. That went quick. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Yeah, it goes fast. David. Next up is David Taylor, followed by. I think it says Zareen. O is the first letter. Okay. So first up we have David Taylor. Is David here? Okay. Don't see David. Oh, you're not speaking. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Next up is Zareen O, followed by Ani McCurchian. Welcome.
Hello, I'm a Burbank resident for 30 years. Me and my family have been living in here in Burbank, and me and my husband, we are the government employee. We pay taxes, so I support public transportation improvement. However, I strongly oppose dedicated bus lanes and Olive Avenue. I'm concerned this project could trigger SB 79 and lead to increased high-density development with reduced parking requirements that will permanently change our neighborhoods. Please support a mixed-flow alternative that improves transit without removing traffic lanes on reducing local control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ani McCurchian, followed by Chris Yosefi. Welcome.
Hello, I have been a Burbank resident my entire life. I strongly oppose the dedicated bus lane. Although I support public transportation, this bus lane is a safety hazard. There is a elderly living home right there. I walk by every day. I'm a medical social worker, and I see them call 911 every day. It's just going to be a huge safety hazard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Chris Yosefi, followed by Kristen Studdard. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Chris Yosefi, and I strongly oppose the BRT and SB 79. Currently, our routes are underutilized. Take a walk on Olive at 5 o'clock and you will see no more than 3-ish people on the bus at any given time. That's supposed to be our busy time. The BRT is simply unnecessary. SB 79 destroys the city, destroys what we all moved to Burbank for, destroys what we love. Bigger buildings does not mean affordable. The mandate for Burbank is only 15% have to be affordable housing. If on a 100-unit building, that's 15 families get to have that, 85 get stuck with $6,000 a month or what have you. We don't have infrastructure to support this. The public's already unhappy about the parking situation. This is premature. We need overflowing at our current bus routes before we implement something like this. In the past months, I have spoken to people. There is clear pushback. This is a representative democracy. Listen to the people. This process feels like Burbank is being bullied by Sacramento and Metro.
Thank you for your
That's all
comment.
I got.
Next up is Kristen Studdard, followed by Emily Gable-Luddy. Welcome.
Hello, I'm a homeowner. I live a block from Olive Avenue in one of these orange zones that people are very afraid of, and I am staunchly in favor of the BRT, including a dedicated bus lane. Rapid transit only works if it's truly rapid. We need to make public transit the best it can be so that people will use it. We already have slow buses. We don't need more of them. We need actual efficient transit options that people will actually use. We also desperately need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These buses will be zero emissions and they will take cars off the road, having a positive impact on air quality. I want to make Burbank I want to make continuing living in Burbank and this region affordable. We cannot continue to be tethered to cars when gas is over $6 a gallon. Creating alternative transit options is crucial to ensuring affordability in our city and the region. As for housing density, it's concerning to me that we seem to be dead set on getting around SB 79. We're in the middle of a housing crisis and it seems many people want to pull up the ladder behind them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Emily Gable-Luddy, followed by Ron Bax. Welcome.
I love transit that works for everyone, including the riders and the neighborhoods. And you've heard from the neighborhoods today that are directly adjacent to these transit stops. It is one of the unstudied impacts in the final EIR for the BRT. They never looked at the intersection impacts, so the neighbors you hear today that are concerned about it have absolutely the right idea that mixed flow is the nuanced position that you as council have been holding the line on for several years now. SB 79 has changed everything. I'm concerned people think new development will stay neatly on Olive Avenue, but that is not how real estate development works. Development focuses on highest and best use. Under SB 79, it will pop up wherever a developer can make a profit within a half mile of a station stop. That is not the legacy we want in this city for both impact on services, transportation, and land use. Even the city's proposed peak hour compromise plan still expects neighborhood congestion impacts at commute hours.
Thank
the
you
staff
for your
says
comment.
so
Thank
directly.
you for your comment. Thank you. Next up is Ron Bax, followed by Mary O'Hare. Welcome.
Good evening. I think you should have planned or announced this like more than 10 days before. You should have chosen a larger venue, like maybe an auditorium at Burroughs or Burbank High. But I'm here to offer a solution. Take Olive and make it like Olive above Glen Oaks, but this time put a bike lane in there. Then you'd be down to one lane both directions, okay? You couldn't have a dedicated lane then, so it wouldn't invoke SB 79, all right? Now, that was better to have, thank you. It's better to have one lane rather than one lane with no parking, or one lane with no parking in the entire area. So please consider that as an option. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mary O'Hare, followed by Julie Cahill, I think it says. Welcome.
Thank you, and please hold the line. I support public transportation and the BRT, but I want to talk about Burbank, its children, and future. Burbank faces an existential crisis of both solvency and safety because of dedicated lanes on the BRT. Solvency, well, the city manager and the city attorney told you at a meeting, it seems far time ago, what solvency, what dedicated lanes, what SB 79 means to Burbank. We cannot afford dedicated lanes. Safety, our neighborhood and two others down in the south found out that they are now in the fire zones, very high, high, and moderate. Do we think we should be putting renters in 6 to 9-story buildings in that place?
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Cahill, followed by April Fangio. Welcome.
Thank you. I don't oppose public transportation, but I oppose this project. I have lived in the Toluca Lake area of Burbank since 1999, and the BRT will trigger SB 79 in my neighborhood. Unfortunately, much of this area and to the east has been designated a high and very high fire zone per CAL Fire Severity Zone map. Altadena and the Palisades began as wildfires that quickly became urban conflagrations, with thousands evacuating their homes all at the same time. The multi-story apartment buildings that will be allowed will have lots of residents and little to no parking. Residents of these developments will apparently have to drag all their worldly possessions to the nearby bus stop. Please think of these future residents and us existing residents and oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before we move, I just want to note for the public record, I'm stepping away to pump. I have a little one. I will be back. I will be watching.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. And next up is April Fangio, followed by Danielle V. Welcome.
Burbank residents deserve the opportunity to actually experience what this would look like and feel like before permanent decisions are made. If dedicated bus lanes truly improve mobility without harming our city, then keep them. If they create unacceptable traffic congestion, neighborhood impacts, business disruption, or safety concerns, then you'll be the heroes of Burbank for standing up to what LA Metro almost forced upon our community. Be our voice to Metro. Let's be scientific. Let's test the theory before permanently transitioning one of Burbank's most important corridors. And remember, no deal is better than a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Danielle V., followed by Bernie Dorisbor. Welcome.
Hello. I'm here in opposition of the BRT for obvious reasons that everyone has stated. Safety is my number one issue. I had a cause to drive up and down Olive 3 times today. And if I had one lane, it would have taken me probably, 3 times as long. So we do have, we have a bus. We have an existing bus. We need to keep it mixed flow. Just not having, and all the businesses on Olive, I think about all those where I literally just pull up in front of a business and go in, come out. Those businesses are going to suffer. And does that help a small town like Burbank? This is not for Burbank. This is for all the outlying cities. So that's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Bernie Dorisbor, followed by Paul Fee. Welcome.
Frankly, I'm disappointed that the city of Burbank is even considering taking 2 lanes off of Olive Avenue. I've lived within a block of Olive all 85 years of my life. At one time, I worked 6 years at the corner of Olive, Verdugo, and Sparks. I'm well familiar with the traffic that comes up and down the street. This is absolutely ridiculous to even consider this. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Paul Fee, followed by Diana Morris. Welcome.
Hi. Paul Fee, born and raised in Burbank, raised my children in Burbank, grandchildren in Burbank. I'd like to see my grandchildren raise their grandchildren in Burbank, in a community where people know each other, where we see our neighbors walking down the street, where we feel like it's home. This isn't home.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Diana Morris, followed by Craig Hampel. Welcome.
Bit nervous. I don't normally do this. Hi. I'm against the BRT and the SB 79. I live at Verdugo and Virginia. I'm just a little bit in, which will greatly affect. I don't understand how putting a BRT down Verdugo when you have a bus line already on Olive and they cross over each other. I go and I look at bus stops and I don't see hardly anybody on them. I don't know why you guys I pray and hope that you guys oppose it. I don't think it's worth the, sorry, I'm just nervous, but I just don't think it's worth putting in and wrecking our community. And what about the property owners? Where are they going to go? And who wants a big, huge apartment building
Thank
looking
you for your
down at
comment.
your
Thank
down
you.
at your home? I would.
Next up is Craig Hample, followed by Alfonso Directo. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. I feel lucky today to support dedicated lanes on the BRT, and as luck would have it, if we can move to more connected, more humane, more human-focused, and accessible public transportation system for all. The BRT is really a tiny shift in the big picture of Los Angeles. Second, I'm going to make a sincere apology to the generations who will ultimately have to clean up the legacy of automobile mistakes, and that's including the denial, dominance, and dependency of it. There's a simple guiding question that I like to use. Are we supporting or destroying life? And public transportation is one of those things that really has a positive effect. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Alfonso Directo, followed by Debbie Kay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Alfonso Directo Jr., and I'm the Advocacy Director at ACT LA, a coalition of 50 organizations advancing housing and transit justice in LA County, of which Burbank is a part. I'm also a transit rider on Bus Line 94, MetroLink, and a licensed civil engineer and Burbank resident. We urge the City Council to commit to approve permits for dedicated lane on Olive. No to Pasadena would remake city streets to improve pedestrian safety, in short, by shortening the distance needed to cross the street. Ideally, Metro should also install a dedicated bike lane and posts to separate drivers from bus and bike lanes. Existing streets on Olive enables high-speed car traffic, which is unsafe, unhealthy, and hampers business. Older adults and young pedestrians are killed or severely injured in Burbank streets 2 times more than in LA County, and that's largely due to poor street design. We urge the City Council to follow through with its Safer Streets plan and dedicate a bus lane on Olive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Debbie Kay, followed by Phil Booth. Welcome.
So much stuff. Thank you, council members, mayor, vice mayor. Thank you for letting me speak my opinion here. I actually kind of changed up my whole speech. Everybody knows how much I love Burbank. I mean, this is my home. And it does have such a small town feel to it. And we care about each other here a lot. I do oppose the BRT and SB 79 impacts that it will have on our city. And I'm somebody who really cares about the environment. I've been driving a Generation 1 electric car for a long time now. I'm a vegetarian. I try to do things to help this planet. But this is not the answer. This is going, you have to weigh options, and people have been talking about all of the impacts this is going to have on our city. And to me, it's opening up a Pandora's box of impacts.
Thank you for your comment.
You.
Thank you. Next up is Phil Booth, followed by Marie Atabadi. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I live in Burbank 30 years. I'm a bus rider. I've ridden buses on and off all my life. I've ridden buses in New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Boston, San Diego, Portland, Miami, even St. Louis. And I felt safer in all of them than on an LA Metro bus. I have tremendous respect for bus drivers, too. They should get hazard pay like police officers. Any money that Metro has, they should put into making it safe to ride existing buses and subways. Anyone in this room that believes that significantly increasing density in neighborhoods that were never intended or designed for it, and at the same time take up 2 entire traffic lanes for big buses that are practically empty, interfering with local businesses and parking while also creating traffic jams, with the hope that someday someone will be brave enough to board those buses.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Marie Atabadi, followed by Corey Mensing. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Marie Arabache. I'm a Burbank resident for the last 40 years, business owner, and homeowner. I pay over $10,000 in taxes, or 20 or more. I have a business, I pay a lot of taxes, and I grew up in Long Beach. And you know why I moved to Burbank? Because of its safety. I wanted to raise my kids' safety. At 10 years old in Long Beach, I was a gangbanger at 10 years old with a knife. And yes, in Long Beach, I rode the bus. Here, nobody uses the bus. Only people that come from the outside like I used to, from Long Beach. But you know what? You forgot that there was people killed. Killed last year, the bus drivers that were driving here. There were several drivers that got killed. And as a Burbank owner and as a business owner, I oppose everything you're doing because you're not from here. You're not from Burbank. A lot of you are not from Burbank.
Thank you for your comment. Your 1 minute's done. Your 1 minute's done. Please, thank you. Next up is Corey Mensing, followed by Kevin, looks like McCanner. Welcome.
I have a photo. Did that come? Okay. And I am speaking on behalf of myself. So this is Olive Avenue in 1911. The town was gathered for the opening of the Red Car Pacific Electric Railway. Look how happy they look, especially the horse. The horse is like, finally, you're off my back. So I've heard things like Olive is wide for cars, but it's always been wide. It's always been a main artery for transit, horses, going all the way back to native trails. And it's always adapted. I've heard a lot of misinformation from people who've never taken a bus before, but the only way this is going to work if there's a dedicated lane. Most importantly, this is for everyone. I've heard a lot of us versus them, especially today here, but this is something everyone can use, and I want Burbank to be a leader, not a follower, not resistant, and especially not resistant to things that will improve quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kevin McCanner, followed by Colin Vamsgan. Welcome.
Hi, guys.
Oh.
Thank you.
McCartney.
I'm going to speak a little bit differently. I have notes. I never read them, so I'm just going to look at you and talk to you. The feeling of the BRT as it's trying to be pushed on us feels like a betrayal of the Burbank people. And it feels like a betrayal because it's not what everybody wants. And I know that there are some people that do want it, but the mixed flow is public transportation. It's not against public. Mixed flow is public transportation. And so if it is mixed, it's just a matter of how fast you want to get to Pasadena. And if it's only about the speed, then we really should think twice about improving the city, or by not going and taking away the parking for the businesses and just destroying the magic of Olive. And I think that's what's going to happen if this goes through the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Colin Wamskins, I want to say. Okay, and followed by Sunny Singer. Welcome.
Hi, Council. My name is Colin Wamskans. I live in Magnolia Park, and my wife and I moved to Burbank so that we could have our children go to school in a place where they did not have to drive. We didn't have to drive them to school, and so far that has been how we've lived our lives here. Basically, to sort of talk about public transit as part of that, if it doesn't work smoothly, people don't ride it. That's one of the reasons why, as a transit rider, I'm not often on the 94 bus, because it only comes every 45 minutes during times where I need to take it. BRT will be coming more frequently, and when it delays it, it means there's less ridership, and less ridership means fewer people doing things like I would do, which is take the bus to get to downtown, to get down to Burbank, to get to Glendale, to get to Eagle Rock and beyond. Also, for quickly on SB 79, the city's losing residents, and it would be too expensive for me to move into at this point. We need more housing in order to push down housing costs for new families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Sunny Singer, followed by Cameron Tennyson. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I'm a Burbank resident since 1952. And about half of my life, I've been on the Hill, and now I'm in the orange zone. Before permanently closing olive to single use. I would like to see if there's a proven test of at least 6 months to see additional how much the ridership is, to see if it makes sense to have one lane dedicated just to buses. You've already reduced Verdugo to one lane. Reducing Olive to one lane puts Magnolia in a traffic nightmare. We tout the city as the media center capital of the world. Why make it more difficult for people to drive in and out to work? If you really want to expand public transportation in Burbank, then the Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank, North Hollywood line should definitely include the Burbank Airport. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cameron Tennyson, followed by Chris Chandler. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Cameron Tennyson. I have lived in Burbank since 2019. I live in one of the hot zones, and I also pay taxes. I'll briefly say I support public transportation. In fact, I think we need to go further. A subway would be just so ideal. It is impossible to get to Hollywood by taking public transportation. It's like an hour, hour and a half. The main thing I want to say is that today we've seen so many people say nobody takes the bus. And in a way, they are correct, because to them, the people who do take public transportation are nobodies. We have one demographic of people who is resenting another demographic of people. Burbank is an amazing place that I love so much. But unlike the majority of people here who want to keep it a retirement home, I want to share it for everyone that wants to be here.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Chris Chandler, followed by James. Welcome.
My name is Chris Chandler. I'm a renter here. My wife grew up in Burbank and graduated from Burbank High in 2005. We want to raise our 2-year-old daughter here long term. But the schools my wife loved are struggling because young families increasingly can't afford to move here. Burbank's housing, businesses, and schools are spread out, making car dependence almost mandatory. Streets often feel unsafe for cyclists. Motorists in Burbank are openly hostile to cyclists on the road. There aren't even school buses, which is wild to me. Growing up in Ohio, I rode a school bus from kindergarten until I got a driver's license. And now the city is using SECA to slow down a project that could begin to change much of that. I'm asking the council to stop treating density and transit as threats and start treating housing costs and car dependency as the crisis that they already are. And with the rest of my time, I want to thank you for listening to the same arguments that you've heard ad nauseum.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is James, followed by Braden Day. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. So one of the things is you don't really have to look very far to figure out what happens when you institute bus lanes. Look at Mar Vista and Culver City. Everyone hates the lane reductions. If you do this, you're gonna have a mob down here, a riot. It's not gonna go well. So they used to be able to get up Venice Boulevard, no problem. All the way up down to the beach, all the way into Hollywood, left on La Brea. Now it's completely gridlocked. One of the things that you guys haven't thought about is that the driving economic force of Burbank is the entertainment industry. If you gridlock all of the roads here, people are not gonna wanna shoot in Burbank. The productions are gonna leave. They're gonna go somewhere else where they can just run their trucks around with no problem. Another thing that you guys haven't thought about is that you are basically getting rid of the American dream of people having the single-family homes by getting rid of single-family homes. If you get rid of single-family homes, people can't live there. They can't have like 3, 4, 5 kids in an apartment building. That's just not a thing. So you're gonna be ruining Burbank and potentially isolating the industry. You can't do this.
Thank you for your comment. Oh, so close. I know, right? We're almost there. We're at 80s. Okay, you guys. Okay. I know it feels good to clap. I know. But please don't. We only have about, we're at 85, and we've got about 13 commenters left in person. And then we have the callers afterwards, yeah. So next up is Braden Day, followed by Daniel Brown. Welcome.
Hey, y'all. I'm Braden. I've lived here all my life, and I'm on the Metro Youth Council. I live in an area that would be affected by SB 79 and have studied its impacts. And here's what I have to say. Let's build this rapid transit. This will be a high-capacity line with upgrade options in the future for light rail. It makes our roads safer by giving people another option if they prefer not to drive. That means less traffic for you, while allowing thousands more to live and commute in our city, and overall, make our city better and more affordable. There's been a lot of misconceptions about this project, and unfortunately a lot of them are manufactured. Please don't water this project down, because our metro system in Los Angeles has ridership numbers in the hundreds of millions, and we cannot let our city be left out from the public transportation revolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Daniel Brown, followed by Melissa Popovic.
Mayor Dan Brown opted not to speak. We can move on to the next speaker.
Got it. Okay. Next up is Melissa Popovic, followed by Jessica Vitanza. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Burbank resident, actually born and raised in Hollywood, moved to Burbank because of the community. I live in that circle. I'm opposed because of safety to the kids and the schools that are in the area. Recently, in the last few months, right outside the firehouse on Verdugo and Beechwood, a sign went up that reminded drivers of safety and pedestrians have the right of way. The fact that that's already happening now alarms me that what is going to happen when the dedicated bus lane happens and pushes these cars into these neighborhoods where I live and where others live. I'm opposed to. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jessica Vitanza, followed by Sandy Murphy. Welcome.
Thank you, members of council, for having us again today. For one, I appreciate these conversations because it gets me to council. I'm disappointed in the short notice. I speak not only on my behalf, but on the behalf of many of my clients. I own a gym here in Burbank, Functional Fitness on Verdugo, Olive and Sparks. I echo the voice of Samantha Wick here today. I am in support of public transit. I think we should have some really amazing transit. In fact, I have said forever, let's get a monorail system. But this, taking away 2 lanes from Olive and dedicating them to buses and buses alone doesn't make any sense when Burbank is a highly transient city. We know for a fact that we have in the past had tens of thousands of people drive into Burbank constantly and daily. And I know that's probably lower now because of a lot of the studios not being in business anymore. But I am opposed to the dedicated lanes and hope that we'll keep
Thank you for your
exploring.
comment. Next up is Sandy Murphy, followed by David Ford. Is Sandy here? Oh, okay. No Sandy? All right, the next up is David Ford, followed by Lorraine Las Pinas. Welcome.
It's nice being here today. My name is David Ford. I am from LA. I am in support of the BRT as well as the exclusive lane. Basically, there is an economic concept known as induced demand, and it would solve a lot of the transportation issues a lot of people have concerns for today. Essentially, less lanes often equal less traffic over time. More lanes, it's the same amount of people over time. You think that it would reduce the amount of people, but no, it just fills up again. No matter what you do, it's like if you add more and more parking. No matter how much parking you add, more people are going to show up. The same amount of spots are going to be taken. It's just going to be as frustrating as ever. There's no point in a mixed lane.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Lorraine Luspinas, followed by David Donahue.
Hello, my name is Lorraine. Technically, legally speaking, I'm technically from the city of LA, but I don't really identify as that. I'm more just an American citizen. Personally, I think we really need a dedicated lane because, like, someone said earlier that the 94 is only like every 45 minutes. I already have to do that just to go to college, okay? I have to deal with that just to go to Cal State Long Beach, okay? Like, come on. We need that dedicated lane. Because, like, we should probably also learn from, like, the J line that the Metro runs because that shit comes out, like, every 5 minutes. So, honestly, with that amount of convenience, I think we probably totally need that. Also, according to this place, for some people that want to keep this suburban, like, vision of the city, the future is now, old people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is David Donahue, followed by, looks like Michael Salai. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue,
and I'm the president of Vision Burbank. You might have heard about our work to be able to get people here today. So I just want to thank our team and the volunteers that came out. We've activated a lot of people. You all are stewards of this community. You are stewards of the residents and the business owners. It is your responsibility to be mindful, to be sensitive, and also to be measured, to take in the information. I do believe you have everything in front of you to be able to say no to Metro, no to dedicated lanes. The absolute incredible cost of $500 million to $1 billion for the infrastructure cost if dedicated lanes happen will sit on your shoulders. It will be your responsibility, and I ask you to be mindful of that. And I'm looking forward to the deliberation discussion with City Attorney Joe McDougall, because of the meeting in January, I think it was 27th, was highly insightful. And thank you for your decision that you're going to make.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Michael Salai, I want to say, and next after that is Virginia Mendez. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Michael Salai. I'm a father of 2, 5, and 3. My eldest goes to Roosevelt Elementary. My girls were here a few weeks back when you honored the bike bus that we participate in when we can. I work at a post house on Hollywood Way, which I had to leave early to attend this meeting today. I am here this afternoon to voice strong support for the dedicated lanes for this BRT project. We need to give riders the speed of service they deserve. My employer's parking already overflows into nearby neighborhoods, and I know my coworkers who would gladly not drive if they had a fast and reliable option. On the topic of SB 79, I had not yet mentioned where I live. We aren't privileged enough to have been gifted away into Burbank. My daughters and I commute from Van Nuys every weekday and occasionally on weekends for play dates and other activities. We are who you are locking out with your continued fight against new housing. We would love to live, work, and play in Burbank if able. Please pay attention to the dichotomy in age represented by the two sides of this argument. Don't take a better future from me and my daughters to appease those in their twilight years. Also, emergency vehicles can absolutely use their dedicated bus lanes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hey, you guys. Everybody has their First Amendment right to be able to say what they want to say without anything going on behind them. So we all want to respect each other. Please try to hold it in if somebody says something that you do not like or that you like, and just hang in there. Thank you. All right, next up is Virginia Mendez, followed by Paulina Stoll. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a lifelong resident here. My family moved here because of the community in Burbank. I went to John Burroughs High School. I've seen a lot of changes in Burbank that I haven't liked, but I understand, things happen. But this BRT, I say no completely to this. I mean, the community is going to change. You guys the people who are saying yes, a lot of them, and I heard that they're from they don't live here. They want to impact our community. They want to change how our community lives. And, this is going to drive, our property taxes. I live in one of those zones, and I don't want to see my community change. I love Burbank. Growing up, I used to hate it because I used to call it Burbank. But you know what? Now, as an older adult, I love Burbank as it is. And I don't want to see, it impacted negatively, which this will do. So please listen to the residents and vote on this the way the residents want. Remember, we will also vote in the future when you guys make decisions that we don't like. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Paulina Stoll, followed by Rosalinda Mendez. Welcome.
Hi. I live here, and this is my safe place. When people from other places that I know ask me, why do you live in Burbank? I live here because there's no traffic. I can park. I feel safe. Everything works here. The fire department works. The hospital, the police, everything works. It's so good. That's why I live here. I found that I was a little irritated when I came today and spent like 3 hours waiting to say something. I was irritated that I had to, because I look at you guys as my protectors. I want you to keep my city safe. I want my house and my place to stay safe. I don't want hundreds of new people and millions of cars. Thank you.
Next up is Rosalinda Mendez, followed by Cameron Hunter. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Rosalinda Mendez. I've been living here in Burbank since 1979. all of my children were, raised and went to school here in Burbank, and I'm opposing to this project because you already heard a lot of the arguments about opposing, and I support them. One of the reasons why I moved to Burbank is for safety, and I know that this project is not going to increase safety. So I really appreciate if you can take into consideration all the arguments that the people are, showing to you in opposing to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cameron Hunter, followed by Alex Arciniega. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. We appreciate you hearing us today. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I've, lifelong Burbankian, a lot of generations of Burbank. I've got 3 young ones in Burbank right now, and I like how safe Burbank is. I personally have been in situations in Metro before where safety was a concern. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but there is something to what Burbank is that this whole thing eliminates. And I don't think that even coming this far with this really gives onus to the people that have made Burbank the way it is. I want my kids to have the safe Burbank that I had. I really appreciate your consideration to really think about what the city is and continuing the legacy that it has been. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Alex Arciniega.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Takahashi, council members. I'm Alex. I'm here to support public transit. The BRT will be a wonderful addition to our community and a necessary connector. Fear as a motivator may work short-term, but as a long-term strategy, it doesn't provide the support and planning that the city needs to house our families. State mandates are important, as is following them, and we need a plan for sustained growth for the future. There are public health benefits to walking, using transit, and continued mobility. There's a lot of misinformation scaring families without real links. I urge the city to send official links from the city office, not for council members to spread misinformation. I support the BRT, a dedicated bus lane, sustainable planned growth. We need affordable housing and transit to continue to feed into our schools. Mayor Takahashi, please commit to your campaign promises of environmentalism.
Thank you for your comment. We have a few cards that they weren't here when I called, just double checking. Sandy Murphy, Linda DeAndrea, or Frank Gieb. Okay, so that's it for our in-person, and I will also go through the cards that were not speakers in a minute here. Okay, so we had 3 cards in support, 56 in opposition, 2 neutral. And let's see here. These are all. Did we have any that had cards that had comments that wanted to be read on them? Or are they all just general? I can look through it if you want.
No, they really were just talking about one lane, mixed lanes. There was one that just said that they needed more information. That was kind of the unique one.
Okay. Just checking there's nothing on here. Okay. All right. So that is that. And then we're going to move on to our phone calls. Madam City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, do we have phone callers waiting on the line?
We sure do. We'll patch them through shortly.
Okay.
The first speaker is Joseph Terranova.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Yes. I am a 20-year former member of the City of Burbank Traffic Commission, and I urge you to vote against the designated bus lane on Olive Avenue. Support the mixed flow. The detriments of a dedicated lane far outweigh any potential benefits. It would take me quite a significant amount of time to point out all the problems with it, and it mainly supported by numerous studies. Also, I urge the city of Burbank to join with SCAG and other cities throughout the state of California to overturn the very problematic SB 79. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Stella Gukasian.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. As a Burbank resident of over a decade, I support some more transit, but this one isn't it, and I strongly oppose the dedicated bus rapid transit lanes on Olive, because removing vehicle lanes and parking will really funnel heavy traffic into our residential neighborhoods, increase congestion, as others said, and hurt our local businesses. That's why we love Burbank. Furthermore, this multi-year construction process really, along with SB 79, introduced severe public health hazards, which I haven't heard mentioned that much today, including toxic construction dust, dangerous pedestrian conditions for our students, for our elderly, for all of us, and the chronic noise that disrupts nearby schools and the health of our children, and, hey, even our adults. Transit corridors really trigger high-density zoning, and as we know, that's coming down the pipeline, and that really takes away from our local decision-making authority. I respectfully urge this council to champion a mixed-flow alternative that preserves our street flexibility, protects our community's health, and maintains local control. More buses, yes. Faster buses, yes.
Thank
Don't
you.
lose safety.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathan Adair.
Welcome. Go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Nathan. A couple years ago, my wife and I decided to buy a place in Burbank, but we quickly realized that we were priced out from ever getting a single-family home. So we got a townhouse instead. Living in dense housing has been huge for us. Oftentimes, we get to the end of the weekend, and we realize we haven't even touched our cars because all of our destinations are within an easy walk of our place. As more working-class families realize that they can't buy single-family housing, they're going to look to dense housing as a solution. And if Burbank hasn't built that, then they're going to move somewhere that has and take their tax dollars with them. After that, they're going to be looking for cheap, fast, and reliable transportation to get into the city to their jobs. But if we haven't created that, then they're going to get jobs elsewhere, and again, those companies are going to follow them, they're going to leave. That is why I support SB 79 and dedicated bus lanes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane.
Welcome, Diane. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane. I'm a Burbank resident, and I strongly oppose BRT and SB 79. I'm a former NoHo resident who lived across from the metro station in NoHo. We do not need more congestion, reduced parking, and SB 79-related high-density development. Metro should not assume it has the right to redesign Burbank streets without the support of the people who live and work here. Further, Metro does not seem to have a record of bringing positive change to the communities it expands to. I saw this firsthand from living across from a Metro station in NoHo prior to moving to Burbank. That's actually one of the main reasons why I chose to move to Burbank. I personally think it's best to focus on reducing the metro crime rate before focusing on its expansion. Let's please do our best to not destroy Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is James Ingram.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is James. I am a hot zone homeowner, even though that doesn't matter, and I support dedicated BRT. Councilmember Mullins, you said tonight that you, quote, briefly served on a committee. However, I'm holding the California Attorney General's initial registration form CT1 for Vision Burbank. The attached list of directors names you as a founding director of this organization, not a committee member, a director on a sworn government filing. I'm asking the city attorney to note the direct discrepancy between your statement and this document, one that was made from the dais today. The other filed with the California Attorney General, and they cannot both be true. Have you filed the required Form 700 disclosures? Have you made a single public statement distancing yourself before tonight from the organization that you founded? Burbank voters passed Measure M by 68%, a supermajority, in 2016, a explicitly funding this BRT corridor. The opponents' ignorance of that mandate does not give their complaints credence.
Thank you for your
Additionally,
comment.
Vision
That's your
Burbank-
1 minute. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Al Rodas.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Council members, good afternoon. I'm Al Rodas, a 23-year resident of Burbank, where I reside with my family on Olive Avenue. I urge you to please give due consideration to the serious and legitimate concerns expressed by members of the public and by members of our own Burbank City staff related to the BRT project. I don't think the concerns should be dismissed or minimized. Implementation of the BRT with dedicated bus lanes would have far-reaching impacts to Burbank that cannot be glossed over. I am not opposed to public transportation. I am not opposed to progress, but it has to be done responsibly. I want a high quality of life for the people of Burbank and believe that should be the primary focus of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Jason Lewis.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I'm a 19-year resident, former renter, current homeowner, proud parent of 2 current Burbank Unified School District students, and I get around this city in my car purchased from Community Chevrolet, my bike, and the Burbank bus to Metro to my downtown LA office. I fully support dedicated bus lanes along Olive. People say they support public transit when they never take it. They are trying to preserve Burbank while ignoring the future. Burbank is not the Villages. It is a vibrant city that shares its airport with Glendale and Pasadena, just like it will the BRT. I live blocks from the BRT route and in the SB 79 hot zone, and I can't wait to take the true rapid transit to work. Metro has a dedicated right-of-way on Chandler. They could rip up for this, and they didn't. Businesses killed the red car, not government. Don't let businesses and folks who do not commute to work kill this opportunity for Burbank to move into the 21st century and not be stuck with only cars for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Nolan Sutherland.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a Burbank resident. I've lived here over 10 years, and I own a home in a single-family zoned area near Olive. I strongly support the BRT dedicated lanes and everything that entails. Sometimes people against this talk about the character and livability of our neighborhoods, and they only want to stop change. But burying your head in the sand does not stop change. Gas prices are higher, entertainment jobs are down, there are fewer students at Burbank USD where my 2 kids go, and rent and home ownership are outrageous. So the actual way to preserve the character and livability of Burbank is to support families and to support young people so they can afford to live here as they did in the past. We need public transit. We need to support tenants, bring union jobs, build public housing. I want my kids to be able to live in Burbank, and how could they afford to if we shut down any change? Please support the BRT fully and completely.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is
Philip.
Philip DeZonia.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
My name is Philip. Thank you. I'm 32 years old. I live and work in Burbank. I was born in LA. I voted for Measure M. I strongly support dedicated bus lanes as Metro envisioned them. The more dedicated lanes BRT has, the more it will slash congestion. Just one full BRT bus means 40 to 60 less cars on the road, that many less accidents, that many more open parking spaces, 40 to 60 less cars between you and that green light. The idea that Burbank can't handle hundreds of millions of dollars gift from Metro, some of that amount which we residents paid for in sales tax is either misinformed or embarrassing. Now is the time for the City Council to rise to the occasion and make the most of this gift. I watched the City Council live stream right now as I waited. When it was starting, various cool shots of Burbank were shown, one of which was the Metrolink stopping at one of our stations. It's in the promo reel because it says Burbank is more than a truck stop. What are we saying by trying to neuter Metro's efforts to connect us to the rest of LA County? Don't come here? I, for one, think it would be nice to have more things to show in our promotional reel. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Sergio Ramirez.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my Gen Z and millennial coworkers who couldn't afford to take off work to be here. We're Burbank's largest workforce, and yet we can no longer afford to live here, all while paying 6 to 8 times more in taxes to subsidize Prop 13 recipients. Gridlock is a symptom of lack of total alternatives. we need to rebrand bus lanes to public service lanes because emergency services are the greatest benefactors. Faster transit means fewer cars, better parking, and more business. Induced demand favors the fastest route. If we make transit the fastest option, we pull bad or unfit drivers off our roads. It's a net positive. Let's commit to a 6-month experiment at least before making anything permanent. Finally, housing updates like SB 79 don't mean instant apartments. It means ADUs, granny flats, generating potential revenue for seniors on fixed incomes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Willie Anton.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I do support dedicated lanes in SB 79. The dedicated lanes put the R in BRT, and the BRT route is beyond just Burbank. It's a regional line for all of LA, and it'll bring in regional business for Burbank. Also, we can look to the future as the dedicated bus lane allows an opportunity for conversion to rail, which will allow even more transit. I also support SB 79. I hear a lot of people talking against it or trying to reduce it, but that seems nuts in this housing crisis that Burbank and the surrounding areas are facing. This will put housing near more transit, which will reduce the traffic that people are afraid of. I believe in the data based on countless cities like Berkeley and Austin that rents will lower, that congestion will lower, that safety will increase. I am someone who creates traffic in Burbank currently, and adding a BRT will help me take a car off these roads. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Brian Crosby.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
I hope you have the stamina to hear my comments. I've been waiting 2.5 hours, but it's enjoyable listening to everyone's comments. This upcoming BRT vote may be the most important of your careers. This isn't just about buses, it's about Burbank. You were elected to serve the citizens here, not Metro, and your duty is to protect our quality of life. As a lifelong Burbank resident of 68 years, I've seen traffic worsen over time. Removing lanes won't ease congestion, it will make it worse. I drive Verdugo daily and rarely see bikes in the dedicated lane, but often sit through multiple red lights and backed up traffic. Reducing Olive to one lane will create the same problem. Public transit ridership is declining all over LA, and our residents will pay the price if major streets are choked for empty buses. Show courage, vote for mixed flow, vote for Burbank and its people.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Laura Chapin.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Laura Chapin. I'm a homeowner. While the proposed changes presented today to make it so that the stops don't trigger SB 79, there is no guarantee that the guidance won't change and the SB 79 would apply after all. Please keep Olive mixed flow so that we do not have SB 79. And thank you very much for the work you have done. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Philip Taylor.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Philip. I'm currently at work, so I wanted to thank the council for allowing me to speak remotely. I strongly urge the council to provide a dedicated lane for the BRT on Olive. People want fast transportation. They want to be able to travel from one place to another quickly and efficiently. Giving the BRT its own dedicated lane will speed up travel times. It will also increase throughput on the streets, bringing more people to the area and to the businesses. This has been proven over and over again. It's really just simple common sense and clearly supported by research. So either you want fast and efficient transportation with a dedicated lane, or you want slow transportation and congestion. Those are the choices. It's really no more complicated than that. I strongly urge the council to provide a dedicated lane for the BRT on Olive and issue the permits immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Bouvier.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a Burbank resident. Please continue to prevent LA Metro from creating a dedicated BRT lane on Olive. Olive Avenue, as it is now, is a highly functioning artery for Burbank. If car lanes are lost, it will create a significant amount of congestion. People will find routes around the increased congestion, and they will use smaller side streets, better neighborhoods for pedestrians, children, schools, gather, making these areas dangerous rather than areas that are easy to use and safe to traverse. Small businesses will suffer by being passed over. Also, triggering of the SB 79 building projects is very concerning in terms of parking, congestion, and the beauty of the city of Burbank. I'm pro-public transit, but this proposal is not improving the city. Please don't ruin Olive Avenue and therefore the surrounding areas. Olive Avenue is a street that is actually working and handles a lot of traffic daily. Shrinking the lanes of traffic will negatively impact the way the surrounding areas are used by car traffic, negatively affect the quality of life for commuters and people who live.
Thank you for your comment. That's your 1 minute. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Mo.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Mo. I'm a small business owner and taxpayer, and I've been a Burbank resident for over 10 years now. I absolutely love this city. It's the longest place I've ever lived, and I care deeply about supporting the city's infrastructure because I hope to live here for many more years. This is why I support the construction and repair of dedicated bus lanes on Olive. I'm a driver, but I would rather have public transportation because I don't want to spend most of my life behind a wheel, and I want to be able to visit my friends in other parts of the city without it taking hours. Even I, as a driver, know that dedicated bus lanes improve traffic. It means less drivers on the road and less competition for parking because people can actually rely on these services instead of hoping the one bus an hour will show up on time. It also means less people commuting to the big studios in Burbank on the highway. Housing is already unaffordable. Jobs that aren't gig-driven are rapidly dwindling. The residents who can't show up to city council meetings at 3 p.m. on a weekday are desperate for affordable transportation. I urge my fellow residents, quit punishing the rest of us because you want to live in a time period that no longer exists. Delaying these updates that we've already spent money on is actually going to hurt working
Thank you for your
people
comment. That's your 1 minute. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next speaker is Annalisa Mo.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Annalisa. I am a resident of and homeowner in Burbank at North Hollywood Way in Verdugo, and I support dedicated bus lanes, BRT, and SB 79. Having more roadway capacity has repeatedly not solved congestion issues. It actually induces more driving. And we need to invest in improving transportation options that allow people to reliably get around without relying on a car. Other cities have shown that dedicated bus lanes improve speed, reliability, and transit use. On Broadway in Santa Monica, right by the pier, there's a designated bus lane that operates in one of the most active coastal areas and still functions effectively with a single-use traffic lane and bike lane. It can work, and it doesn't mean turning Burbank into some like bustling metropolis. It means a more sustainable, affordable, and livable Burbank by prioritizing transit so that driving is a choice and not a necessity. So please support priority infrastructure and transit-oriented
Thank you for your
development.
call. That's your minute. And next caller, please.
The next speaker is Simon Hamill.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
We chose Burbank 17 years ago. It was the one place in the country where a person could buy a single-family neighborhood experience near the media economy and not spend hours in traffic. Now our direct competitors who are winning the movie business offer that same thing, that single-family experience as a selling point, while our politicians brag it's the one place you can't get this in the future. Please do something to protect the streets along Glen Oaks. There is not one single open space at night going up for blocks. When you allow SB 79 seven-story buildings with no parking, there will be cars. The brand-new 573-unit intro apartment complex located directly across the street from the metro station, where rail, Burbank bus, metro bus, bikes, e-bikes, and good old feet are options for those new Burbankers, their parking deck is full of cars. It's irresponsible to think that people who rent the new seven-story buildings will not have cars. Don't throw Burbank under the BRT. Hold out for real, time-saving, road-clearing light rail when SB 79 is gone. Thanks for listening, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The last caller is Sam Goss.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi. I'm calling today to support the BRT and support SB 79. Mixed flow has shown over and over again in studies in similar cities and situations to slow down buses, make it less reliable, and not make it a true option. Without dedicated lanes, it's really just another slow bus caught in traffic with all the cars. If you drove to this meeting today, you are the traffic, and I do believe that cars do ruin cities. So it's time to embrace sustainable alternatives. Olive was always built for transit, and so we should return it to its glory days. Enough public space is given over to private property. Let's use our public property for the public good. It's concerning how many people have said us versus them and made a safety argument for buses.
Thank you for your call. That's your 1 minute. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so there being no further public comment, I now declare the special meeting public comment period closed. Perfect timing. Okay, so now does staff, so this is time for council and staff responses and discussion. Does staff have any initial responses? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I have 2 points to make. The first point is concerning an alleged conflict of interest with Vice Mayor Mullins. Absent an economic interest in the matter, Vice Mayor Mullins would not have a prohibiting conflict of interest that would require recusal. The only other primary concern for conflict of interest would be a reasonable probability of actual bias in a circumstance where due process was owed to a particular applicant. That's also not present in this case, and her disclosure at the beginning of this item seems sufficient. That's the first point. The second point is an update for City Council that earlier this afternoon, shortly before the meeting, I received notice from Metro's outside litigation counsel that yesterday afternoon they did file litigation challenging the city's denial of permits. They filed that yesterday afternoon. There's a technicality that, as far as I know, at this moment, they have not yet served that litigation, but it has been filed. So I just thought you should know that.
Okay. Any other staff response to the?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So obviously I don't need to respond to all of the multitude of comments, but I did identify some themes that I could respond to. I think the first one is we saw obviously a balance of comments on both sides about an issue that appears to be kind of a polar binary choice. It's either dedicated bus lanes and potential SB 79 or mixed flow and no SB 79. And we had folks that thought that dedicated lanes and SB 79 were both good. And we had a lot of folks that said that mixed flow and protection against SB 79 was good. I would say that it's not a binary choice, and if in the discussion we may talk more about that. The dedicated lanes with SB 79, pretty certain, pretty combined. One will probably beget the other. But on the other hand, mixed flow and therefore no SB 79, in theory, yes, mixed flow lanes will not trigger SB 79, but the way that we may get to mixed flow, particularly in light of Mr. McDougall's announcement just now about litigation, is that we either may get to mixed flow, but it may take a while, and in the meantime, SB 79 comes into effect, or while we think we have a good case that our streets and our environmental concerns are valid and will prevail, there is, of course, a chance that that doesn't happen, and if we do take an adversarial position with Metro on mixed flow and that we are unsuccessful, we still may end up with SB 79 impacts one way or the other. So I just wanted to, the theme I got was a binary choice of options, which I wish were true, because then the council and the community could really hash out and decide which way we want to go. But unfortunately, the issues are not very clear, particularly in the second option. So I just wanted to point that out, my observation with those themes. Also, some other overall comments that I heard some comments about the configuration on Olive Avenue and about parking lots and some other things. I just wanted to be clear that the city's position is mixed flow, which essentially is status quo, no changes. The Metro position would would take one of two travel lanes on Olive in each direction and convert that into a full-time bus lane, leaving one travel lane available for cars, one lane available for buses. The bus lane is used for right turners. The bus lane is also used for coming in and out of driveways, and the bus lane is used for bicycles. And it is not separate. It is striping on the street. It is pavement markings only and signage. And then the curb parking would vastly remain. Maybe a handful of spots here and there get removed, but overall all of the curb parking would remain. So that is how the configuration will work with the project. There is no parking impact, and I just wanted to clarify that. There was a comment about Glen Oaks and the median being completely blown out. I just want to clarify that the Glen Oaks median, by and large, is not changing. The dedicated bus lane is going to be taking the third travel lane in each direction on Glen Oaks and converting that into a bus lane, leaving two travel lanes in each direction for cars. The median will stay, the landscaping will stay. Only at the stations where will the median be modified, because the bus dives into the station about 200 feet on either side of the station, and for us it's Alameda. So that gets completely reconfigured for a station. We're relocating all the trees that are impacted. We've asked Metro to replace the trees, I think 2 or 3 to 1. They are landscaping what remains, so it will be blended. So I just wanted to clarify the median, the nice landscape median, old red car tracks will by and large remain intact. There was a lot of discussion about congestion and delay and spillover traffic and that being a trade-off, and we believe it will be a trade-off. The thing about how this project was analyzed with the way the state law works now for transportation review and environmental impact reports is that traffic congestion is no longer considered an environmental impact. So Metro's document was very light on traffic and congestion related issues. Instead, Metro evaluated the project under the rubric of vehicle miles traveled, which is overall, does the project increase or decrease the propensity for overall car driving? And because it's a transit project, they determined that that would induce more transit trips, pull people out of cars and onto the transit system, and would have a positive VMT impact, so there was no transportation impact. That being said, they did do some analysis leading up to the final EIR. To be frank, it was not well documented. You have to kind of pull clues out of various presentations that Metro gave to the community and to the city council. They did do some initial delay analysis in around March of 2021. I was just reviewing all the background information again, that did show that intersections on Olive with the conversion of the bus lane would degrade from a level of service that's C or D, so mostly free flow, some delay, but within our standard, down to E and F. LOSF means that you would meet, that basically you'd have a delay in such a manner that you'd probably wait 1 or 2 red light cycles to get through an intersection. It is obviously a congested situation. That was their first presentation to us. Later, leading up to the final EIR, they came to the council 2 more times and actually modified that they did a little more involved travel delay and diversion analysis using a travel demand model that Metro has, that actually showed that the lane being converted to bus would actually divert traffic off of Olive, which I believe is true, but it would do so with an amount, to a graded amount that would leave, generally the cars that remained on Olive would generally have as much delay, and that those cars would be diverted to other streets. They said primarily Burbank Boulevard. We think it would be closer in, Magnolia, Verdugo, even Oak. But they basically showed that there would overall be no change in delay due to cars. We didn't believe that. But that was what was kind of carried forth in the final environmental impact report. Again, it wasn't a transportation impact. It was more of just an informational item. But their later analysis showed lesser impacts, which the staff, although we did not do a big traffic study, we believe that those second numbers were probably not a realistic snapshot of what would happen. So I think, not to sugarcoat it, a lane on Olive would see delay, we believe, at the major intersections with the potential for spillover traffic. Again, it was not analyzed particularly in the final EIR. And then I think the only other comments I would, I think sums up the broad themes that I saw. but I'm, of course, available for any questions from the council for specifics.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I think Councilmember Anthony, you had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Rosati.
Well, I just want to say I was chatting with the city attorney about the litigation. He's confident that any information from that we can ask about is easy to talk about. So,
Well, we're not going to talk litigation strategy.
right.
But the facts of the BRT and the litigation is filed. So nothing that you talk about is going to cause that litigation to be unfiled tonight. So I just thought that was relevant to it is a change, but I think you can still proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I just want to say, before we get into questions, we had 2.5 hours of public comment. Obviously, we're going to talk about the questions and the public comment during our question and deliberation period. I just wanted to say just a quick thing about public comment. Last night, there were some heavy topics, and I used a little bit of sarcasm and a joke to a caller who called in. And that's kind of the way I do my response to public comment. In the future and today, because we're talking about some very serious stuff, I just want to say to that caller, I apologize, and I do want to make sure that we are tackling the issue and the substance, and I will make it the utmost effort today to stay serious and try not to veer off topic. So.
Okay. Thank you. So let's start with questions, and Councilmember Rosati, why don't you go ahead and lead us off? So for the special topic, I think that asking questions first to staff would be best, and then in the deliberation, we can talk about the thoughts about public comment. Yeah. Okay. Sure, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Krisky, I have a couple of questions that were kind of theme for those individuals that spoke tonight regarding in support of the BRT. I heard anywhere from delays of 5 minutes. Some speakers said delays of 15. I think at one time I heard 45 minutes. And if my memory serves me correct, and then this is where you correct me, please do. When Metro came here about a year ago, and when we asked what's the difference in the delay, BRT versus dedicated lane, we were told it was 90 seconds. Is this correct?
Yes, so I forgot to address that point, so thank you for reminding me. So also the documentation of the overall improvements in travel time on the whole project are in the EIR and looking at the whole corridor, but of course we wanted to know kind of what's the A to B comparison for the olive stretch in terms of what does the dedicated lane do to improve travel time through the corridor. We had to go back again to some presentations that they provided to kind of dig in and kind of pull that out. So it was some presentations leading up to the FEIR again, showing the delay of local buses today versus BRT with the dedicated lane. And it was between 90 seconds and 120 seconds, depending upon the peak. So yes, it was about 90 seconds travel savings in that immediate corridor. I think overall in all of Burbank, I was trying to look for that figure. I can't find it. I want to say it was 5 to 10 minutes for the whole corridor because we are getting other improvements. But on that stretch, it was about 90 seconds.
And so just that we're clear to the public, you're talking about the entire corridor that would be North Hollywood, starting from point A to, I guess, whatever you call it, that's North Hollywood to Pasadena? Or what exactly is that?
So the 90 seconds is the olive stretch from Buena Vista to Lake.
Thank you.
The 5 to 10 minutes, I want to say, was throughout Burbank. And then for the entire corridor, they expressed it in a percentage savings. It was, I think, 20 to 30% or some larger number. So obviously, looking at the whole corridor and all of the improvements that are being proposed, you get good travel time savings. But isolating in on Olive, and this was a point we made at the staff level and the council, is at the Olive level, at the microcosm level, we are not looking at a big travel time savings, and we are looking at congestion impacts in exchange for that.
Thank you. And this is what we're focusing on tonight, is the actual on Olive. So I thank you for that clarification. And I hope everyone that came tonight is listening to this, because I really, we talk about it all the time, and it is 90 seconds, but every time we have a meeting, it goes anywhere from 15, 25 minutes, 45 minutes. So I hope that please tell others that it's 90 seconds on Olive. The other question I have, which we received at least about 100 emails, there were exact same emails that said, you are gifted, the city of Burbank is gifted $450 million. And that, the words gifted $450 million, are we receiving $450 million, or how are we gifted 450? If you can just help me with that.
Yes, so the city isn't receiving the money to build the project or for the project. The project is about $400 million. It is being funded fully by Metro. It's mostly Measure M funds, and I believe some Senate Bill 1 funds included for the project. That's not passing through the city. I will say the cooperative agreement has given the city funding in terms of reimbursement for our time to process the project. Certainly not $400 million, but no, the project is being built by Metro with their funds within the city.
So the money is not being gifted to the city of Burbank. This is the entire project of Metro.
Yes,
so
the entire project.
Using the proper words and the right information is very important as well. So thank you for that. My other question, has Metro, and I think you talked a little bit about it, the overspill onto our side streets, not what we determine we probably going to end up being on Magnolia or Verdugo, but we have a lot of residential streets. And so have we done an impact on the overspill, or has Metro done an impact on the overspill of residential streets?
No, neither agency has. Metro's second set of numbers to us that were close to the final EIR, as I mentioned, said that 30% would divert onto other arterials, and the remaining cars would be operating in the same time on Olive, which means no spillover because there's no change. Their earlier numbers and our kind of back of napkin just review and knowing the congestion on Olive, or the amount of traffic on Olive, and how a lane reduction would push other traffic out, but still leave some congestion, would result in level of service that would be a delay of 1 to 2 light cycles that cars would experience during the peak hour. And we know, not directly, but we know in general that when you have that kind of delay at major intersections, what people do is they try and peel off and they go up. And so we think, just generally from our understanding of travel patterns in Burbank and the intersections impacted, particularly Buena Vista Olive, All Sparks Verdugo, and Victory Olive, the neighborhoods around those intersections will likely get increased traffic. Will it be catastrophic? Not necessarily. We don't have a number. What we would do if this were a development project or a local project, which we've done several times over the last few years, is we do a neighborhood protection plan. We try and quantify it, identify the risk, look at speeds and numbers, and then identify improvements to try and offset. And in fact, with our final EIR comment letter, we did say, if in fact a lane is considered, we need funds to offset that spillover impact through neighborhood protection. And we put a dollar amount out there on what we thought it might take to do that sort of process if in fact the council, the community, and Metro did want to do a lane reduction. We would need resources to study those effects.
Thank you. And those, from what we heard tonight, are the concerns and the close to 1,000 emails I personally responded to. I still have like 200 and something sitting in my inbox today. But that was a major concern of the spillover of traffic and the impact, of course, with SB 79 adding to the traffic because the possibility of building on Olive and the corner streets. The request that we made to Metro for an EIR, if they had actually complied and did it, would we have included or asked them to include the studies of the impact on our residential streets? Or would that be just a general, again, environmental report without addressing the impact?
So I think ideally we would have liked to have seen that information in the final EIR because it was a holdover from our comments in the draft EIR, which is we were concerned about operations on Olive. So ideally it would be in the final EIR. When we got down to the final EIR publishing, and you only have a small window of time to comment at a final EIR level before it goes to the decision makers, and we were kind of in a, it was I think 10 or 15 days. So we basically put in, if we see the risk is still here, it's not addressed in your final environmental impact report, so we had our list of concerns, and one of those was for the potential for spillover traffic. We believe that Metro needs to include in the project funding, and we set it at $5 million for neighborhood protection plans and studies and improvements along Olive to offset the risk of the spillover traffic.
Thank you. If it's okay, I have a couple questions. I don't know, they just keep coming out, so thank you. I have, in regards to our infrastructure, and it's something I know we addressed with SB 79 study session, I think it was earlier this year, I can't remember, we've been having so many study sessions about different projects, but was it our infrastructure cost and the upgrades that we would have to incur and actually do in the city of Burbank? Has anybody determined from staff what the actual cost will be to the city and this significant amount of work that would have to take place in the event of SB 79 is implemented?
I will queue up an answer, and planning can supplement where I fall short here. The analysis that has been done to date are technical studies prepared by each of our different utilities to look at infrastructure impacts from 4 specific plans, but 3 with substantial growth projections. A Media District specific plan, the Downtown Burbank Transit-Oriented Development specific plan, and the Golden State specific plan. Not as much development was forecasted for the Rancho specific plan, but they looked at cumulative impacts to utilities from a preferred project alternative and an increased growth alternative. For comparison, I believe they also looked at our 2022 housing element impacts. That was a separate environmental impact report. And we identified significant environmental impacts to wastewater conveyance and to also wastewater treatment. And there was a kind of a high-level estimate on the cost of improvements needed for each of those project alternatives. So the estimated cost from the technical report was circulated as an exhibit to the draft programmatic environmental impact report for the Media District specific plan. That technical study looks at the cumulative impact of all 3. So I believe that analysis will also accompany the other 2 specific plans when those EIRs are completed. So for the housing element, the focused sewer capacity analysis identified that the improvements necessary for the 10,100 or so units, increased units in the housing element, would be $115 million of improvements for upgrades to the aeration basins and secondary clarifiers. Under the preferred project scenario, increasing the wastewater treatment plant capacity to 17.5 million gallons a day is estimated to cost $430 million for the preferred project alternative, and potentially increasing capacity up to 22.5 million gallons per day for the increased growth alternative would be over $775 million. Those are high-level estimates. That's just for wastewater treatment. Now, what's important is that analysis is for the plans that are currently being prepared, and SB 79 development Much of it, the forecasted development, if where SB 79 half-mile development radius apply to the BRT, is substantially not within that analysis. In other words, all of that growth has not been included yet. So the impacts would be exacerbated by SB 79. What's important is that's the impact area that we communicated to Metro. We needed supplemental analysis because if the Metro BRT improvements trigger SB 79 growth, that's where this significant environmental impacts will occur, both to conveyance infrastructure, over 3 miles worth of sewer conveyance infrastructure, underground pipelines would be impacted, as well as the capacity at the treatment plant. There were also impacts identified to the ability to bring in sufficient electrical energy and additional intertie, either through LADWP or SCE, were identified as a possible way to bring more electricity in. And I don't really have any more details than that. But we looked at those impacts related to this council's current planning, and SB 79 is outside that. Therefore, the impacts would be more severe.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We all received an email today from a retired water and power employee who worked 42 years in the city of Burbank. And this individual is making us aware and asking us to be extremely cautious of this project. And I'm not going to read the entire email, but it says the traffic flow, parking, and local businesses, I believe there is another critical issue that deserves a greater consideration. The extensive underground utility infrastructure located on Olive. This includes water, gas, communication infrastructure that requires ongoing access and maintenance repair. And having the BRT dedicated lane, SB 79, would put a greater impact on all the infrastructure that we have underground on Olive. And we have the email if staff needs to look at it. Council did receive it, which really makes me very concerned and aware of all the type of infrastructure that we have on Olive that could be hugely impacted making these decisions. One more question, and I yield to council to ask their questions. Have you, and this is directly to you, Mr. Kriske, and have you ever been contacted by Metro staff or asked to meet and you refused to meet with the staff or with anyone on Metro in that matter?
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
It's yes or no.
Councilmember Perez.
Thank you. I had a follow-up to the question Councilor Mullins so well put about SB 79 and the infrastructural impact. When we look at SB 79 as a whole, we're looking at the whole law, right? What is the process? And I'm not very familiar with it. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. They're like quieter tonight because last night they were super loud, so I was giving it space. Okay, so my question is now looking at the case-by-case basis. We know that for a state law like SB 35, it's by right housing, it bypasses CEQA. There's a lot that there are a lot of say we don't have. For an SB 79 project, let's say hypothetically a developer comes in at one of these hot zones and says, I want to put a project here. What is our say? Do we have any say? Is there any room in that process for us to say, hey, this would create an infrastructure issue? Hey, this is not something that the city has capacity to do. Is that a thing?
So I'll try and take a broad answer at that, and if I fall short, my colleagues in planning can help. But as I understand it, SB 79 is another ministerial streamlined process where developers who meet the criteria and propose projects within the framework of the law can propose projects whereby the city can only apply very discrete objective standards in order to determine if the project can be approved or not. And those are very narrow standards. It's in line with public health and safety, objective code requirements, and other very black and white rules. And so what the big thing with SB 79 is the big blanket that they allow, that the law allows, is to raise the height limits and the densities of the parcels around the BRT stops in the Metrolink station. And so that's, I think, the biggest risk. Now, we communicated this in January. We don't necessarily know what the uptake is going to be because, there's prevailing wage applied. There's other, the need to, purchase very expensive property in certain areas. Does that pencil? In some cases, you probably have to assemble parcels because it's only so much you can do on a single lot. There still are other things like parking and other laws, which we can get around that too. So we don't necessarily know the uptake, but we know the general. We can, at a very high level, we can look at the deltas between those kind of the general plan units per acre prescribed in those areas and what SB 79 would provide, and they're dramatic. You are looking at 43 units an acre for R3, R4, going potentially between 80, 100, 120 units an acre, depending upon how close or far away you are from the stop. Downtown Metrolink station, not as a concern because our existing general plan standards there and our downtown TOD standards that are coming are closer to those higher limits, so probably not as risky, as much of a risk. But some of the other outlying neighborhoods, it would be a dramatic change.
And I ask because this community has seen a slightly higher uptick of SB 35 projects than some of our neighbors. So I think it behooves us to then ask the question of what is the process with SB 79. And of the issues that the city attorney mentioned that are infrastructure issues that are coming down, do staff know if any of these things would fall in line with those objective standard concerns, or is that outside? Is that not a consideration under SB 79?
Well, I should say too, SB 79 alone doesn't necessarily do that, but as part of SB 79, they can hook into other things like SB 35, which do have some of the bypasses available. And the other big thing is they're ministerial and they're potentially SB 35 process exempt from CEQA. So again, that's why we don't even get a chance to review because it's already deemed exempt and exempt from CEQA.
So short answer, no. We don't get to account for these things that are very real concerns for the city. Okay.
In addition, what's the fault or the time? What do you call it? The required time to approve the project for SB 79 compared to SB 35 and 2011, et cetera? Is it the same short time frame to approve the project?
So, because I have the microphone right in front of me, I'm going to say it depends on the entitlement statute that the developer uses. As Mr. Kriske indicated, there are several. There's a development review process, which would be a discretionary process that could be appealable to Planning Commission. There's SB 35. If they opt for that, and we have standards, which is ministerial and not, but there are shot clocks in each of these areas. There's shot clocks under the Housing Accountability Act. All of them are relatively short, so we're talking in some cases, and the law is very fluid on this. We just had a conference last week, and we're still digesting not only faster shot clocks, meaning timeframes within which staff must deem an application complete, and timelines running from an applicant's submittal, not when staff get to review it or deem it complete. Also, limitations on the fees that we can charge for infrastructure, limited to certain costs of connection rather than perhaps future infrastructure. So there's a lot of unknowns, and there's a lot of changes effective just since this last January that are putting further limits, which really makes the prospect of SB 79 such a potentially huge financial burden on the city.
While we're asking about the process and in comparison with SB 35, what is the requirement for affordable units? Oh, see, I got it for you. Because with SB 35, if like 15%, 10%, depending on the project, what is
I'm going to ask a volunteer from the planning department to come up and answer that.
Anybody wants to volunteer?
It is layered, so I'll start off by saying it's layered because SB 79 has a higher threshold. Our local inclusionary ordinance has a lower threshold. I think it's 5 units triggers inclusionary. SB 79, I believe the trigger is 10 units. There's a different standard if SB 35 is used, and perhaps something even different if it's an AB 130 project, or oftentimes developers will go above those thresholds to get density bonus. So there really are several different factors. I think the Ms. O'Carroll has made a comment about the luxury loophole. I believe that's referring to the 10 units, meaning you don't have to do affordable, inclusionary affordable under SB 79 up to 10 units, which creates a loophole. However, we have a lower threshold, so we trigger affordability and inclusionary, but because our ordinance is old, we have a provision that allows an in lieu payment in lieu of building it on site, and that in lieu fee is well below the cost of actually producing a unit, so that the in lieu doesn't actually produce the housing that was assumed by the ordinance.
Thank you. And I think it's good to engage the public in this discussion and have them understand, because again, the perception of misinformation, these are going to be affordable housing units, and we do need housing, but they're not necessary the affordable amount of affordable housing units that we need. So there's going to be a mix and a percentage of what would actually be built. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess everybody's asking follow-ups.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a follow-up. How difficult would it be for us to change our inclusionary zoning ordinance and the in lieu fee?
Well, it's on the list of projects behind the library, behind the specific plans.
Okay.
So it's doable, but there are not enough staff hours to do it probably before, I'm just going to say this for planning, again, because I have the microphone, because it's behind so much other work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, there are other state laws which affect our development regulations that we're in a rush to adopt other ordinances to fix.
Mayor and council members, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director, and I appreciate the city attorney vouching for the workload we have, but it is on our work plan. It is actually part of the housing element, housing plan. So we are working both on the density bonus ordinance and the inclusionary housing. Associated with that is a study that has to be done to determine what the inclusionary housing percentage is and whether it will facilitate housing production or create an impediment. So that's something that we're looking at. And I could be corrected by my other top-notch staff here, but I think the question was asked earlier. For SB 79, I believe depending on the level of affordability, there's percentages. 7% extremely low households, 10% for very low-income households, and then up to 13% for low-income households as far as the amount of affordability. And I think some of you are familiar with our code. Our code currently notes 15% in some instances, but when we go back and look at the inclusionary housing regulations, that's something that we have to confirm because market conditions can change. There's other factors that affect the ability to produce housing. So I don't want people to assume that the percentage we currently have on the books will be the same percentage when we come back and present that, because it's based on an economic analysis that shows whether that is viable or whether it needs to change. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware. I've been asking for 25% for years, but.
Well, I would just say, if I can, is whatever the percentage is, we have to be mindful that it doesn't create an impediment to housing, so.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, since both my colleagues asked my follow-up questions, I will switch to a different line of questioning, but I just wanted to highlight that for the public because these state laws come down hard and fast, and SB 79 is the newest one, which I have to say, as a former state employee, I wasn't even very familiar with when it came down the pipeline. And the intercommingling of these laws like SB 35 and SB 79, which can be applicable at the same time. Again, something for all of us to be aware of in the room. I'm going to switch my line of questioning now to the project as a whole. We've talked a lot about Burbank, and obviously that's what we care about. But this is a regional project, and I have some questions in regard to the workings of a county agency with all of these cities. So where are all of the other cities at currently as it stands? Glendale, LA, Pasadena, where are they at with the BRT? Are they having the same debate between, Metro and their residents and them? Are they having conversations? Are they being sued? Where are they at?
Yes, so I think we're all in a little bit of a different spot depending upon how this project has been evolving in the different jurisdictions. I think we mentioned this maybe before, but Pasadena, the easiest one, they kind of came out before the project conceptual even happened, and they said no bus lanes, and that was just that. No, there was no studies, there was no alternatives analysis. It was all at the very beginning, and they just said no bus lanes, and so Metro honored that. So they have very minimal impacts when it comes to the traffic. They are set to begin construction. Metro is going to be starting in Pasadena. There's going to be a groundbreaking in Pasadena, so they are moving ahead. Glendale, in some ways is similar to us, but in other ways is different. They to my knowledge, still have not adopted a cooperative agreement. That's still being reviewed. They are have been doing the iterative process with the plan review, to my understanding. I know there have been, at least anecdotally, kind of like us, little nibbles and changes about the details of the design. I don't know the details of those, but I think the biggest thing with Glendale is from what I have heard is that their community is a little bit less brought up to speed on what the project will be in terms of the same SB 79 impacts and other things. I know there was late in the game discussion about what's, the changes to Glen Oaks, changes to some of the other arterials. But to my understanding, they are moving ahead and are at the same design level in terms of the plans, finishing the plans kind of with us. LA, I don't know a lot of information about. I know in the EIR process and leading up to the final EIR, there was a lot of discussion and very big back and forth community concerns on both sides with the configuration of Colorado Boulevard in Eagle Rock, kind of like our big Glen Oaks, but they were doing even more dramatic changes to also address active transportation improvements, adding protected bike lanes, the bus lane, big reconfigurations, and travel lane reductions. And there was a lot of back and forth. I think it was probably even more highly charged than us at the time. But it was decided, and I'm not aware of any change or request to change with Metro. I believe we are the only city of the four in the situation where we are predicating permit issuance on changes that we need to implement the city council position. I think we're alone in that regard.
But it's safe to assume that Glendale may find themselves in that position in the near future?
I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that they have some of the same similar concerns that we do. They have some of the same SB 79 issues and SB 79 conflicts with adjacent land uses that we do. So I imagine that I don't know, but I could see Glendale being in a similar situation. In that regard, they are similar to us.
Okay. And then the other thing, I just want to reiterate this because it fascinates me. Pasadena said no dedicated lanes at the very beginning and Metro just said, okay, cool.
Yes.
Anyways, let's see. Can you just remind us, for the benefit of the public and us up here, we were at the position where we came to Metro and we asked for additional environmental review. And it was just supplemental environmental review, not a whole other study. And what was their response?
Is this in terms of very recent or in terms of the final EIR?
Very recent.
Very recent. So in terms of SB 79, we said that the changed circumstances caused by SB 79 being triggered by the BRT is a new environmental circumstance, a new land use impact that they did not adequately study. It's a change in circumstances. And then as a responsible agency, we are under the obligation to not necessarily take public action for something that now potentially has the ability to cause environmental impacts. That's a tenet of CEQA. We are not able to act without doing subsequent or doing a proper environmental review. So we told Metro once shortly after SB 79 was adopted, and we understood that we had these potential concerns, that we were not going to be able to take further action with the project, which for us is permit issuance without subsequent environmental review.
Okay. And then in that line, I know Vice Mayor Mullins, Vice Mayor Mullins asked you if there was ever a time when Metro requested a meeting and we said no. What about the inverse? Have we requested a meeting and Metro says no?
So at the staff level, it's been interesting because I have been communicating with my staff level counterparts at Metro throughout this process to meet our obligations under the cooperative agreement. We have our biweekly meetings internally. We have a standing meeting with the design team to go over design issues. We have met every milestone in the co-op in terms of providing comments on the plans. We've revised the plans. We did a whole almost charrette with the downtown station and the reconfiguration. And throughout that whole time, both sides at the staff level were, yes, we are mixed flow. Yes, Metro Board is dedicated lanes. We're still different. Well, okay, the design is, it's striping and signing. The design, we're not stuck at a design element, so let's keep moving. There was never any, certainly at the staff level, a desire to anyhow firewall off a discussion. We even set up a council subcommittee with the hope that there would be some overtures, at least at one side or the other. And we have not gotten any overtures from Metro to talk about what honestly, at the staff level, is kind of the elephant in the room, which is this fundamental disagreement. We've worked, up until now, we've worked all around every other issue. We've got the whole project designed to where it's just the striping and the signage. And unfortunately, we're still stuck, and we are marching down a disagreement that was going to come to a head one way or the other. And then SB 79 came and just kind of supercharged it and also made it much more complicated.
And just to clarify, the striping and the signage in the small stretch.
In the segment. Yes.
And then, so following that, I know this is a question that I think all of my colleagues have asked at one point or another of staff, and I've seen it in social media. The public has this question. How do we have a collaborative agreement with an agency when we have a giant elephant in the room where we disagree? How does that work? Why did Glendale not do that? How did we get in this position where we are stuck? How are we like that? And I ask fully transparently because I don't think, I speak for the three of us here. We were not on council when this occurred. Well, you were also not here on council when this occurred, but
so that happened in these chambers in front of the council. There was a staff recommendation for specific revisions to the cooperative agreement on this very issue of a disagreement over the project description. Staff was adamant that the project description needed to be included, one that we agreed with. Metro, I believe on the record, it's part of the Granicus feed, reassured this body that we could work through the disagreement. And under the cooperative agreement, as Mr. Kriske described, we cooperated toward that, but the issue was never resolved. And the city has the burden to comply with the law when issuing its permits, and the changed circumstances made that difficult. In other words, we do not have enough information to know that our decision does not create significant adverse impacts on the environment.
Are you finished?
No, but do you have a follow-up?
I wanted to follow up only because you used the word stuck. And are we stuck? I mean, we went into this in good faith. We went forward with the cooperative agreement. We said mixed flow over and over from it's documented. So when you have a partner that is acting in bad faith, is this someone that we want to continue to have a partnership with? Can't we, again, are we stuck, or can we just say, no BRT at all? We don't want the BRT because we don't have the proper studies done for SB 79, traffic studies, emergency vehicle studies, spillover into our communities. So why don't we just say no BRT at all?
So we're in litigation, and the path that we're on will result in a court making that determination. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 5 years.
But could our position be no BRT? You acted in bad faith.
Well, so Metro has a right, and we agree for Metro to operate on city streets, and Metro does operate on the city streets, and Metro could relabel one of its buses a BRT, and they could run it, and we would allow that. The conflict is over seizing control of the city's real property interest in operating the public right-of-way. And so I'm not going to talk much more about that because that will go into our legal position. But we now have a lawsuit filed against us. They allege that we could be exposed to delay damages on a $400 million project. So the risks are increasing. But once we're in litigation, we lose control over that decision, because as it proceeds through litigation, a court will interpret the law, and depending upon how high that case goes, we have appeal rights. If we're not pleased with a decision, we could make new law for cities and regional transportation agencies.
I think all of us wanted to be in a position to work with Metro and have mixed flow. And that was always my position up until recently. And again, if you have a partner that's really not acting in the best interest of the other partner, then I don't see the reason to even move forward with it. Yeah, if they want to come in and relabel their bus as BRT and mixed flow, great, go ahead and do it. But let's not relinquish our property rights.
Madam Mayor, at this point, I want to make sure to introduce Ms. Pam Lee, who is a partner at Alsher Widner. She is our litigation counsel on this case, and I'm doing this so that you know if she raises her hand and stops this discussion, that that's her role.
Did you raise your hand? All right, just give me the evil eye. Joe does it all the time. All right, I'm done with my questioning. Thank you. Actually, go ahead.
Yeah. And in that vein, I asked that question because I'm trying to get the background for the residents as to how we got to this place where we are now at litigation. And where I'm looking at it, this is more of a rhetorical question, right? For you than a question. It just feels like Metro is being so uncollaborative with us as a city when Glendale is sitting in a much different place. Pasadena didn't even have to sit in this place, and LA is sitting in a different place. So I'm trying to help us understand what, to me, is the biggest concern. As a council member, I have to think about, of course, the transportation, the housing impact, all of that. But we also have to think about the very big impact of litigation, because that is where a lot of taxpayer funds could go. That is where we could lose big time. That is where we could win big time. I don't know, but that is a very big consideration in this whole project. And I asked the background to bring that up. And then my last question, since I'm just doing questions, is the options that you alluded to in the presentation. When we discussed this in the past, it was these are the things we could propose to work with Metro. Help me understand at the point where we are at, where Metro is basically all but like sued us. I mean, they're basically going to sue us.
No,
they've sued us.
yes, there's a
So-
case number. It's been filed.
Great.
So they sued us yesterday afternoon. They filed it. They sent it to us today.
What are we talking about tonight? Because we are also talking about options of discussion with Metro. Are they even amenable to those still?
It's a fine question. I think this is now into the art of negotiation, and whether a position we might have had recently is now less receptive, I think. And again, it's our tactical strategy in trying to figure out, is there a middle ground? I think they very much want dedicated lane in some format because that's what's in their project. And we definitely don't want SB 79 impacts and think, in fact, that we can't proceed if there are SB 79 impacts. And so is there, in the Venn diagram, is there any commonality? And why we have that, we have the three options that were presented in attachment 12. So that's adjust around the edges and mixed flow. And then we have, for the second one, a possible consideration to back off on mixed flow for peak period bus lanes, which would get us out of SB 79, but not have the 100% exposure to congestion throughout the day. And that, we don't know how it will be received. It would meet their objectives, I think, as stated, in terms of the amount of bus lane and the amount of travel time savings that they've kind of baked into their project and their environmental document. We don't know at this point. They could be fully walling off and just saying, we're going to litigate and we're going to fight you. Or there is still a very narrow window where they could have an agreement, and then we have a potential chance to get out of the SB 79. But it is a kind of a strategic, tactical decision that I don't have a straight yes or no answer for the council.
And this is my last question for information only. So you brought up option 1 and 2. Option 1 is basically what we've already been saying. They have already said no to this, and they've made that point very clear, right?
With mixed flow, they said absolutely no.
Okay. So option 1, we know what their answer is. Option 2, we don't know. Okay. That's all my questions.
I'm assuming Metro knew we were having this meeting.
I think so,
So
yes.
adding insult to injury, they went ahead and filed. So, and then I looked at the options, but there was no option for there was no BRT. So that's an option, right?
I don't know if that is an option to deny the entire project. I think the option is to insist that the environmental work be done before we issue permits.
Asking.
Well, we're in litigation. My expectation is saying no is what we already did Monday night when we sent our second 100% plan review. We've said no, unless it's mixed flow only with some concessions around the Alameda and Glen Oaks station, as Mr. Kriske described earlier. So we've said that. We're in litigation. That's the track we'll be on. We won't. So I won't be discussing litigation strategy during this meeting. Mr. Kriske identified what sounds like a middle position with mixed flow dedicated lanes. There are opportunities in CEQA litigation. In fact, there are mandatory settlement conferences. And we can take what we've learned from this meeting, and we'll have closed session discussions and decide a strategy and how we will address mediation unless there's other direction from the council this evening.
And then my final question is, should we do our own studies, our own impacts, and find out what they're going to be? If they're not going to do them, should we do them so we know?
I think if it informs the council on if a middle ground is viable, we would have to do something very, very quickly. If we're going into litigation, I think that would then fall in as part of the litigation. We would be arguing what they didn't do as a reason for some of our concerns.
Thank you.
To add to that question, we would really need to understand the full cost of our infrastructure to demonstrate in court when we, go in litigation, what the impact on our city, financial impact. Wouldn't we have to bring that to court and say, well, under SB 79, this is our financial impact, our sewer, our water line, water, electric, and it could be in the millions, maybe billion.
So we will fight over this.
Okay.
So Metro sent in response to the city's last, we had a level 2 dispute resolution process, which is provided for in the co-op agreement. Metro asked the city to provide a written proposal. We did that. Metro's response to that written proposal was a 208-page draft litigation filing. Staff received, in approximately the same window, a second set of 100% design review plans, and pursuant to staff's obligations under the co-op agreement, we provided timely comments, and in response to those timely comments, Metro's outside counsel filed that litigation yesterday afternoon.
Okay. The reason I'm asking for the dollar amount that we would have to demonstrate.
I'm sorry. I got distracted.
That's
I was
okay.
getting somewhere.
But you
know by now I'm very long-winded.
And that's why I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
But it's okay because you actually advanced it to my next question, and thank you for answering.
If I could complete my thought.
Yes.
Part of their allegation in that draft complaint, outside counsel hasn't had the opportunity to digest and review, but part of the allegation is a dispute over what is the role of a responsible agency. Okay. So fighting over whether we have a say. So there's a lot of work to do on the litigation, and that may be one of the issues that goes before a judge. And a judge could decide what information is important or material or not. And that will be part of the process of the litigation.
Thank you. I want to go back to the it was kind of a discussion in the question format. Metro never came back to us and said in writing, no, we're not accepting mixed flow. Is that correct?
So in we sent our offer.
Yeah.
And there was no response other than the draft filing.
Yes. So I want to be clear to everyone listening or sitting here in the room. We, as Councilmember Rizzotti indicated early, we operated on good faith. We gave them the letter twice. 2020, before this council, I think the only one was on there is Councilmember Anthony. And then with this council, we gave them the letter again when we signed the agreement. At no point did I ever hear back from Metro saying, no, we don't accept it, but we want to negotiate. Here's what we can compromise with. So that was the first time. So we gave them the letter. Our position was stated very clear so that we're transparent to everybody here. We've never, ever heard back with an official letter saying, we don't accept it, but let's sit down and negotiate something else. So that's number one. Number two, we as council made another offer, and compromise with what's in the staff report with the one station on Alameda and Olive. And we offered that we will actually have that as dedicated lane in that station. And we never heard back from them. They never came back and said, okay, we want to go ahead and negotiate with you. Or as good faith again, negotiation, here's what we want. Can you give us 1 or 2 or 3 or nothing? And what we got is a lawsuit. So I want this to be clear for those also that in extreme support of Metro. This is not a simple process where, oh yeah, just bring the BRT. You okay? Okay. It's getting long. It's tired.
I'm trying to save my back.
Okay. We've never heard. It's not just about BRT. Just bring the bus and. We all want transportation. We all want public transportation, but there's a lot of complicated issues that we're dealing with 2 agencies trying to negotiate, and we're doing everything we can to negotiate. This council has attempted many times to say, okay, we're giving you this. Council, the mayor and myself on the subcommittee, we spend hours with you and the city manager drawing up what we can offer them from First to Glen Oaks. And we did a great job coming up with a plan. We submitted it to them. They were excited with it, but nothing ever came back. And so the reason for this meeting is full transparency to everything that we have done, including what you've been doing, meeting with Metro. But good faith negotiation, in my mind, and in my beliefs, or my belief right now, is not existing. So I wanted to make sure that we have that on the record. Thank you.
I'd like to follow up with that if I could. So just to clarify, when you mentioned that they did not offer to negotiate with us, first of all, did their staff have the ability, even if they wanted to negotiate with us on that particular point, could their staff have reached out to us without the Metro board approval if they wanted to negotiate that particular stretch with the letter and the dedicated lane?
I don't necessarily.
I prefer Mr. Kriski not speculate on what Metro's, the authority of staff are.
Okay, because that was, the Metro board gave their agreement on the plan, and the part where we negotiated the downtown, that part, we actually approached them with our suggestion, right? And so then staff listened and came up with an idea and then brought it to the Metro board for their approval. Is that correct?
No, the design change that we negotiated for downtown, Metro staff indicated to us that it was within the realm of their administrative authority to make that level of change.
Got it.
So certain, and I don't know the details, but certain modifications they've been able to make without board approval, because the modifications are still consistent with the board-approved project description.
Okay. So let me ask the question in reverse then. So if our staff in our city thought there could be some wiggle room to negotiate with Metro, could our staff have gone to the Metro board?
I'd like Mr. Kriski to not answer that question too. We're starting to get into what will ultimately result in briefing and judicial determinations.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that when we're talking about good faith, though, that we also don't surmise what their intentions are and what their abilities are. Because they did not approach us, we don't know the reasons why they didn't. And so I just want to make sure that the idea of good faith or not, we can't guess why they did or didn't approach us without us knowing. And we have our reasons why we didn't approach them. And so they can't surmise why we didn't. And we can't even surmise here publicly on our own why we didn't.
Council
right? So
has a written position.
Right, and so did they.
Staff was limited
Exactly, and so did they. And so we both did, and so our staff was limited, to your point, of those 2 positions. And at least on the surface, it was really clear where we both stood. And then that's why we're here too, is because we needed to talk about it at this level in order to be able to provide some feedback to staff to be able to talk about it more thoroughly besides just our position, just like Metro had their position. So I just wanted to point that out before we go throwing around good faith, bad faith, and talking about that and more talking about the facts of the matter. Because I just think that's not an accurate, or at least it's an assumption of what their thoughts are and their feelings are about it, which I think
I'm
is
not an
unfair.
attorney, but if you're acting in good faith, you don't file a lawsuit against somebody. You continue to work together. So they knew we were having this meeting, and they filed
So
a lawsuit.
I prefer council not speculate at this point. We have an
Exactly.
active
Thank you.
lawsuit.
Thank you. So same thing, if there was action that we took on our decisions, then we would have done it for a reason. And for someone else to say we did it in bad faith would have been assumptions.
So the city's reasons are in what will be called the administrative record, and those are the record of the proceedings in which you reach decisions. So
So I just wanted to follow up on that before we get too far in the judgment of it and really look at the facts of what's going on and what our decisions are and the best decisions that we can make based on the facts that we have in front of us, if that's okay. So anyway, thanks for letting me inject about that. Is there anything else? Yes, Mr. Hanson.
I just wanted to point out to the mayor and Councilmember Zadi and everyone, the Metro Board, 15 members are elected and appointed, and they have their own decisions for doing stuff, and they may not all agree. So they have to do that same adjudication with their colleagues and come to consensus as well.
Yep.
So we don't know
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah, and then just a quick follow-up question to Mr. Kriske is that in all, you mentioned that everything else that staff has been able to work with Metro staff on all the other elements, correct? Like everything else around but this one stretch, this one dedicated lane topic. Would you say that working with the Metro staff for everything else has been functional, making progress, that this has worked out for all the other bits? It's just this one bit that we're at, and unfortunately also the bit that is causing, we're not issuing permits, or that we're saying that we won't, and then they're suing us. But that everything else, though, has been a process that you've been able to do with Metro?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Mr. Kriske not to answer that because that's all in the record of all of the correspondence. We're going too far on what staff believes. The record is the record.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Anthony. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. Is BRT safe, Mr. Kriske?
I don't know what that word means.
Yeah, I also want to ask this. I had a number of people come up to here and tell us that BRT was dangerous. I've never heard of
So
this
I think
before.
you're going to have to make your own decision on that.
Okay. The reason I ask is because every study I've read has shown that increasing mass transit actually reduces traffic and pedestrian fatalities. So, I mean, that's what I know about it. The HCD, who's HCD?
So HCD is the state agency that administers and oversees the state's housing policies and how they relate to local agencies.
When you were going through the presentation, you were talking about HCD and their guidance, and you made sort of a offhand comment where you said, of course, the guidance is favorable towards housing. Like we would all know why. Is there a mandate or directive from HCD towards
It's state housing policy.
to do what?
To, when making land use decisions and interpreting laws, to interpret them in favor of production of housing. It's under the Housing Accountability Act.
Are the courts in favor of this directive from HCD? Have
Depends on the facts in front of them.
Okay.
The cases are all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Some of the folks came up to here and told us that we needed to worry about congestion. We talked about congestion a lot. What is the purpose of a BRT project? Why would Metro create this 10 years ago? Why did they even design this project?
So the purpose of the BRT project is to serve a corridor that is currently underserved by transit with a higher capacity service in a way that operates with buses, but has features and design features that make its frequency and operations like a light rail service for the purposes of gathering as much ridership as possible to serve this corridor, NoHo to Pasadena through Burbank and Glendale, with a transit option that doesn't exist today.
So the BRT is designed to increase capacity for humans, to move humans across east-west, is my understanding.
Its purpose is to provide more capacity for people to travel by transit.
Okay. So we're looking to increase people moving east-west. So when we say congestion will increase, we're talking about cars, not people.
We are talking about cars, but cars also carry a certain amount of people. Part of the city's letter in 2022 about setting a threshold was to try and make equivalent the car traffic, the number of people moving in the car lane that would be converted to the bus lane in a way that the people moving in the car is now equivalent to the people or greater moving in the bus.
Right. I remember I was here for that letter. I want to read an excerpt from that, and then I just want to get a response to a question. In our letter, we're saying side running lanes and removing travel lanes could be detrimental to Burbank neighborhoods. Therefore, City Council will not permit the construction of side running bus lanes on Olive Avenue. And in 2022, the side running lane was the dedicated lane. Until the project achieves at least 17,500 average daily weekend boardings within 36 months of opening day. So from the time they start, they got 3 years to prove 17,500 average daily weekend ridership. Should the project achieve that ridership level, then the city and Metro shall confer and consider whether Metro should install side running bus lanes on Olive Avenue at its sole cost. This allows Metro and the City of Burbank to evaluate whether the project's ridership sufficiently justifies the conversion of vehicle lanes to bus lanes, the dedicated lanes, and the potential impact that conversion has on its adjacent residential neighborhoods. So that second line after the ridership, should the project achieve that ridership level, then the city and Metro shall confer and consider whether Metro should install side-running bus lanes on Olive Avenue at its sole cost. From my understanding, when we wrote that in 2022, the argument that we had was if they can prove that ridership, we wouldn't deny them the dedicated lane. We would simply argue that they had to pay for the dedicated lane. Is that correct?
So that's your letter. You're entitled to your interpretation.
Okay.
I don't agree with the interpretation of the words as written on the page, but we'll leave it at that. I don't want Mr. Kriske interpreting your letter with your signature.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, then that is the end of my questions. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. I have a few questions. So back on the topic of how you mentioned, City Attorney, that it's really hard to predict how long, if we were to engage in litigation, how long that would go. During that time, what would SB 79 do while we're working on that litigation with Metro? How would SB 79, would that just pause? Would it pause for us while we're waiting, or would it be implemented, or how would it go?
So we've already sent SCAG, so there's independent actions. The statute set up independent roles, and SCAG's ability to adopt maps is based upon plans that are already in place.
Okay.
We've already sent correspondence to SCAG. Our position is that the significance of the maps has changed with SB 79. It's new information. And when they adopt those maps, it creates development that was not originally associated with the project. That's in our letter to SCAG.
Yeah.
SCAG has its own timeline, and they have a process which is independent of Metro to produce draft maps and adopt draft maps. So we will be engaging with SCAG. It's conceivable that SCAG could take action and put maps in place, regardless of whether the BRT is ever built, that actually, by the statutory deadlines, create density where there's no BRT. And that density creates impacts, whether there's BRT or not, because there's this disconnect between the transit project as planned but not approved by the local agency and SCAG's independent charge under SB 79 to produce maps based upon regional transportation plans.
Okay. So what, if I can rephrase that to make sure I understand.
Well, so the outcome would be we could be in disagreements over SB 79 with property owners based upon SCAG actions.
Right. While
we're in an ongoing dispute over the BRT.
Right. Okay. So if we were to hold the same position and engage with the lawsuit just as, there is a real possibility that we still will have SB 79 being applied to those stops, even though we don't have a BRT, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this is a question maybe can be answered or not, but I'm going to ask it, and you let me know if it's a question that can be answered.
I promise.
Is there a world where if we chose I promoted you to doctor. Mr. Kriske mentioned about peak hour lanes. Is there a world where if we were to put that on the table, that maybe this is technical question, is it possible that Metro could then say, okay, we're going to...
So Mr. Kriske probably will be a passenger in that conversation. Mm-hmm. Now that there's active litigation, that conversation will happen between counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Kriske would certainly be a resource to that conversation. But as I indicated earlier, there are mandatory settlement conferences. The CEQA litigation framework does require the parties to get together to see if there are resolutions. And I'm assuming all parties will come to those required settlement discussions in good faith.
Okay. So
you mean Dr. Kriske?
Yeah, Dr. Kriske. So I guess technically, like practically, is it a technical possibility that if we were to have this other option as something to discuss during these discussions, that it would potentially keep us from seeing those impacts of SB 79 while we're working through this? That's, I guess, my ultimate question. Is that an option where it could be possible that could be a way to protect from SB 79?
Yes. So the letter that the city sent to Metro in response to the dispute resolution included elements where the parties would work together to help resolve any questions about the applicability of SB 79 with SCAG. Okay. So if the configurations of the lanes could be resolved in a way where it was acceptable to both parties, and we were working together, we've already proposed terms where we would collaborate with SCAG in a way to hopefully resolve the SB 79 questions.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that. And then, at least a lot of my questions have been asked already, but. So on a different vein, you mentioned that in Pasadena, they're not doing dedicated lanes, they're doing just the mixed flow, but that construction is starting. So what kind of construction does Pasadena have going on there that doesn't involve dedicated lanes?
I don't know the details, but in terms of what we have potentially going on, there are the civil construction involved is curb and gutter modifications around the stations for Burbank, and I think in Pasadena too. Curb is being modified in some cases to be bulbed out so that there's more passenger waiting. There is utility relocation. There's the construction of the actual station elements themselves. So the physical traffic signal, a lot of traffic signal work. That's irrespective potentially of the lane. So even on a mixed flow segment, and at stations, either mixed flow stations or dedicated lane stations, those are the types of physical infrastructure that's being planned.
Okay, so if there have been like indications of pre-construction in Burbank, and there have been other signaling to construction, people have asked us, does that mean that we're doing dedicated lanes? So it's not related. It's not a related construction, I guess, to dedicated lane.
So there has been no construction in Burbank. There have been pre-construction activities which were necessary to further the design, which is our obligation under the cooperative agreement. It's been utility potholing, surveying, other very minor activities. There has been no construction for the project beginning. They asked at some point whether they could start in areas that are uncontested, and we said no.
Okay. And then shifting gears again, so you mentioned several parts of the BRT project, regardless of how it's constructed. There's 6 stations, 15-minute frequency. So for the 15-minute frequency, is that something that would be the case regardless of how we approach it? Or is it only 15-minute frequency if it is dedicated lane, or we don't know until we talk to them more?
No, it's my understanding the 15 minutes and the service frequencies is set, regardless of the small changes that they have contemplated. And I don't see a universe in where we and Metro agreed to mix flow and then that changed all the frequencies. They would keep the frequencies.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I can't remember if you mentioned in the presentation or not, but there's also light, what's it called? Alignment, light syncing. So would that also be something that would be determinant? Would that be something that would be determinant by having dedicated lane or not, or is that pretty much like the 15-minute frequency something that would be in any part of the project?
That would also be I'm pretty sure it would be irrespective of whether it's mixed flow or dedicated lanes, because what the signal priority and preemption is doing is when the bus is arriving at a traffic signal, and the signal is maybe late in its cycle and would otherwise start changing, say green turning to red, it will, within bound parameters that we set as the city, it can give time to that direction of travel, to all the cars and buses, to let the bus through the intersection to keep it going. And it's a signal that's applying to all the lanes, bus and mixed flow. So that would be, in general, would be the same, whether it's mixed flow or dedicated lane.
Okay. And for that, like you said, that when the light is synced, that all the cars can go, so that would allow either longer time for them to get through the light or sooner to get to the light, depending on if the bus is like stopped at the red, loading up, and then it can turn the light green sooner for folks to go sooner, potentially.
Cars within kind of the same area as the bus, if the bus is getting an advantage of extended green, the cars nearby kind of traveling in what we call the platoon, the grouping of cars, they'd get that same benefit. Now, the side streets, you're going to take time from the side streets and give it to Olive, for instance, for the bus, they'll be impacted a little bit. So those side street cars would have a little bit more delay, but in general, and the parameters are not very wide. It's not like we're going to take a signal that's going 60 seconds and they get 3 minutes and just sit there green waiting for a bus that's like a half mile. No, it's these edge cases when you're about to hit the yellow. What the signal will do is say, no, we'll give you like 2 or 3 seconds to get you through to keep going.
Okay. And then my last question is back about the peak period option. So can you review one more time? I know you already said it, but just for clarity, review one more time why this particular option would alleviate potentially the impacts of SB 79, kind of like be the in-between to relieve those impacts, and also be something that might be able to move us forward in the project.
So the reason peak hour lane allows, makes it such a SB 79 doesn't apply is because the SB 79 law specifically sets out the criteria for bus rapid transit projects that they have to have 15-minute frequency and they have to operate in full-time dedicated lanes. So it specifically says full-time, which means part-time dedicated lanes would have everyone fall in, or have SB 79 fall out and not be applicable. The second step is a little bit speculative because we are saying that there is a chance, because there's a technical chance, that peak hour bus lanes will still give the BRT a similar level of travel time advantage because in theory, the bus is going to get bogged down the most in the peak hour. And so if you're letting the bus get through and bypass all the traffic in the peak hour, you're going to get some large fraction of the overall travel time savings. So they have not specifically said, oh, that will solve the problem. We understand the technical. We're trying to, again, the Venn diagram of no SB 79, but Metro still gets the spirit of BRT with a dedicated lane. There is a possibility, we believe, that could be a middle ground, but this is our idea to float.
I find it intriguing.
Potentially.
Just really quick, and then, so at least according to SB 79, a peak period bus lane would not be a dedicated lane. It's not considered that for the purposes of SB 79.
It's not full-time, it's part-time dedicated lane.
Okay, and
that
part-time
doesn't-
mixed flow.
That
Got it.
doesn't do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, Councilmember Rosati, you had a question?
In the discussion regarding the peak hours, we've seen our legislators change the Senate bills. So we could go with potential peak, and then all of a sudden they'll say, you know something, it's transit, it's SB 79 is triggered by peak hours. Excuse me. So they could change the legislation, because we've seen it happen over and over when we try to take back control over our city, and then we kind of meet their demands, and then all of a sudden another bill comes out and takes it away from us again.
That's exactly correct. And as a 12-year planning commissioner, you know that the target is continually shifted for local government. In fact, one of the bills that we engaged on with our legislators was actually gutted and amended. Instead of being a friendly amendment to SB 79, it's become a prohibition on cities from in any way engaging against rapid transit projects. So we can only address the conflict in front of us.
Yeah.
And there
Yeah.
could be more conflicts.
Yeah.
That's speculative, right?
It's speculative,
Yeah.
yes.
Councilmember Perez, did you, Vice Mayor? Did you?
And on the same conversation with the peak hours, I think it was very clear for hearing from our community tonight and then the 1,000 emails we received that the community will have a great impact on anything that's BRT dedicated lane. In my opinion, and this is my opinion, I'm not like asking, but I know you're our expert in traffic. The peak hour for Olive is people going to work from 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, all the way to about 9, 10 o'clock, and going home, from 4 to 7 in the evening. And if anyone drives on Olive during that time, they know exactly what I'm talking about, the impact of peak hours. And this is the safety, I do too. This is the safety, and going back to Council Member Anthony, what I understood from the community when they're talking about the safety concerns, because this is where it puts heavy traffic on Olive. People are going to start going to side streets. There's schools. They're talked about Stevenson's school, I think, is around there. The impact that goes into the neighborhood and nearby the schools, and creating more traffic, going back again to the same thing we talked about with BRT and actually putting an impact on Olive. So in my opinion, we're speculating whether they're going to approve or not, but for me, what I heard tonight is, no, we don't want even peak hours. And it is a hard situation to be in because, yes, we are faced with, well, what if SB 79 changed? What if it doesn't change? And what if, they come back and they, demand that SB says SCAG draws the maps and they said, well, SB 70, BRT has to go in and SB 79 is going to go in. There's a lot of what if, and none of us are going to know until we go through this process and we go through the legal system to figure out what is it that we can do based on what the community had asked us to do.
Well, council member or vice mayor, for sure, if we fail to agree, if we stick to our position, we will not be in control of the ultimate outcome.
Yes.
If council gives direction that creates an opportunity for settlement with Metro, then you will maintain control if we can agree with Metro. So what's uncertain is the outcome of a challenge. We have great arguments and we are really concerned about significant environmental impacts to Burbank created by unplanned development that arose from a statute and attaches to a project built at a time where there were no land use impacts.
Yes.
But the outcome of that battle, that litigation that's already been filed, is uncertain.
Yes.
Should council give direction this evening and it keeps the dispute, the ability to resolve this dispute between the parties, that's where we have more certainty of what the potential outcome will be.
Well, can we, and this is, again, I'm not using direct on behalf of council, but my question is, we asked for an EIR because of the infrastructure, because of the impact on our city. Would Metro be willing to pay the $450 million, whatever we need for our infrastructure to run their BRT? I mean, I'd like to see what kind of money do they have. Are they going to upgrade our systems? Are they going to change everything?
Metro's position is all of the environmental impacts, the record on environmental impacts is closed. And if that's closed, no mitigation is due.
Okay.
So that's the record upon which they filed the lawsuit. No supplemental analysis has been done, so there has been no determination. Metro, the SB 79, there's a great deal of speculation, so I'm not going to speculate because Metro wouldn't actually be building the housing, but not doing the analysis prevents us from determining what mitigations are required. So anyway, that it would be speculating too far, but they believe, based upon the filing of the lawsuit, that the analysis completed in 2022 is the record for their project.
Do you know, I know we talked about Glendale and Pasadena, but there's a lot of other cities throughout California here that they are faced with the same issues with SB 79. Have we looked, or we know of any other cities that are facing similar situation with their infrastructure, and what are they doing? Are they?
So I can't speculate. I think Burbank is unique in that we have an updated general plan as of 2013, and this council staff is preparing for this council 4 specific plans.
Right.
That's I think an unusual comprehensive effort, and we have a certified housing element. The city has really been incredibly responsible on doing planning and doing infrastructure planning for that growth. SB 79 only applies in a limited number of counties throughout the state. So that limits the number of jurisdictions that would be similarly situated. Likewise, if you just look at our neighbor, the city of Los Angeles, they have a great many projects that fall under fixed rail transit transit within a dedicated right-of-way, and bus rapid transit projects that are operating. So the law, in their case, applies to projects that are constructed and operating. Burbank is unique in that this is a project that was planned but not yet built. And we have this incredible changed circumstance. So based upon the limited number of jurisdictions that SB 79 applies to and the limited number of proposed projects that are not yet built, I would say there aren't many jurisdictions that would be in that similar situation.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what direction do you need from us tonight? Do you need us to give you direction to sue them? Or counter-sue them? What do we do?
From litigation perspective, I don't need anything from this meeting for litigation. This is an update for the council. If the council wishes to give direction to staff on an alternative, that's up to you. Separately, I'll be talking with you about existing litigation.
So that, I know you're kind of talking like attorney talk right now. So
He is an attorney.
So to be clear,
we got three of them here.
we won't be discussing litigation strategy in open session.
Okay, but you have directions, obviously, for litigation.
I'm not going to discuss any
Okay.
direction the council may or
Okay.
may not have given me.
Okay, thank you.
But you're good.
You're good to go.
You're good.
Well, there's no direction to be good with.
Okay.
It's a beautiful day in Burbank, and I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anything else question-wise? Okay. Then we can move on to deliberation, thoughts, sharing. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Do we want to take a little recess and wait for Councilmember? Is she coming right back? Yeah. Oh.
Is she in the restroom?
Oh,
Okay, she'll be here in just a minute.
I thought she was taking her regular break.
There she is. Did you have any other questions, Councilmember President? Okay, so we're on to discussion, deliberation, thoughts, wrap up. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, from my standpoint, I look at all of this, and first and foremost, safety is a major concern. And we heard from a ton of folks that they were worried about safety. And, I want to just say those concerns are valid. And anytime you put change in the roadway, there's always going to be those concerns. I think it's not just our job, but also the job of Metro to make sure that the data that is released and the information that is released assuages those concerns. Transit of this type, especially bus rapid transit with dedicated lanes and the signals and all of this stuff, has proven time and time again to be safer than not being there. Traffic fatalities, pedestrian accidents, even car accidents are reduced, especially when you go to a dedicated lane versus mixed flow. So, for me, I'm always looking at what's the safest option. And that brings us into the, question of congestion. Absolutely, and we have it in our letter. We talk about how when you take away a lane, cars are going to move and get crammed together. So that is also a very real concern. But you have to compare that against capacity. And I always come back to, 9 years ago I worked on this project. We looked at the east-west corridor, and I can picture the maps in my mind originally. They wanted to come across Chandler. They wanted to go down Chandler with this bus. And we fought like hell to make sure that it wasn't on Chandler, because that's, too quiet. There's no major transit stops there. It was a big push for us to get it down to Riverside and Olive, because that's where the vast majority of businesses and people needed that connectivity to transit. And the numbers showed that would actually increase capacity, getting people all the way from North Hollywood to Pasadena, through Burbank, Glendale, Eagle Rock. People were stuck in their cars. They were getting on the 501 bus. They were getting on the 134. It was just a nightmare. And it still is. I mean, it hasn't really changed much. So the very invention of this came about a huge, just area-wide discussion about how do we move people east to west? What is the capacity increase? There was a couple people who came up here and talked about an economic theory known as induced demand. Induced demand. And as you apply it to the roadway, there's basically this theory about highways and roads, typically known as one more lane, bro, one more lane. That if you just add a lane of traffic, there will be less traffic. But in reality, what we've seen over the last 50 years is that any city or jurisdiction that adds a lane of traffic simply adds more cars, and you're stuck in the congestion again. The only solution out of congestion is mass transit. That's been proven time and time and time again. So when we talk about moving people, it's the BRT. And when we talk about moving them efficiently, it's the dedicated lane. And we had this discussion 6 years ago. I know none of you were here, and that's fine. Well, yeah, you were right there. That's right. So you would remember, in that room, the reason, and this again, my name is on this letter. If you go back and read that discussion, the reason we put in that qualifier, that trigger at 17.5, was the discussion with my colleagues about, well, it's going to have an impact. Yes, but would the capacity be higher than the impact of congestion that it causes? That was the debate. Can we move more people instead of the cars that would be impacted? And so we came across this, what we thought was a balanced number, 17,500. And that's a day, 17,500 people a day on a weekend, not on a busy Monday, Friday, going to work, coming back. On a weekend day, they had to prove it. That's the number we landed on. And so we put that in here. And the discussion was, okay, if you can prove that, then you have done your due diligence, Metro, and you have shown us that it is worth it to give you the dedicated lane, because we are getting more benefit than heartache. That was what that discussion was. And again, it's only for that, mile and a half stretch on Olive. Knowing all of those things, looking at the future. If Metro simply ran the bus without our permits, they just go on the streets, which we can't stop them. They have, the roads have a right of way and you just run the bus. And they simply say, okay, you know what, forget it. We're not going to build anything. We're not going to pull any permits. We're just going to run the BRT through Burbank. In 2 years, I don't know if you know what's coming, but the weekends are going to be pretty busy in the entire region. There's going to be, millions of people showing up for the Olympics. They're going to clear 17.5, no problem. And so all they have to do, they'll clear 17.5. I guarantee you. And they'll show up and say, hey, we're here to cash the check that you wrote us for 17.5. Here's our numbers. And then at that point, we don't have a leg to stand on. Because the letter clearly says, prove it, and you've got it. But you got to pay for it. And that's all they got to do. And so this is a huge, huge discussion that has been taking years and years to basically get them to show us that it's a good thing. That's the whole debate, whether or not BRT is good for Burbank. We've been doing this for a very long time, and what I've seen from other BRTs and other cities that increase transit, the D line just opened on the west side. This is how metropolitan areas move people. We're 105,000 people. It's only going to grow. SB 35 has already come in and put in hundreds and thousands of units. We're getting bigger. We don't have more lanes to add more cars. we're at an impasse. At a certain point, we're going to look at Olive, and it's going to be bumper to bumper, and we're going to say, man, I wish we would have done mass transit. So when I look at the future, and I'm talking the near future, all I think about today is kicking the can down the road. That's all we're doing. We're waiting, and we're folding our arms, and we're saying, no, 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 no. And like the movie Up, everything's going to be built up around you, and then you're stuck. I did reference Up. Hey, it's a Disney project. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor first. Okay.
I have a question for you, council member. So there is currently a bus that runs the same route that goes to Pasadena. I believe it's 450, and I could be wrong with the number.
Well, the 501 jumps on the
501?
freeway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you looked at that bus and seen how many people actually ride on that bus?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen Metro? How many people are inside the bus when they are driving around our city? Have you seen our bus? Our city bus is empty. Metro bus, maybe 2 people sitting in the whole entire bus.
Of course.
So I'm just looking at you and saying, I guess I'm asking you the question, what would be the difference? Because it makes 90 seconds different on Olive, 15 minutes maybe in total for the whole North Hollywood to Pasadena. That's all of a sudden going to make people ditch their cars or decide I'm going to hop on BRT because I'm going to save 90 seconds on Olive, and then or 15 minutes the whole entire way. You know, then they should be doing it now. I think Metro has not promoted their service. I think Metro has neglected security. They have neglected to make people want to ride the bus because they're not reliable. And I'm not really sure that putting a BRT is going to make them any reliable better than where they're at right now. The one complaint that we hear all the time, and I know you sit on committees and I sit on committees, and we hear Metro is not reliable. I don't take the bus because safety is a huge concern for a lot of people, especially riding alone or, you know, women or riding by yourself. They're very concerned about their security. Somebody spoke today about a couple of people getting stabbed, more than a couple of people. So I don't know that BRT all of a sudden going to be like the answer to all the questions that we have. And then all of a sudden we're going to fill up 17,000 people in one weekend, one day on a Saturday or a Sunday. Now, yeah, the Olympic is coming, but how many people are going to be riding from North Hollywood to Pasadena? I don't think Pasadena has any games going on there. I believe
the Rose Bowl is being used.
It's being used, but I don't know about games. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I know we don't have any games here in Burbank, but we have maybe we're showing the some on TVs or the restaurants. So I don't. If they're going to LA or they're going to Long Beach where they're actually hosting events, I can see that would be a huge impact. And I know your concern. I know, and I understand where you're coming from. You need to let us know, look, and you need to tell the public who's listening, look, if we reach the ridership, we may get stuck with BRT. But realistically, Metro has failed to proven to us over and over again that they're reliable, that they're safe, and they mean business. Metro has also huge financial issues that has caused them to back up on a lot of their services and not provide the best services and marketing they need to provide. That's another concern. And I'm not very confident that putting a BRT, changing all these people's lives, Everyone have come here and said, we love Burbank. This is our community. I know despite what others says, you guys are a bedroom community, or you guys don't like outside people. That is not true, because I've lived in this community since 1982, so over 43 years. I've seen a lot of changes, and I've seen people embrace the changes. They're great changes. We have a beautiful city. That's why we're very attractive. People want to come here and stay in the city of Burbank. Every one of these people, whether they're even coming from Eagle Rock or LA, they say, I want to come here in Burbank because I love your city. So we're going to change all these people's lives, have traffic congestion, have impact on our infrastructure, millions of dollars. We're going to need to find out. We thought we had problems with our budget. $2-3 million in the hole. We're talking about over 400 and some million. I think the city attorney could have sat here and added more and more. It would be close to $1 billion. We're going to change all this because we're assuming that Metro will be successful, which they haven't proven, and every project they have done so far has been over budget and delayed. And go back and look at records and history for all their projects, whether it's in LA, whether it's in Crenshaw, and look and see how it delays, and they're over budget. So I'm going to sell out my community. I'm going to sell out the people that have trusted us. They've come here today and say, we trust you. Why are we even here? A lot of people, they've never been here. I've never seen them. And some of them, they live around my neighborhood because, I live in here, so I'm discovering like, oh my God, they live close to me. I don't know where they're at. And they trust us. They've come here and said, we trust you. And I can't operate on, we might have 17,000 because Metro is not the city of Burbank, where we're proven to do the right things, for our people. I don't have faith. And they gonna deliver. I don't have faith that they're gonna, come up with 17,000. Why do you think you guys in 2020 came up with that number? And it was a very realistic number. It was based on the calculation from Mr. Krisky, the amount of cars that drive on that street daily. So it was a calculation based on facts. It wasn't something that we're trying to make it impossible for them.
Well, we goose the numbers a little bit.
Well, we need to, right? You start high and you drop. Yeah. So I understand there is a concern. I'm concerned as well because I don't want to disappoint our community. I don't want to end up having to force something on us that we don't want. But I'm also having what if scenario. And what if scenario is not what the facts that we have before us today. They haven't proven anything to us. They refuse to negotiate with us. They refuse to acknowledge that we've given them that letter since 2020. They came and said here in the front, and I straightforward asked them, do you acknowledge that we want mixed flow? And they could not answer me because they never acknowledged. They were laughing at us thinking, oh, let them ask. And this is what I hear coming from some of their folks. Well, Burbank will get over it. They're going to change their mind. And that is not a good negotiation. That is not faith negotiation. That's what I called Metro. We're going to do whatever we want. And at the end, we get a lawsuit. Thank you, Metro. We sat here for days and hours and nights, all of us, plus the previous council and myself being here as the city clerk. And we heard from all these people. This is not the first time these people show up here. They've been here hundreds of hours that they've shown up in the past, and they show up today, and the emails and the amount of work that staff have put in there. We have been negotiating in good faith for years. And not once, we get a letter saying, hey, do you want to sit down? No, you know what I heard? And that's why I asked Mr. Krisky earlier. What I heard is, we've been trying to meet with your staff and they refuse to meet with us. And this came from board members. Our staff is trying to meet. Is that true? It's not true. And Mr. Krisky, I trust him because I know he's been working on our behalf. They've never asked to meet with us. We were on the subcommittee. They never said, yes, we want to meet. we offered. They didn't ask. They pretended everything was fine. So there's multiple issues. It's not just, oh, we're going to fill up the ridership. It's, yes.
Sorry, not to cut in, but because this is public record at this point, this meeting, and that's what it is, can you talk a little bit about the subcommittee? I think the public should also know that piece, because it takes us back into another piece of where we were trying to work through this.
Thank you for bringing this up, because back, I would say about a year ago, that we were having similar discussion. 2 years? I've been, okay, you were pregnant, so you know better than me. We were having the similar discussions about Metro and what we need to do and whether we, send the letter. It was during the agreement, correct? It was during our...
Yeah. If I could, when we did the letter, I believe that's when the subcommittee was formed to help facilitate a resolution to that.
Okay, thank you. And so the mayor and myself, we decided, or actually we did a straw hat, or we pulled something out of a hat. Because we all wanted to serve on the committee, and both the mayor and myself, our names were picked, and we started meeting with the staff, looking at alternative ways to how do we accommodate, how do we help, how do we negotiate, how do we offer a solution, so we're not sitting in these meetings talking about what we can and can't do. And we did come up with a great plan from First Street all the way to Glen Oaks. We took maybe 4 or 5 meetings. The mayor and I have different opinions, but we managed to, both of us, to her environmental, my opinion and design, and see what we can do. And we came up with a really good solution. I presented to Metro. They were happy with it. They came back and they told staff that was a great idea. We asked that we want to meet. We never got the meeting. We never went anywhere. We never had any meetings with them. I talked to some board members, and they said, oh, we've been told that they wanted to meet, and you guys don't want to meet. I'm like, never got the letter, never got the email. Mayor, did you get it? No, we didn't get it. So we have been trying, and it was 2 years ago, like you said. So there's been a lot of effort. There's been a lot of efforts from, the council, from staff, and the community has come out, and they're tired of this. They're tired of having us continue bringing this up. In my opinion, they did us wrong. And to get that lawsuit, and the city attorney, we didn't know, obviously, we just heard it like everybody else today. We got sued. Okay. It is bad faith. Thank you. And in my opinion, we've tried everything. We want transportation. None of us said we don't want transportation. None of us said we don't want the bus to come to Burbank. And as the city attorney said, they can bring a bus and run it right now on Olive, and we can't do anything about it if they don't take a permit. They don't need us to do anything, but they can run a bus on Olive. We can't do anything about it. So go ahead and run the bus on Olive. But why is it that they can't sit down with us, that they were not willing to give something for what we offered them from our last session that we had? So should I roll over and ignore our community members and ignore these people that have come and emailed us and they don't want to see this because of the impact that it's going to have? No, I'm not about to do this. And I tell the city attorney he has whatever authorization we're going to meet, and I don't want to say, well, let me compromise for you once again, but I never saw anything back coming from them. I'm not willing to give him anything else. And you know what? And I say it to the public, because I heard from them today. If we have to spend money on a lawsuit, we shall spend money. That's my opinion. And I hear you, and I see you, and you can't come back and say, why are you guys spending the money? And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
If we go to a lawsuit and spend all that money and then we lose anyway.
We don't know.
Well, no, I'm just saying, we don't know.
Sure.
But if we do the lawsuit and we lose, then we're just out that money and they get what they want anyways. If we do a lawsuit and we win and we get mixed flow, and then they show the ridership, and then they come back and say, okay, now we need dedicated lane, then what? Do we sue them again?
No, read their letter. It says that they're going to be talking, isn't it 36 months you mentioned in there? That has to
Okay.
be, it's not one weekend, they have to get 17,000 people.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
if they come back to us and have the 17 and a half. Okay, so we honor the agreement. So we
Well-
do give them the
We
dedicated
honor
lane.
our agreement.
Well, yeah, that is, it's a promise to negotiate, to meet in good faith.
Right.
I do not interpret that as automatic.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very well, but then if they interpret it as automatic, and then they send us another lawsuit, do we fight that lawsuit
But
again?
that's why we have attorneys, because they read what we can't
And
read.
you can do that math in your head for yourself if you want. So, okay, we had Councilmember Anthony who had his say, had Vice Mayor, okay, if it's okay, we'll have Councilmember Rosati next, and then,
So you talk about Metro moving people, right? They are, since 2013 to 2025, their ridership is down. They boast 30,000 ridership, yet their J line is almost 16,000, 15.5. Their orange G line is 12,000. And their 501 line is 1381. So they're not even good, really, at moving people. So the BRT is slower than the 501. The BRT is 70 minutes, and the 501 is between 35 and 50 minutes. So they're not even good at what they do. But who is good at what they do? Rideshare, microtransportation, those are the things that people are taking. And this myth, I might be a little jaded, but this myth about the Olympics, I was here in '84. You know what they said about the Olympics in '84? There's going to be so many people in LA. Everyone on the 134, both lanes is going to be going west one during the morning, and at night it's all going to go east. Never happened. Never even come close to that. So the speculation about the hype of the Olympics, well, if they get it, they get the 17,000, they get the 17,000. That's our agreement. But prove it. Let them prove it. And again, our community has come out. I got over 1,000 emails. We've had plenty of testimony. It's not good for our community. If it was good for our community, I'd be on board in a second. It's not good for our community. And I'm going to just finish by saying, you voted twice, mixed flow. So have you changed your mind?
I voted twice for mixed flow with the caveat.
What's the caveat?
Caveat 17 and a half.
Okay, so what's changed? Are you changing your mind?
No, I saw back from Metro, they said, you know what? We'd like to start with that and show you the 17.5 at the front end. That's what they want to do. Hey, this is negotiation back and forth. Like I said, I've been working on this thing 9 years. We had to negotiate down Riverside. We had to negotiate off of Chandler. They wanted to go to Burbank Boulevard for a small portion. There was a huge debate about taking away parking. That was like pulling teeth to get Metro to say that. So like we have given a lot because I was in the room doing it.
Very simple antidote. I'm driving here from my house, up Olive to City Hall. It's 2:03 in the afternoon. You can check with the EMT department. There's two ambulances, there's a fire truck and an ambulance coming west. Amazon trucks parked on one side, blocking traffic. Traffic's going around it, they're all backed up, and the center lane's blocked because people are turning left. That's just a little smidgen is what could happen if we turned each side to one lane. It'll be a disaster. You see Raising Cane's. I mean, we know, we live here, right? We've seen it all. So there's no doubt in my mind that this would be catastrophic.
I just
to our
want to
city.
correct, we're not changing it to one lane. We're just limiting cars on one lane. The 2 lanes still exist.
Councilmember
putting
Perez
a-
had a question, yeah. Follow up?
Can I just ask a question, going back a few steps? So, you made the assumption that if we go to court and, like, let's say we win, and then we have the mixed flow, but then it hits the ridership, the letter applies. Mr. City Attorney, is that the case, or could the judge decide something completely different even if we win? Or is that letter moot now?
Well, I believe the current dispute, and I haven't checked the new filing against the draft that they previously sent, we're talking about CEQA and the role of a responsible agency. They're also talking about whether the parties properly perform their obligations under the co-op agreement in the draft. I haven't looked at the one that was filed at almost 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So it doesn't get to those issues. This issue is not currently in dispute because the plans they've submitted are full-time dedicated lanes. They're not mixed flow. So they pretty much ignored this letter, and the dispute is over 2 separate submittals of 100% design plans that showed full-time dedicated lanes. So that would be speculation, but this is not an automatic threshold in my interpretation. And so I'll leave it there.
So, short answer, it's speculative.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. So I'll put in my 2 cents. So I'm not, in what I'm about to say, I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just sharing kind of my viewpoint on this, and wherever we fall tonight, it'll play out the way it does. And as I always have, I'll respect the decision of the majority of council. But I just want to share kind of, for me, how I see where we are at now and moving forward. I don't want to spend time at this point talking about how we got here at this point, but where we are at and how to move forward. And I'm very concerned with SB 79. And I have shared that before, and my concern with that, and how it may kick in or may apply to us based on the choices that we make right now and the direction that we go. And I'm concerned of the scenarios, the potential, or the scenarios of the higher chance where we will fully lose control as a city. And in my participation in advocating for our city, outside of our city, a lot of my advocacy is around ensuring that our city has control over our land use, over where our housing goes, over how our communities are growing and abiding by the state laws. And if we are making choices that put us into a situation where we lose that control, that is very concerning for me, if we have a choice. And with SB 79, if that kicks in and there's development that we have not planned in our specific plans, it's development that we have not planned for ourselves, that is losing a major amount of control over our city. And not just about a 6-story building. I mean, that is something that as a community member, seeing a 6-story building going up is just, it's different aesthetic. It's not appropriately measured to that area. It also has a lot of impacts on our infrastructure, our water, our power, our sewer, our fire, our police, and traffic. I'm talking about traffic tonight, about the potential for the bus causing traffic. If we have a sudden influx of lots of housing in that area, that will increase our traffic by a lot. And that is very concerning for me, because once that housing is up, once that housing is built, we can't roll it back. It's no longer a policy decision or a conversation we can have on council. It's there. And then we have to adjust to that. Increased traffic or mitigating traffic based on some of the options we have for how the BRT could be implemented, assuming that SB 79 does not get into effect, those are areas where we do have some level of control. We have some level of ability to negotiate, to talk about, and their policy decisions in some of these areas. And that we can continue that conversation. And if we don't like the decision that we came to, we have an option potentially in the future to change that. Because if we, let's just say for sake of argument, that we decided
I don't know, because I was talking about peak flow or peak hours lane, and that wasn't going to work out, we could change the paint, we could change the signage, but you can't undo a building. And so that for me, even though it is not an easy thing to do, it's not an easy path to take to make those changes, it's a possible one that would not be possible to do with the housing once it's built. That's, for me looking at this, that's just kind of how I'm looking at that as well. Even if, whether there's good faith or not good faith on Metro, we are in a pickle, we are in a situation that we're in. And we need to look at the impacts of our decisions and how that will affect our community, not just today, not just in 2027, but in years and years to come. And if we are not careful and thoughtful and considerate about how we approach this situation, we will be giving years ahead of us, people in our community, a burden that because of our decision that we made today. And so we need to think about that, I think. And if we can at least try to reduce the chance that that might happen for that future version of ourselves in the city, I think we owe this community and the future community of our city for us to do that the best we can. I want to thank staff and folks here and staff for really sticking through this and listening to our conversation, saying all the things, and really working through this hard problem for years. This has been a lot, part of my questioning to staff about the negotiations with Metro is that we haven't just been sitting on our hands doing nothing. We have been working, and staff has been working hard, and maybe not on that stretch, but there's been a lot of work in our subcommittee working hard through this. And we always knew, at least from as long as I've been involved, we've always known that this part would be the stickiest, hardest part of the whole thing. And so working through the other parts, I want to say I appreciate the staff working through those and the council talking about it as well. So right now, where I see kind of the next step is if there's a way for us to get unstuck out of this situation that we're in to increase the highest potential possible for us to have as much control as possible in our community, that's where, for me, is the interest. And that's one of the reasons why I asked about the peak hour, because it looks like it is, of all the possibilities of how our local control and the impacts and SB 79 and everything, that seems to be the least worst way to get unstuck. That is the way that we can move potentially forward if it works out. It may not work out, but that is a possibility that gives us an option that maybe we can get unstuck to move forward, and we have a lesser chance of being affected by SB 79, and we have the least amount of impact of the project on our community that the community has asked us about and has said that this is really going to harm this. If we have a full dedicated lane, it's going to really harm our community. And so while that is definitely parts of the day dedicated, it is certainly far less than what it would be if it was fully dedicated all the time. And I think that's something to look at and to consider as a possibility. So that's kind of the way I'm leaning, but I also wanted to say just a few other just general things since everyone's had a chance to say their piece on like transportation. I just want to say in general that our region in Los Angeles has been a car-centric region for decades, for a very long time. And that is, and many folks have pointed out that's still the case now. At the same time, there is right now a big push regionally, and it's statewide too, but it's a lot in LA because that's a big difference for us, to become less car dependent and more multimodal and more accessible for all kinds of modalities. And so I think that whether or not we engage in this and embrace it, that it's happening around us. It's happening in the region, it's happening in Los Angeles, happening in the Valley, it's happening in Santa Clarita, it's happening in Lancaster, it's happening in San Diego. This whole Southern California area is getting more and more focused on public transit. And so while I'm not suggesting that we go all in and we just do everything we can to get in that, we also, I think, we can't hide from it or stop it from happening because it's happening. And so how do we integrate ourselves into that kind of movement towards a more multimodal region in a way where we still benefit economically and also keeping our city the way that we love our city so much? How do we do that?
And so this is all that kind of playing together. And so I just see it that way. And then lastly, I want to just point out, and I have pointed it out before, that I'm the only one sitting on council who's a bus rider. And I'm the only one on council who has a family full of bus riders. And I'm the only one on council who's had a lifetime of using public transit. The bus, maybe, okay, so, but you use it now? You use it now? You use the bus?
How do you think I got to UCLA?
But do you use it now?
Currently, no, because that is my first full-time car.
Okay, so I use,
I
use transit in.
And Madam Mayor, RTD, my time.
You were
when
on
I
the bus
was
too?
RTD
I'm learning
in
new
Hollywood,
things about you guys.
I rode the bus every single day to school. Dad didn't give me
Which
a ride.
bus was it?
RTD on Hollywood Boulevard. Do you remember RTD?
Okay, so I've lived in Europe, and when I was there, I had no car, and I did everything on transit, everything. And then when I was in Northern California, living there, I had a baby, and we had one car to share between the two of us, and I went everywhere with my little baby Bjorn, through the, on the East Bay, went to the city, and went into Berkeley, and all sorts of places on the bus and on transit. And
You've seen some great transit systems. That's the difference.
Yeah. So I guess because for me, transit's kind of in my blood in a way, and so I don't see it as scary at all or a problem, but I also hear what everybody's saying. I also hear what everybody's trying to say about Burbank and how if we bring in the BRT fully dedicated lane, it is such a huge shift and a huge difference and a huge new thing for our city that it's a lot to ask. And it would not be fair, even for myself as a transit rider, to say, oh yeah, because I like transit, we're all going to suddenly do this all. But at the same time, I don't feel that same level of I feel very confident in public transit. I like public transit. I really mentally enjoy riding on public transit because I really enjoy reading my book, picking a nap. I don't like to drive as much as I used to when I was younger, but now I love when I can if I have to go into the city in downtown LA, red line all the way, red line, because then I can get on the Metro and just sit there and let it take me to Union Station. And then also, if I can take the bus around here, it would be amazing. It's amazing. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think it's important for folks to understand kind of where we're all sitting. My bus is the 94. My oldest is in Northridge, and they take 4 buses to get to Burbank. They don't drive. My youngest doesn't drive either. My middle does drive but doesn't have a car. And the 222 is how I get back and forth to the airport. And that's also the bus that is used. And the 94 is a 12-minute headway. The 94 is the most reliable bus in this area because it has such a short headway. You don't need to worry about what time it comes. I just leave my house whenever I want to leave, and then I just sit and wait for the bus. Whereas the 155 is a 1-hour headway, and so you have to plan it. And then 222 is kind of in the middle. I think it's like 40 minutes. And so if you miss it, I have to wait 40 minutes. So you have to plan a little bit. So it depends on the line. But I think that I've seen what good transit looks like. And getting there in LA is going to be a struggle. It's going to be tough because we are not there yet. But I also think that that's our future. And how do we integrate that with ourselves? At the same time, also SB 79, making sure that we don't have that. So that's all my thought on that. I just want to thank you for letting me share all that about my perspective. And again, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything or saying anybody is not, their perspective's not the one that should be, but I just wanted to share where I'm coming from and why I support this particular moving forward. Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Perez.
Yeah. I guess it's time for my 2 cents.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you already went. My apologies.
No. You're all good. I've been taking in where everybody's at because this is not a simple one. This issue has become very emotional because people care deeply about Burbank and its future. Right? We're talking about what it looks like in the future, and some residents see the BRT as a chance for cleaner, better transit. Others are worried about traffic, density, and losing the feel of the neighborhoods. And I think both of those sides deserve to be heard today, and I hope you were all heard today. And it's something that I think keeps all of us thinking at night, right? Because I know, I think Mr. Kriske was the one that said this earlier today. And I appreciated that very much, that there's been a lot of comments about pro-BRT, anti-BRT, or lane, no lane, and this is much more nuanced than that. there are so many more things at play, and there are so many more scenarios and situations where we could end up. And I hope that after hearing the discussion today and after hearing all the staff report, we can all appreciate that. And so for me, look, you shared where you were at, and everybody shared what they think about transportation. So I know folks might not agree with this. To your point, I'm also sharing just my point of view. I want light rail. I would love to see light rail.
I would love that.
I'm incredibly jealous, and I'm also jaded because the East San Fernando Valley, just north of us here in San Fernando, our neighbors up there are getting a beautiful light rail project that I wish we could have. I would love to see that. I would have loved to see Chandler actually be the continuation the same way that the Orange Line was. That would have been great. And as excited as I was about this project at the beginning of it, it does fall very short. And I both hear a lot of the advocates, and I agree with you that transportation and multimodal transportation is going to be the future, and that we need to head in that direction, that getting rid of our trolley system was the worst thing that ever happened to LA. Shout out to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But I think this bus, we talk about 90 seconds, we talk about 5 minutes. It's not the answer, right? And I think there's a lot of frustration there because I hear the advocates when you want something that's good and this is kind of what you're getting. I really, where I'm personally, I wish Metro would have given us rail. And I don't think I've ever had the platform to say that publicly because we haven't been at that crux. That's what I wish we would have had. That being said, I think all of us have said on here, we don't just simply want to say no to transit improvements. I don't just want to say no because we are part of a greater regional connection and Burbank doesn't have a good bus. I think we can all agree on that too. We don't have a good system to get across from Pasadena all the way to,
It's 4 stop. I think it's 4 buses, 3 buses to get from
yeah, and
to
it's
Pasadena
a
to-
mess. I've been at the point where I have to take one to go up Hollywood Way, and then I have to take the one to take me down to the west side, to take me to Van Nuys, to take me to the west side. But it's so choppy. It's not a good system. And like you, I've dreamed of being in a community that has a much better system that I can get on, like the communities you mentioned, like Vancouver, which I was at, and even DC, which I've had the chance to live in. So all that to say, that's where I'm at transportation wise. And then for the housing piece, look, I agree with many of the housing advocates and activists that the biggest way to solve our housing crisis is to build more housing and other housing policies, but those that make housing affordable. We had a resident bring up a very clear issue where SB 79 may not give us more affordable housing. And I would like to think that was not the author's intention, but isn't that the goal? The goal is more affordable housing. I would also like to think that it was not the author's intention to put cities like us in a place where we now have to seem as if we are deciding between a housing project and our crumbling infrastructure on a boulevard. That's not a place I think any city deserves to be at. And so I would like to look at policies that do make affordable housing in the city, because I share the frustration of many of my colleagues where we see new projects and they're all luxury. And I would love to see, and when it comes to housing, I agree with the Livable Communities Initiative, where they talk about gentle density, where they talk about mixed projects, where you have your coffee shop, your grocery at the bottom, and you're able to have some density upstairs. I think as a tenant, I also don't want to live in housing by the freeway. I don't want to live in housing where the infrastructure is falling apart, where I'm crunched next to my neighbors. I think that's fair, And I think we're all really frustrated because right now we're presented with choices that don't give us any of those things. And so on the other hand, for the folks who are against the bus, I also hear the fear and frustration from residents who feel like decisions are being made around you instead of with you. Feel a little bit about that too. And people aren't wrong to worry about the traffic on Olive. And of course, SB 79 changes the stakes and changes things with the crumbling infrastructure. And so I don't want to also ignore these concerns and pretend that they're not real. So when I think about this, I do think there's pros and cons of transportation. There's pros and cons with the housing piece. But I have to turn it back to the fact that my very real concern is the lawsuit. My concern is the legal piece. And I know we have said, and the city attorney has said, our position here, and I'm looking at you because I'm trying to keep it neutral. But there is a very real possibility that Metro also wins that lawsuit. It's there. It's very real. I know we feel like we have good arguments. I'm sure Metro feels we have good arguments. In fact, we've all received emails in our inbox from advocates sharing what those good arguments might be, which worries me. It makes me think, oh, what if that does work out for them? Then, to your point, Madam Mayor, we will have lost all control of both the BRT project and our housing along Olive. So, honestly, looking at this issue, my view is that we are seeing two issues at once. We're seeing the BRT and we're seeing the issue with housing density. And where I land on that is I think staff has found a very happy medium to at least keep that housing density in our control. I don't know if the BRT is in our control. I think that we are headed in a direction where that is not a question anymore for us. If we go forward with the lawsuit, it's not in our hands, to the city attorney's point. But what is in our hands is the effects of this state law. When I was 24 years old, I worked at the state legislature, and I saw the issues coming down the pipeline. The issues with SB 35, the RENA numbers, us being woefully below the number. And I called into the city council. And I felt like Chicken Little because I was like, the sky is falling. We're not going to meet our numbers. We're going to be subjected to ministerial review. We're going to be in this place where we can't make our own decisions. And at the time, nobody who's here now, but at the time I felt that I didn't get a response from that city council. I didn't feel like there was a sense of urgency. So I would like to feel that there is a sense of urgency here and that we can address the impacts of state law on our Olive Boulevard. We can affect that area where we are not equipped, because I also don't want to say, I think there's a lot of no to SB 79, no to SB 79. Hello, we have said yes in certain parts of our city. We have said already in the downtown area and on Glen Oaks and in the Golden State District, we have pointed out to parts where we are ready to increase our density. We've been very clear about where we're ready to. So if we are saying no in this one stretch, I want us to have control over that and maintain that control. Because to your point, Madam Mayor, whether or not we agree or disagree on whether a bus belongs on Olive, right? I think we would all like to think that we want as a city to keep control about housing that goes on there. And so to me, option 2 is the only way to do that. I know it feels like a compromise, but I'm looking down the road and I'm so afraid to lose much more down the road. And it may be that that's the case, but to me that is like the fighting chance, you know? So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I appreciate both of you really expressing how you feel and let the public and whoever is watching know where you stand. Obviously, everybody understands where I stand because I'm willing to fight for this city. I am not willing to just say, well, I don't know because we could lose. If we lose, we'll come back to the table as we've done with other items that we set at the table. And we actually came out ahead with other areas that I can't discuss, but we've done this before where we actually stood up for our community and said, no, we're going to fight it. I now know why Metro did what they did, because they know that we're going to end up caving. I shouldn't say we're going to end up saying, oh, well, there's some individuals on council, they may end up compromising for that. And this is where I really, and yeah, I mean, I'm speaking for me right now, for myself as a council member who is very concerned about my community, who's very concerned about the people that came and spoke. And once again, we let them speak, and they spend hours pouring in, expressing, and we say, you know what, because I think we're going to lose, so we're going to go ahead and just do it anyway. So thank you for coming. Thank you for giving us all this comments and then leaving, and then here's what we're going to do. It is a battle. I have no doubt it's a battle. And the battle is, do we stick it out and fight Metro? Or do we want to just once more, compromise with Metro and say, here, we're going to give you this. Here's what we're doing. So why were we fighting all these years? Why did we have letters? And then they turn around and they sue us. And we turn around and say, well, we're afraid you're going to go ahead and we're going to lose our lawsuit, where we already told them publicly, I'm sure they're watching, that we may end up losing our lawsuit. So I don't know, what leverage do we have?
For the record, Vice Mayor, I never said that.
Not you.
Right.
Not you.
I said,
no.
For the
you're not
record,
the
I said
decision
very
maker.
possibly.
Okay.
Which is a neutral statement,
yes.
which I think is important to put in the record since we're in active litigation. I discussed with the city attorney using language that would not put anything that way.
Yeah. And I think it's really important to stay in where you're at and not to indirectly refer to what other folks on the council may or may not have said.
Well,
I think it's important that you have a stance, and you should have your stance, right?
Yes.
And to indirectly criticize the other council members' positions. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, I'm stating facts, Madam Mayor.
That's fine.
And facts have been heard in this room. I'm not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing Councilmember Perez. What I'm stating is facts. The fact that we sat here since 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and we listened to testimonies from the public and said, no, we don't want this. We want you to support us. We want you to defend us. We want you to do what's best for Burbank.
Right. So you're hearing them a certain way. Sorry to interrupt, but you're hearing them a certain way. Yeah. So you can hear it the way you hear it, and we can hear it the way we hear it.
That's fine.
To say that anyone else on this council, whoever, did not listen or did not fight for the city or does not try to fight for the city, to me is crossing the line a little bit, but everything else is fine.
Vice Mayor Mullins, I will never say you're not fighting for the city, right? And I would like the same level of respect because I am fighting for my city. I am looking down the road and and we may have different perspectives on what is the biggest issue here. For me, again, like I said, Chicken Little.
I did have the floor.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting. It's okay. I know emotions are high and we all want to jump in. What I said, and I say it again, we are giving in to Metro once more by offering another option to say, okay, we're going to compromise and here's what we're going to do, because just in case that we may not win the lawsuit and just in case that we get SB 79 anyway, we don't know that we are or we're not going to win the lawsuit. Okay? We don't know what we're capable of doing. We have attorneys sitting here in the room. And what I'm saying is, I am willing to fight. I am willing, based on what I heard, not what you guys heard, based on my ears, what I heard today, and the emails I read, hours after hours after hours, I was told no. I was told no over and over and over again. Do not sell us to Metro. Fight for us. So what does that mean to me? It means I don't compromise once more to Metro. It means that I want to fight Metro. They sued us, I want to sue them back. And you know, this is my position, and I have every right to have my position just like you do. And I am so glad, that's why I wanted to have this meeting. And everybody knows that. We wanted to have this public meeting to be out in the open and discuss what we are doing for this community. Whatever your position you're taking, whatever position you're taking, my position is I still want to fight for the community. I'm not gaining anything out of it. I'm not doing this because I live whatever I need to do, whatever conflict of interest people talk about. I heard these people loud and clear. I've been living this for the last month with emails, with nonstop meetings and concerns and people calling and people asking businesses on Olive. They want to meet. They want to know what the city's going to do. Why is the city council selling them? Why are we doing this? And no. We are working. We're working hard. Yes, we have closed sessions, but we're working. You guys have to wait. And we waited for today. And what are we doing? For me, it's loud and clear. Let's compromise with Metro once more. Give them more. Let's see if they're going to be happy. And the city attorney, staff is going to go back, say, okay, here's what 3 council members, I don't know where you stand. I think.
No, they're not going to be happy because they're not going to take the semi. They're going to want the whole thing. So.
Just like we don't know if we're going to win the lawsuit.
Do you have a second? Can I have the floor for a second?
Well, for the record, this is just council considering new information in a staff report and giving us direction to see if there's any interest. We may still be in a lawsuit because of the very real implications to the city, and we don't know what Metro's ultimate goals are.
And that is correct. Real implications to the city. I mean, there's real issues with this. Are you going to, can I go? Go ahead. I just want, go ahead, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to address that point too, because I do, look, Vice Mayor Mullins, I think you have the city's best interest at heart, and I would like to think that you think that about me, although what you said earlier didn't sound like it. I think we have different. We have different, my perception, because I believe and I have faith in every member of this body, is that we just have different ways of tackling this. I think we have an impossible situation in front of us. We have, honestly, find the best way to handle the worst hand you've been dealt. That is what we have in front of us. And so I think what all of us are trying to do is find the best possible outcome. And I just want to make sure that we don't, or my comments are not reduced to caving to Metro or reduced to not having the city's best interest at heart. Because I am coming from a place of having the city's best interest at heart, and from a place of wanting to make sure that for once in my time on council, we have a chance to address state housing law directly. We have a chance to curve and decide where it impacts us in the city, because we have not had that chance before. Local control has been trumped and trumped and trumped before. And I personally, looking at the case, looking at legal case law, looking at the entity, looking at the county, who will be a county judge, by the way, reviewing this, I don't know that I see that outcome and that control with the BRT, but I do see it with the housing piece, and I want to take that opportunity. Will it work? I don't know. At the end of the day, to Councilman Rosati's point, Metro can come back and say no, but I want to say I fought for that piece of local control, and if that doesn't work, then lawsuit it is.
We're speculating a lot. SB 79, first of all, nobody's building anything right now. Everything that's entitled is either on the market for sale or not being built. So I don't anticipate 5-story buildings going up tomorrow because nobody's building anything in this environment. The second thing is we can agree to this peak hour thing. And like I said earlier, they could completely change the rules on us and say, you know what? We're still going to apply SB 79 on non-peak or on peak hours. And then We wound up shooting ourselves in the foot anyways. And then just looking at this option, both buses and cars would use a semi-dedicated lane during off-peak hours. So the buses would still be using the dedicated lanes. They just wouldn't function as a bus-only lane full-time. And then how's the city going to let drivers know that they can only use the lanes during certain hours? How's that going to be controlled? So, right? And people don't break the rules. They just, people really adhere, especially, we had this conversation the other night, right? With the transportation guy. Nobody listens to anything anymore. They don't look at stop signs, nothing. We had that conversation, right? So you want signage to say you're not going to be in this lane. Good luck with that. Second, long term, would Burbank really have the power to make sure that these lanes were only exclusively used for buses during peak hours? It seems so chaotic that we would even do something like that. Especially, do it in a quiet part of Burbank, but the busiest part, the most active part, the main thoroughfare, do we really want to risk that? I think our community, me personally, would want us to fight this. I think that they would say, fight. I think if you took it to a vote, and I don't know if we could do that, take it to a vote. I bet you they'd say fight it.
There definitely would be people, oh, sorry, did you want to reply?
I'm saying a vote to the community, not to us, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Put it out there. There's all kinds of voting mechanisms out there. Put it out there.
And so, so thank you for sharing that. Thank you, everyone, for sharing that. And I also wanted to reiterate that I agree with Councilmember Perez in that I believe, I have the same viewpoint that all five of us really, truly believe we're fighting for the community in our own way, the way that we believe. And for me, again, I just want to reiterate that the housing element part of it, that at least the writing on the wall and the signals that are coming up from the universe of all how this is all playing out, is that if we lose that control of the housing, that is something that we cannot recover from. And so for me, that's first and foremost through this process. Now, things could unfold as we move forward. Things will happen and we'll adjust, and we can't predict everything that'll happen. But I do know that if next year or the year after, and we're here again, and there's 3 or 4 or 5, you say there's not going to be things built, and that's true. It's possible there may not be things built, but if there are, we're going to be talking about how we wish we had in the past not made a decision, we made different decisions so we wouldn't be here seeing, because we get constant emails about how there's so many developments and so much housing and it's not in the right place. And so I just feel like for me that there's so many signals that we have to choose the things that we're fighting for. We can't fight for everything all at once, all the time. And so to prioritize, for me, the priority is our housing because it impacts so much. And the bus does impact a lot as well, but that it's not as much of an impact as housing. So at least for now, I'm still of that position of the peak hour, just to explore it. I mean, this is not a vote to decide that tonight that's the only thing we're going to do. I think for me, if there's the votes, I would love to give direction to allow that to be in the conversation as we're working through this as a possibility, and then to see where it goes without being married to it or having to go that way, but just kind of seeing where it goes and if it's something that adds to the equation. And maybe we'll end up in the litigation direction because it's not going to work out, but at least to have that option to look to see if there's a way we can avoid the housing costs. So anyway, yes.
There's no way, after everything we've done to our community, there's no way we don't go out to the community and have a conversation about this. There should be community input, there should be meetings, just like we did with BRT. There's no way that we just make this decision without a full, robust community input. Meetings, the whole bit, just like we've done on everything else.
What decision are you talking about? Make what decision?
What are we talking about?
I'm asking you. You said there's no way we're going to make this decision. So what decision are you talking about?
I'm talking about the peak hours.
Oh,
That
okay.
we need community input. We
Right.
need to go out to the community and say, hey, do you want this? Is this something you want? And specifically to the micro community in that neighborhood.
Okay, for me, I'm not making, like I said, we're not making a decision to say this is what we're going to do. What I'm putting forward for
I'm
myself
confused at what
is
we're
that-
saying then.
Okay, so let me reiterate then, that what I would like is to put it in the pool of things to put in the discussion to see how it would play out, and then there will be a feedback, and then council
What
could
discussion?
consider it.
Clarification question. Do you mean like the settlement discussions that the city attorney said that need to be had?
Yeah, having it as like a possible discussion point. with
So
Metro.
now that we're in litigation, it's not feasible to have a community engagement process. So unfortunately, the 5 of you carry the burden of making this decision. The community will not be in closed session deciding litigation strategy. I don't mean that harshly, but I mean there is not room. This case will proceed on a course, and it will be tried in the courts, and the community doesn't have a vote in the court. The judge makes the decision, a writ judge will make a decision based upon the arguments, the weight of the evidence, and the law. So if you, given the deliberations that you're having and the things that are important to you about whether you have a voice on the housing or whether you're having a voice, we'll talk about the litigation in closed session. That's attorney-client privilege. No one is entitled to that litigation strategy. If council gives direction that is more flexible than our last communication, our public communication to Metro, we will take that and we will come back in closed session. But there's not another format in litigation where the public gets a say. We're now past that point.
Question. You can't fight the lawsuit at the same time we can't have community engagement and then come back to you and say, we want to change our mind. We want a settlement. We want to offer this as a settlement.
That's not how it works.
We can't do that.
So it's the client, attorney, and we're in litigation. We don't get direction from the community.
I'm not saying direction to the community. Just gather information community to us so we can give it more direction.
Well, so the litigation will proceed based upon the record before the decision makers when they made the decision. So in the case of Metro, their last decision was the approval of the project. Our decisions are the review of the evidence, the specific plans, the impacts, all of that evidence that was before the council. And they have submitted their case. The city will respond as appropriate in court. But there's not a public outreach component of litigation. You will not be able to share with the public what we discuss in closed session. So they won't be able to inform that process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Anything else? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I'd like to ask. I mean, I appreciate the outreach, but I feel like we just sat through 2.5 hours of comment. I mean, this is kind of like
No. We've never, ever, ever had outreach on the peak hour. Ever.
Oh, on the peak hour.
I see.
No, we've never had it.
You wanted
So
okay.
I
You want to do a
think for
conversation
most
on that.
people right now, this is the first time they're ever hearing about it and us discussing it.
Okay. I mean, this is the
And
first
for
time
the
we've
record,
discussed
I
it.
share your frustration in where we're at right now.
Yeah.
I wish we could throw it out there to folks. I wish we could put it to votes.
Yeah.
That's frustrating.
Yeah.
Well, we have our record to defend a lawsuit. There is a record. It's called the administrative record. The parties assemble it within a statutory timeline. It gets submitted. We agree or disagree on what should be in it. It goes before the judge. That's the record. That process Once the litigation is served, I do not know whether it's actually been served on the city, those timelines start running.
Can I ask, Madam Mayor, you're not asking for us to vote on peak hour. You're just asking if there's consensus to offer that and see if we get a bite back to consider
Yeah,
it.
To put it in the pool of things that we could, because right now we just have the letter and there's nothing else.
That's direction. That's a vote.
Yeah, a vote of us
Yeah.
to not implement it.
But, I mean, that's just where I sit. I'm not making a motion. I'm just sitting there, and I just would be interested in that. But if you're not,
I'll
that's
take
fine too.
whatever's on the table. I mean, I don't.
What were yeah, Councilmember Perez.
I just have a question, and if the answer is going to be, just humor me. If the answer is we can't answer that because that'd be speculative, that's fine. But would putting that kind of offer on the table and then Metro denying it make us more amenable in a lawsuit, showing that we had good faith and they did not?
So the lawsuit's going to proceed based upon the strength of the evidence. Settlement negotiations are generally privileged. So I'm not going to talk any more about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, certainly whatever direction we go tonight, just for myself, because this is the first that we've had a chance to talk about the peak hour. Whatever happens, I would love to hear from the community what you think after you've sat through this tonight. And if you want to blow up my phone about it and to say what you think about my position, I am absolutely 100% all ears. Whether you think about my position protecting SB 79 is, I mean, always the input from the community is appreciated. So while to the city attorney's point is that we cannot divulge or discuss with the community what our internal discussions are about litigation, we can always listen to your thoughts about tonight's meeting, about the project in general, any possibilities of concerns and that kind of thing. And I'm open to that, regardless of what we move forward to tonight. Yeah.
I would like to offer this thought process. We talked a little bit about compromise and not giving any more and holding firm. 4 years ago, I went through this with 4 other folks, and we tried to find a compromise solution. And for us, the compromise you saw there was, okay, mixed flow now, come back to us if you hit a certain target, and then we can discuss. I feel like, and this is just my thought process, I don't think this is a concession. I look at a peak hour as also a similar compromise. Because in the previous letter, with the 17.5, it's saying no mixed flow until you hit 17.5, and then let's talk about dedicated all day, every day. We'll never go back to mixed flow. So we had like a cutoff where part of the time would be mixed flow, and then at a certain point in the future, whenever that may arise, we get dedicated lane. So for me, it is mixed flow and dedicated lane as a compromise. All we're doing with this peak hour thing is saying, okay, let's think about the compromise between mixed flow and dedicated and just put it through the day. Some mixed flow, some dedicated. I don't think it's a concession. I think it's a sidestep to basically the same compromise in the letter that we put. And again, at the end of the day, we're not voting on it. We're just offering it to see if we get a response.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
But you're giving them the worst hours in the day for commuters.
And we are getting back.
What are we getting back?
The limitation of SB 79.
We don't know that, council member.
Right, but we also don't know if they're going to say yes.
But
there's a lot of
why
speculation.
even give them anything at all when we've been giving to them? I mean, this is what I'm confused about. How many times do I really need to go over how many things have we given to Metro? And they have not once acknowledged us. Not once. You've been
just because they're bad at their job.
No.
Doesn't mean we should be bad at ours.
There's no such a thing as they're bad, and so they're bad at their job. They're also bad at running buses. They're also bad at running their budget.
I can complain about Caltrans all day too. I mean, there's government agencies that we have to work with.
We do, but why do we constantly have to compromise our community? Because they're bad at their job. They're bad that they can't acknowledge your letter from 2020. I mean, is there any, we were concerned about it. During the agreement, we sat here and said, wait a minute, Did they acknowledge it? No. Are they going to acknowledge it? No, don't worry about it. We have it. This is our position. So what we're doing is might as well give them the whole day, because 7 to 9, 4 to 7, it's the worst hours.
But that's
it's the worst hour.
That
no,
doesn't,
it's just might as well.
But it's not, because it's a difference between the way currently
So-
SB 79 is.
So why don't we give him from 12 to 2?
Okay, great. Offer that. I'm fine.
They would go
I mean,
for it. I don't think go for it.
you know
Yeah,
what I
good.
mean? Why does it have to be 7 to 9 when everyone's coming down the hills? Everybody's going back at night up in the hills and going on the 5 freeway. Try to drive that. Drive.
All they're
on
concerned
Olive.
about is that 90 seconds. That's it.
Saving 90 seconds.
That's all they care about.
so-
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I ask this attorney a question? The Metro specialist?
Sure, go ahead.
In your opinion and experience, wouldn't a Metro come back to us in negotiations that we want peak hours? Because they want the whole thing.
I can't say what Metro thought, and I can't say whether they received or didn't receive direction from their board, because we don't know.
Yeah.
I will say that it is a difficult situation right now, but you are dealing with whether or not you are dealing with a traffic and loss of traffic lanes and congestion versus, much higher densities than where you planned it for in your Olive Boulevard neighborhood. But, this is the discussion, and like I said, we are in active litigation, but we're not necessarily beholden to the direction today, but those are the considerations that you have before you.
Okay. So can we leave it kind of at this? I mean, do we have to give direction, or did you heard us?
Council does not have to give direction. The primary goal, as Mr. Kriske indicated in his staff report and in his presentation, was to update the community about where we are. And turned out the update was more than we thought, because we're now almost or actually in litigation. There is a case number, but again, I don't know if
You
it's been
told me we're
served.
there when I said almost.
So it's been filed. There is a case number. Service is also required.
All right.
So,
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Second?
Do we have a second? Second? Okay, so we're just going to end it, and then we've had the discussion, so the folks in the community know where we are, what's going on, and then the next step will be in closed session for litigation, and then we have at least had this discussion and open, and so the decisions that we make in there will have, at least we knew that we took this up to the community. Yeah? Okay, so,
And all of this is on the record and public, and Metro's free to look at it, including our local representative
I'm
and our
sure they're
county
watching.
supervisor.
sure they're watching,
Glued
yeah.
to the TV.
Yeah.
Hello, Metro.
yeah.
Or they'll ignore it for another 3 years.
Yeah. And then now the community too has heard, this discussion and the concerns, so please feel free to follow up with us and let us know what your thoughts are, all 5 of us together, or one at a time, whatever. And then we can take that information, each of us on our own individually, and think about it. And then when we go to closed session, we have your input from that way.
And Madam Mayor, if I can, I just want to take a moment to thank my colleagues, all of us here, just because I think we are faced with probably the most impossible situation that I've
Yeah,
seen
it's
in the
really
last
hard.
4 years, where I feel like there isn't a right answer where we can get a win-win-win.
Yeah.
And it's not fair to us or the community.
Yeah. I also thank you for saying that, because I also, even though this is tough, this is messy, I really feel in my time that I worked on council and our work on the subcommittee and through all this messiness, every time we have something hard, we get through it. We figure it out. We get to something, and we might be messy in the middle. It might have ups and downs, but I just love our community. I know our community. I think we can get there to something that's going to be, I don't know, I'm optimistic that way. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know if it'll be exactly what I want or not at all what I want or how it's going to be, but I don't know. I just have a lot of confidence that we'll get there, even though it will be messy on the way. Hopefully not too expensive, but it'll be messy on the way.
All right.
I have confidence in our city attorneys, especially
our
this young woman
staff and
sitting
our
right
council
here.
and our community and everybody. I do.
All right.
I love our community that much. I trust us all.
There's a vote on the
We
floor
have a
to
motion
adjourn.
and a second.
Yeah, we were in discussion. All right, so we're going to do a vote on adjourning. All right, we're going to do a straw poll. Or do you need to do an actual vote to adjourn? Okay, I guess, so we all agreed? Okay, so now we're going to adjourn the meeting to June 2nd, so you have almost 2 weeks to chew on all this for a joint meeting. I do, I want to see cute baby pictures. For a joint, oh, and by the way, while I was here tonight, my youngest was graduating college and was walking during the thing up in San Jose. Yeah, so I was getting, so if you saw me looking at my phone, it's like because I was getting pictures from my husband. I know, that's how much I love Burbank. And 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor, thank you, and good night, everyone. Thank you for those who stayed.